think actually even a little before it. So, wow, it's not something you want to carry in a modern battlefield.
So, have we seen any PPSH submachine gun squads yet? I mean, if they're going to go World War II, break out the drum magazines.
That would probably be more useful. But again, I wouldn't want to go into combat slinging 9mm because you got to be up close and personal. But I think if you even if you had one of those, it would be better. But there's been this, as we all know, this mobilization called for 300,000 people to be called up. But as I understand, there was something called Paragraph 7 in it that authorized the call up of 1 million people, and that isn't good. I think Russia would be perfectly willing to throw 1 million more people into this meat grinder. It does disturb me that is a possibility, but it takes a long time to train 1 million men. And there's one more buffer and trump card for Ukraine, and that is that so far we can guarantee that these people will be badly led by corrupt officers, and they'll be carrying discounted equipment. And we also know that they'll be joining units that have basically gotten their asses kicked since the beginning of March. And the soonest that these people could get there, even a couple 100,000 of them, or 10 or 50,000 of them, I promise you the snow will be flying, and it's going to be a bad time for these guys. And this thing isn't going to be over by Christmas, but there's going to be 2 armies in the field at Christmas, and one of them is going to be a lot more miserable than the other.
Levy and Moss of the provincials.
You hit it right on the head. Absolutely.
Alrighty, over to Leonard, Susan, Alan, and John. Leonard.
Thank you, Yehuda. And I have a question for Major Jason Drew. And now I've had a moment to kind of consider the very sober analysis that you laid out to us. And even though I've forgotten my Tim Hortons password, but I do have a question for you in terms of the practicality of what you have laid out, and that concerns the whole CBRN portfolio, if you will. And I just have a question: if you were, and perhaps you've considered this, if you were a general staff officer and briefing an approach to these this 4-point threat, I'm just wondering, firstly, if you would prioritize either the CB, or the N, in other words, the chemical, the biological, the radioactive, or the nuclear, and if you did prioritize them, do you have any in mind a hierarchy that you might apply, or would you give equal credence to all across the board and handle that accordingly? Because that would be the next very logical step, I would think, if the general staff were going to lock onto this and really give it a serious analysis. So yes, any insights you might have in that regard would be helpful also, sir. Thank you.
So Leonard, I want to make sure I understand the context. Are you asking me if I'm a senior officer working for Mr. Putin and I want to give him options to the use of CBRN, chemical, biological, radioactive, nuclear weapons?
Oh, sorry, no, no. I would never presume to put you in that kind of a strange position, sir. No, I'm asking from the standpoint of a NATO staff officer, and NATO assessing the threat capability of the CBRN, and then developing a framework to deal with that. So, I mean, obviously, there's all kinds of questions that arise out of that, but I'm just wondering if you have a schema in mind, if you will, as to how that would be approached, let's say, on the NATO side. Thank you.
Okay, now I understand. Yeah, thank you for not making me a Russian, Leonard. Okay, so quite relieved. So
I wouldn't
yeah,
do
I mean,
that,
if
sir.
that's the case, then I mean, we try to be proactive, and certainly Chuck will agree, and Yehuda will agree. We try to be proactive in the military. We always try. We're always looking forward. I mean, this is the reason why we try to collect as much information as possible, and we give it in, we analyze it, and we deliver it to our subordinates in operational orders, so that when we go in, we can try to know. You can never know the 100% solution, because there's always information missing. So in this particular case, if I was a very senior officer in a NATO country in the West, it is now moving, pre-positioning all of the units that specialize in CBRN defense, moving those units into Poland or close to the Ukrainian border. And then, of course, what have we already been doing to support the Ukrainians is having Ukrainian recruits come out and train in the UK. And I know there's British and Swedish and Canadian soldiers in the United Kingdom right now helping train recruits. Let's start bringing some of the officers and the senior NCOs out of Ukraine and bring them to a safe haven where we can start teaching them CBRN drills or building on the ones that they may already have. Remember, NATO has been in Ukraine for almost a decade, helping them train. So to me now, it's pre-positioning all that. So God forbid, and again, folks, I'm not trying to be Mr. Poopy Pants with the CBRN stuff. I'm just saying it's an option. Hopefully he will not use those weapons, but if he does, then pre-positioning all the troops who specialize in that and all the equipment that's needed to survive that kind of environment needs to be done, and the training we need to train the Ukrainians as well, so that they can go back into their country with that knowledge. And but I tell you, this is not. You think urban operations is hard? Fighting in any kind of rural environment with a gas mask and a CBRN suit on, my goodness. I mean, I just go back to, I'll get the military historian in me goes back to the Gulf War back in 1991, when there was that fear of Saddam Hussein using CBRN weapons. And my goodness, the Americans and the Brits in particular, doing the training out in that hot desert climate, with the gas masks and the full suits up. My goodness. So it's not easy, and it does take a considerable amount of time to train people to the high standard that's needed, because one tiny little mistake when it comes to that, and you've got dead soldiers all over the place, just because they haven't put on the suit properly, or they haven't put on the gas mask properly, or they're not using the right equipment. So training, and pre-positioning everything now, and getting it over to close to Ukraine. The Poles have been fantastic in their support, and so that stuff so we can start training Ukrainians, and they can start using that equipment if God forbid it happens.
Thank you, Major Giroux. Do you have a follow-up, or shall I move on, Leonard?
No, I think that pretty much covers the scope of what I was asking. Just a brief clarification in terms of the aspect of
a brief clarification. Okay, go ahead.
Brief clarification. Is that okay, bloke, or should I miss talk?
Absolutely, go ahead. A brief
I shouldn't
on your way.
not fermer mon bouche. No. Okay, so it just related to the idea of would that hierarchy be prioritized? In other words, we have 4 different threat dispositions there, and would we just look at them equally across the board, or prioritize them in terms of one being more likely and more defensible and likely than the others?
Yeah, good question, Leonard. I would suggest that all the CBRN training I've done, it's you prepare for all 4. Chemical, biological, radioactive, and nuclear. You don't prioritize one or the other, because they're all just equally as deadly.
Right. Okay. That helps a lot. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you. And again, many apologies, folks. I've been trying to work a few issues in the back end. We lost Yehuda again due to Twitter glitches, so please bear with me. I am trying very hard to keep the order straight in my head while I do other things, but let's go to, I believe it's Alan, Gunther, and Suzanne. And if I miss...
Actually, Bloke Suzanne is next, and then it's me.
My apologies to Suzanne. And Ellen, thank you for being such a gentleman. Appreciate it.
That was so kind, Ellen. I just want to, Major Giroux, I'd give you a promotion, but I don't know enough about the military to give you a higher rank. So count me out. I know nothing about the military, but what you said regarding the mind of a dictator, I've been thinking about this for months and not brave enough to ever say anything, but you brought it up with a small sample of dictators of how they acted. And I just draw a parallel to a different part of the world. And that's the people that don't act rationally. And, I can think of the case of an 82-year-old man whose medical doctor's son lived with him, and he felt uncomfortable. He thought the son was threatening him, and everybody's like, oh, your son's never going to hurt you. And then came the day where the 82-year-old man was hit over the head and set on fire by his then doctor's son. So I'm a true believer, given that was my father-in-law, that you cannot rule out anything and assume that everyone is rational. It doesn't mean you freak out. I agree with you there, but I love that you said you prepare for everything and you don't write off something, because at least from my perspective in my own personal world with my father-in-law and work I've done as a volunteer with domestic violence, you don't ever say never. So thank you so very much.
Suzanne, that's Suzanne. That was very, very powerful, and that took a lot of courage to share that. So I certainly, I think everybody on the report here appreciates the bravery you just exhibited in discussing that. And so I say, and Chuck will back me up on this. What I always say when it comes to serving in the military, well, and we should really do this for life, shouldn't we? Plan for the worst, but hope for the best. Plan for the worst and hope for the best, and things will turn. Things will hopefully turn out for the best. I know hope's not a course of action, but plan for the worst and hope for the best, and then move forward with it.
I agree, and it's not bravery. I don't consider myself brave. I just think that as humans, that by sharing, we can help someone else. And, it's not looking for anyone to say, oh, that was horrible to you, but rather for people to learn. And that's, I think, why we share our experiences. But I'm just a little odd, but thank you for your kind words.
No, bravo. Bravo to you, Suzanne. Bravo.
Thanks.
Suzanne, I agree with Jason very much. And I don't think heroes realize what courage is when they're doing it. And I agree. And I appreciate you sharing that. And what a terrible tragedy. And I think we all need to remember that we don't know what people are capable of. And looking at Mr. Putin, I think he's capable of a lot of things that none of us considered were going to happen. I'm happy to admit, I was one of the people who never thought he'd invade Ukraine, simply because the strategic blowback would be incredible. But he did it anyway. We're all amazed.
Human behavior is very difficult to predict. But I'll drop down. Thanks.
Thanks, Suzanne. Let's go on to some more speakers. And just to clarify, Major Giroux, my earlier comments were not dismissive to the fear, right? They were an affirmation of our deterrence. And the point I was trying to make is that we can never rely on a dictator's humanity, but to a certain extent, we can rely on their self-interest. And a dictator will want to preserve their interest above all else. And when you can't rely on their humanity and you can't trust them, you can, to a certain extent, rely on their self-interest, and that's what our deterrence is for. And that's the point I was trying to make earlier. And I apologize if that sounded dismissive to our audience. These are fears that are valid, they're real, and we have been preparing for them for a very long time. And we know a lot about the posture of the enemy. And I'm just saying that we have to have trust in our military. This is why we have one. This is why we have a deterrence. And no matter what the dictator does, we are prepared. And that's all I wanted to say. And I apologize to the audience if it sounded like I was being dismissive of these concerns. I wasn't. I was just pointing out that there's only a certain amount of fear mongering a dictator can do before they're confronted. And they will preserve their self-interest above all else, because they certainly aren't interested in the welfare of their people. And they've demonstrated that continually. So that was the only point I wanted to make, sir. I hope that was made in good timing. If you wanted to follow up on that, otherwise I was going to go to Hans.
No, it's Bloke, you seem to be thinking I'm thinking negatively of you, and that's not the case at all. But I'm glad you explained that, just in case there are others out there. I wasn't thinking that, but if there were others out there who were, it's very nice that you stepped up and explained it more thoroughly, so that people understood your message. But I was not certainly accusing you of being dismissive at all, in all honesty.
Thank you. Just clarifying that point for the both of us and our audience. And let's move on to speakers. Thank you, sir. We have, I believe, Gunther, followed by Alan, and then John, and then Raver, and then Donnie. Donnie, you put your hand up again, so I'm putting you to last.
Hi, good evening, everyone. Something I learned the other day, which is that Russia does not actually produce all of its own medicine. And if you think about sort of repercussions for, say, even like a nuclear demonstration strike, you would, like, if you look at the non-military actions, they can be pretty significant. For example, obviously, it would be declared a state sponsor of terrorism. China and India would be given the option of either you trade with us and the rest of the world, or you can trade with China, with Russia. That's it. You know, a blockade, preventing any sort of resources getting in there, expelling all their diplomats, just completely shutting them in and containing them, would do tremendous damage. And if they're not getting the medicines they need, the people will start dying in Russia just because of that. And so, you know, I think there are kinds of responses that can be done that are, you know, and that before even going to a military option. Anyway, this is just a thought.
Part of the part of the entire process of chastising Russia, of course, includes economic sanctions. What Russia requires is Western technology. it's not able to produce its weapon systems without access to these to important chips and processors and circuit boards, etc. One example is the Orlan 10, which is Russia's primary means of battlefield reconnaissance. When one of those finally, well, when the first of many of these fell into the hands of the Ukrainian armed forces, it was discovered that this thing was an absolute lash up of Radio Shack components, and that its primary camera was a Canon 200, not even an especially good camera. Uh, these sanctions are biting, but it's going to be a long time until they can really do anything. Russia is still making about $1 billion a day selling energy on the world's markets. And just yesterday, Nikkei Asia, which is a Japanese film, which is a Japanese media concern, they were able to photograph an Indian tanker and a Greek flagged tanker transferring Russian oil at sea off the coast of Greece. This was, of course, a shell game. Russian petroleum products are embargoed, but here were two super tankers trying to pull the fast one there. So there are still people willing to buy Russian products. It's going to take a while to reposition the West so it's no longer dependent in any way on Russian hydrocarbons, but that's going to take a while. And as you pointed out, in the case of medicines, there'll be lots of other commodities that are eventually going to bite and hurt the Russian people. But it's a long way from discontent in the streets to Mr. Putin hanging up his tyrant hat. We've seen a little bit of blowback now from this mobilization order, but what I see of the protests are 2 or 3 policemen carrying 1 or 2 people at a time into waiting buses. So we're a long way from a revolution. But everything we can do to dissuade Russia, and principally economically, those are the things that are going to hurt.
Yeah, my point was that if there was some sort of weapon of mass destruction use, that there could be the sanctions could turn up from just sanctions to like a complete blockade where nothing gets in, and so which is not a military option. Well, I guess in the sense that you're preventing people from coming in, but and so that was my main point.
Yeah, and that and I touching the third rail of nuclear, these options. Again, there's a blurred line, and Jason was pointing it out. CBRN. These are things that are all practiced for together because their counters all overlap. The gas mask and the mop suit, etc. Everyone will see a nuclear flash. But again, as we talked about just a little earlier, what about a typhus outbreak? What about a cholera outbreak? These are things that, right? These are diseases endemic to the battlefield. They've been endemic to since the time of the Peloponnesian War. These are diseases that break out on the battlefield. What would be done to Russia then? Well, among the things that could be done in a situation like that, these are other things that could be pending against Mr. Putin. The global interdiction of his maritime trade, by provoking Finland and Sweden to join NATO. One of Russia's principal means of trade is trade through the Baltic. The Baltic is now, thanks to Mr. Putin's wonderful foresight, it's now completely ringed by capable NATO countries. Just Finland and Sweden alone could probably pinch off the Baltic Sea for Russia, let alone Germany, Denmark, Norway, other very capable countries with very capable navies. Again, this was one of the things I thought would dissuade Mr. Putin from invading at all. So with the Baltic completely blocked, go back to World War II. That leaves Murmansk and Archangel and those positions in the White Sea. That sort of trade is easily interdicted. That leaves Vladivostok and points in the Pacific. Russia no longer has a global blue water navy. They've got an aircraft carrier that looks like a Mississippi barbecue on the 4th of July. And by the way, they're trying to sell that, they're trying to sell it to India. These are tools in NATO's toolbox. I'd like to see them not used. I don't want to see Article 5 invoked. I don't want to be in a shooting war with Russia. As far as NATO v. Russia, but I am happy to do everything in my power to make sure that the Ukrainians get their country back. They didn't start this war. They didn't bring it on. They didn't ask for it, but they're damn sure going to finish it. I want to be there when it happens.
Was that helpful? Okay, go ahead, Gunther.
Oh yeah, no, thanks. Yeah, it's a question I've sort of turned over in my head a lot, and the non-military options are pretty intense that still haven't been applied, and also I do think the nature of self-preservation and also control, like as soon as Russia does some sort of weapon of mass destruction, then NATO will have to do something. It's inevitable. But if you can like say that the republics are independent states now, and that you're just going to support them and you're going to remove your troops, and then if they fall, then it was their fault. Like there's definitely ways that they could get out of the situation and have a much better chance of survival. So thank you.
Thank you, Gunther. Let's move on to our next speaker. So I believe that would be John.
Hi. Yeah, just some thoughts. When you think about dictators, they are, especially Putin, they are very concerned about their power and maintaining what they've got. If you think about what's more fearful, for Putin to lose everything he has, or a poor person to lose everything they have, it's kind of odd, but the more you have, the more you're afraid of losing it all. And Putin's pretty much, through murder and every intrigue and lying and everything else, maintained his position of power for many years. And so for him, losing that is worse than death almost, probably is in his mind. And so, I don't know how stable he is in his position, but as long as he doesn't feel like his position is threatened, I don't think he would do stupid things like launch nuclear weapons. But as soon as he feels like there is no other option, then I think we have to be concerned about that. Losing his position of power is the thing that he can't tolerate. And I don't think we should change our approach regardless. He can't take or claim that 4 oblasts in Ukraine are his or part of Russia, and that he will launch nukes if we support Ukraine, or if Ukraine tries to continue to liberate those positions. I don't think we can change anything. We have to continue and move forward as if it wasn't going to happen. As soon as we back off and say, oh, he might shoot nukes or whatever, then he set a precedent that he can always leverage nuclear weapons to get whatever he wants, whether, however far that goes. And so I think, we just can't look at that and say, we'll change our support for Ukraine or recommend that they not proceed forward in reclaiming their territory because he's made threats.
Right. When we look at what's in play here, I think Putin at this point, he'd be delighted if he could just get out and hang on to Ukraine, hang on rather to Crimea. I think he's beginning to see the Donbass and Luhansk as Donetsk as a bit of a lost cause. The LNR and the DPR, these militias are look, they're famous for running away now. They're famous for mutinying against their officers. They've in many occasions they've turned on their Russian counterpart units. So that clearly is not going to be a solution for them. But you very cogently pointed out, Mr. Putin doesn't see a way to climb down. In his life, he's never seen a Russian leader go happily into the sunset. Maybe Mr. Brezhnev did, but by the time Brezhnev left office, he had no idea what planet he was on. All he's seen is Gorbachev, who he considers drove the whole Soviet Union over the cliff. And Putin was originally brought aboard, remember, to just help the Yeltsin family get away with what they've stolen, and to be a sort of placeholder that nobody really thought was going to wind up still in control of this whole vast state 20 years later. And you're right, he has murdered, he has extorted, he has compromised, he has wrung the natural resources out of this country. He's arguably the richest man on the planet, possibly a trillionaire, and likely so, because nothing happens in that country without kicking up to him. He has a piece of everything, and if he doesn't have a piece of it from you, he'll get it from you. And we've seen dozens of Russian oligarchs take up urban skydiving off balconies, and one just fell down the stairs the other day and killed himself. Again, he is not going to go gently into this good night. And I think it's important for us to realize that when Mr. Putin is gone, finally, Russia isn't going to go gently into that good night, because this war has changed the way the rest of the world is going to see Russia for the foreseeable future. And, Major Giroux knows this as well as I do, that a wounded beast is a very dangerous thing. And again, we don't know what he's going to do, but I still am one of the guys that feel this strongly. This war has turned. It's not over. It's going to require terrific sacrifices on behalf of the Ukrainian armed forces and the families that love them. This isn't over. It's not going to be over by Christmas, and it's not going to be over next year. But the momentum and the tide of battle has for now turned. And weapons like the HARM missile, weapons like the HIMARS, I'm one of the guys that think ATACMS are one of their weapons as well. These are changing the complexion of the battlefield. 25% of the world's Javelin missiles are in eastern Ukraine. Every rifle squad has a man-pads with it. That has blunted the superiority of the Russian Air Force. They don't fly as many close air support missions as they did. None of their air-launched cruise missiles are launched from Ukrainian airspace because the Ukrainian air defense systems are back on. These little things all empower the ground forces. And one of the most dangerous things is that coming up ahead, Ukraine is going to have to switch to from an asymmetrical fight, which it's been in. It's going to have to switch to a conventional fight. And we've seen early successes in Kharkiv, and yet not so much in Kherson, but they're fighting very well on that front as well. So interesting times to come, I think.
Is there any what's going to happen this winter? Is it slowing down in the fall for the for water, for wetness? I guess, is that slowing the Ukraine offensive down? And does that give Russia time to train people? I guess that's the only concern I had.
Well, that's a great point, and that's exactly what I think. I think that we'll possibly see a slowdown in October and November, possibly. I think we can expect. Who can predict, right? But I wouldn't be surprised to see a Christmas offensive on the part of the Ukrainians when the ground has firmed up a little bit. Does this give a breather to the Russians? Well, the Ukrainians have shown an incredible ability to use their precision strike munitions against important Russian targets, lucrative targets like petroleum, ammunition storage, nexus of command and control. That targeting is all permitted by the integration of deeply inserted special forces and partisan networks, and they surround every Russian unit. There are 10,000 hostile eyeballs looking at them, and that's why we see an ammunition depot go up every night. It doesn't matter where the Russians decide to stack their next ammo depot. It's been reported by partisans, and often these strikes are timed to the minute. This afternoon, a train full of Russian armor pulled into the city of Donetsk, and as soon as it got into the rail switching yard, it was attacked by a HIMARS battery. That wasn't a coincidence. I think the battery commander had more than enough time to realize when that train was going to get there. He was pre-calculating his firing solutions, and when that train got to the station, the artillery was waiting for him. And that process is repeated nightly and every day. Again, look, let's say there is this 2-month sort of lull, and the Russians are able to, in air quotes, train reinforcements. You can't get a lot of training into 60 days. For example, you can't train someone to operate a S-300 missile battery in 60 days. You're going to be hard pressed to train someone off the street and make an artilleryman out of him in 60 days. You might be able to teach somebody to drive a truck. You can put a rifle in some guy's hand and teach him how to look over his front sight post, but you can't make a platoon leader. You can't make a senior sergeant. You can't take that guy off the street and teach him land navigation, first aid, marksmanship, ordnance, land navigation, all of the skills that go into making a combat soldier. And then you take these people, and let's say they're 50% trained. That's great. They're going to be led by the most inept gang of military leaders that we've probably ever seen. Nobody thought the Russians would be this tactically inept. And their micromanagerial, top-down, heavy command system that strips initiative out of the hands of the on-scene commanders, that can't be remedied in the next couple months. You can't change the ethos of the Russian army. Those are the things that are in Ukraine's favor. But what isn't in Ukraine's favor is the considerable industrial might of Russia and almost unlimited manpower. So interesting times.
Thank you. Thank you.
Major Giroux, I think you wanted to comment on that.
Yeah, I did. Just supporting fires for Chuck, and that's a horrible pun, Chuck. My apologies to you. So, John, we also have to consider the fact that as much as the Ukrainians are showing the world what real soldiering it looks like. Again, they're only human beings, and they need sleep and they need rest. I will suggest that the Ukrainians have just completed this very large offensive up in the northeast portion of the country. They're still picking away, death of 1,000 cuts. They're still nickel and diming the Russians down by the Kherson. And if you follow Chuck's Twitter profile, he's updating his maps almost on a daily basis now. What's going on at Kherson, which is great. But again, they're only human beings. Soldiers are not 10 feet tall and bulletproof. So we've had this very large offensive. The Ukrainians have won back a lot of their territory. Okay, folks, now we have to stop for a bit. We have to resupply. We have to reinforce. We have to get new. We've had soldiers killed in action. We now have to bring in the replacements. We have to integrate them into the military units. We have to get into them. We have to get those soldiers into the routine. We have to bring up the bullets. We have to bring up the beans. We have to bring up the water. We have to come up with new plans. So the senior military leaders of the Ukrainian military, okay, what is the next stage? What is the next phase? What do we have to do now? What do we think the Russians are going to do? There's probably going to be now several days, if not several weeks, of planning. Meanwhile, they can have some concurrent activity going on. Again, as Chuck mentioned, special operations forces can continue targeting certain objectives or targeting certain systems, or as he mentioned, the tanks that rolled into the railway station tonight. So the Ukrainians have just finished this large offensive. Now they've got to spend some time to take a breather and reinforce and resupply and come up with continuing plans to see what's next. Do they go on an immediate little hasty defense for a bit, or are they going to continue the offense? Okay, let's start looking at the ground ahead of us, et cetera, bring in the latest intelligence reports on what the Russians are doing, et cetera. So I will suggest that if we've seen a stop in the offensive, don't fret. This is natural when it comes to military operations. It's there's a huge offensive, and then there's time to reinforce, resupply, plan some more, and then go on another offensive, et cetera. You see this throughout the Great War, the First World War, World War I. You see this throughout the Second World War, where large offensives are followed by some downtime, another offensive followed by some downtime, because we're only human beings and we need sleep and we need to reinforce and eat and train and get the new troops up to snuff. So I'll suggest that's another reason. So if we've seen a pause now, or we've seen a slow down in the momentum, that's okay. That's the Ukrainians just taking a breather before they carry on with operations. So I just like to add that to Chuck's fantastic commentary there.
Thank you, and thank you for letting me on.
Thank you, John. A couple of public service announcements. John, if you would be so kind as to drop yourself down to listener, because I can't bring up other speakers unless you do. And that applies to everyone. If you don't have your hand up, I don't know if you want to speak. And there we go. Now I can bring up another speaker. Perfect. Everyone raise your hand. I believe that it was Ellen, followed by Rosalie. Oh, Rosalie dropped down. Oh, dear me. Would love to hear what Rosalie had to think about the latest pronouncements from the Kremlin. But we will go on to, oh, yeah, she requested. Bear with me, folks, I'm juggling. We will go on to Ellen.
Thanks, Luke. Chuck, I want to thank you for your excellent answer about my question concerning Kherson. And I just wanted to remind you that my second question was about Kremenna and Liman. And I do hope there are 10,000 Russian POWs somewhere in Ukraine. I'm waiting for the day of mass desertion and mass surrender wherever it occurs by Russian troops, whether it's in Kherson or Donetsk or Luhansk. I don't care where it is. But I do want to see them throw down their guns and run away and surrender and recognize the crimes that they have committed. And of course, I'm also waiting for the day when Ukraine launches its next lightning advance and protects Ukrainian citizens, saves lives, and brings this war to an end as soon as possible. So, in case I got carried away there, Chuck, interested in Kremenna and Liman, another opportunity for Ukraine to surround Russian troops. Thanks.
Amen to that, brother. And I coincidentally have that information right at hand. And this is good because I'm going to have to wrap my own thing up here shortly, but I've got that information at hand. Uh, the Russian position at Lyman has, if you consider, make a hang loose sign with your right hand. The position at Liman is like your pinky sticking out. It's a narrow salient. It's probably 6 or 7 kilometers from north to south, and it sticks out about 10 kilometers in depth. That's 6 miles for us Americans. That's not a good position to be in. Liman was not assaulted from the front because in front of it is swamps and several twistings and turnings of the Donets River. Just in the last 48 hours to the north of Liman, first the city of Yarova, not city, little town of Yarova was taken, and earlier this afternoon, the city of Droby Shevo was taken. Also, to the east of Liman, the Ukrainian forces are across the Donets River in several places. Ukraine is not reporting this, but the Russians themselves are reporting that they are in contact with Ukrainian troops and they are fighting to the south of Kremenna. So Kremenna is not taken yet, but Ukrainian troops are pummeling it. This means that the Ukrainians are across any road by which the Russian troops in Liman could hope to extract. If I were a Russian in Liman, I'd be trying to use every hour of darkness that I have to try to get away. I'm sure they've been told to either die in place or hold this town. Holding it now, there doesn't seem to be any tactical purpose to it. Russian commanders should probably be looking at force preservation and equipment preservation. It serves no purpose to hold this anymore. It's surrounded on 3 sides. And again, though, with the capture of Drobyshevko, their position is untenable. The map I'm looking at, I haven't released yet because I frankly expected possibly Lehman to fall overnight. We'll have to hear from the briefing tomorrow morning.
Thank you, Chuck. I just want to thank all of our panelists, Major Giroux and Chuck. This is a fantastic panel, and I'm grateful. And I know that both of you don't have all the time in the world. You have other things you may have to do. So if we could make sure that all the questions are directed to our panelists with what little time they have left, we will move on. Rosalie, I see your hand is still down. I'm very interested in what you have to say about the propaganda coming out of Russia, but I will go to Donnie next.
Yeah, thank you, Cloak. I'm super interested in what Rosalie has to say. I just want to clarify my comments of Putin's use of sunglasses and his diet of nutrient-rich soil. I wasn't being dismissive of our capabilities. I have no crystal ball, but I'm hoping and betting and thinking that we probably have the knowledge of everyone from Putin down to the guy that pushes the button on these weapons capabilities. And, I'm hoping, we know where they live, we know what papers they read, we know what media they consume, we know what hand they wipe with. We don't have to have magical super weapons to stop this. We have the best magical super weapon of all, which is money. The money.
No, values. I'll correct you on that.
And values, yes, sir. But the money stems from the values, and if we didn't have values, no one would trust us with their money. That's and that's that's why we all laugh off these people that want to set up their second universe. But I just wanted to reiterate that I am 99.98% sure that we got this. And I really want to hear what Rosalie has to say on the Rusamir Twitterverse.
Yeah, before we go there, Donnie, I agree. I just want to reaffirm the belief in values. Values are important, right? Like the values that brought us here to this space, the belief in self-determination for the Ukrainian people, the belief that a dictator is not allowed to invade a country and commit genocide. Those are the things that bring us together. And yes, values lead to many good consequences. If you have good values, people trust you, and that leads to all the benefits that we enjoy.
Prosperity.
Yeah. And that's why the Russian military is failing so badly, because the values of a military are reflected in the society they're trying to defend, right? So the values, we share are reflected in our military, and that's why we love them so much, because they're us. They're just to reflect. They're people say that, we're the military. We're here to defend democracy, not to practice it. But that's quite the opposite. It's the values we hold in common that bring us together. And I'm sounding a bit philosophical, so I should shut up now and let everyone move on.
You're absolutely right. I mean, we're all from different edges of the world, and we all came here. Our parents came here, our grandparents or great grandparents came to the realization that a democracy and a free nation is the only way to move forward with society, and the fact that they wanted to be the fact that they wanted to be a part of that. They wanted that for their children and their grandchildren. And I think you're absolutely right. And that will be my statement for the evening.
Beautiful. Thank you, Donnie.
Hello? Hello,
yep.
do you want to go on to Rosalie next, and or do you want to keep on going with the hands in the order they were?
Well, unless there's a follow-up from Major Giroux, because I think that was directed to him, then we will go to Rosalie next. And thank you, Prince, for helping me, because I'm pretty bad at keeping track of things.
No, Bloke, I'm good to go. I do have to leave very shortly, but I'm also very interested in hearing what Rosalie has to say.
The floor is yours, Rosalie.
Hi guys. No, there's all this pressure. I feel very nervous. So what can I answer for you, Bloke? Hello?
Yeah, sorry, I was had a mute button problem. Fat fingered that for a second. The question is, we were discussing earlier today how Putin is using fear to try to intimidate the West and his own people, and what propaganda has come out of the Kremlin in the past couple of days, and how do you interpret that? Donnie, have I got that right? Are those good questions?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Give me a second. I just got home. Let me look over my my accounting of Russosphere news and maybe come up with a question for Rosalie.
So in terms of
Rosalie, sorry for interrupting, but before you begin, could you please just introduce yourself to the audience and explain what you do?
Sure, I can do that. So I recently graduated from Johns Hopkins, and I studied in the School of Public Health at the intersection of public health and national security. And my thesis covered disasters and disinformation. And I have tracked disinformation related to COVID, the Afghanistan withdrawal, and of course, also the invasion of Ukraine. I particularly like to follow narratives that come from foreign states and that make their way into the United States and influence the public here. So insofar as what I've seen lately, I think I'm honestly, and I don't think this will surprise anybody in here, I'm just a little bit frustrated with the reporting that I see on topics that have come up throughout this renewed invasion, like biological weapons, like nuclear weapons, and I think that unfortunately, because the physical threat from them is so serious, if they were to be used, that really keeps us from having the kind of public discussion that we need to be having and thinking about them the way that we need to be thinking about them, particularly and definitely in the modern warfare context. I think the media should be discussing them as a psychological weapon first. They should write about it like it. It should be a key point whenever it's discussed, that this is something that should be on our minds. And a key reason why I say first, because a lot of people will be like, well, but it is a huge threat compared to the potential psychological impact. And the reason that I say that is that, the media and public health professionals, your spokespersons, they are not the delivery mechanism of a nuclear missile. Adversaries don't need, sorry about that, our cooperation in deploying that. But the same isn't true the other way. We can be the delivery mechanism for a campaign that is designed to scare people in the United States. And so if we think about it and talk about the potential devastation, media, they love to put those big mushroom clouds as the cover photo, and I'm just like, oh my gosh. I just think that we need to be thinking about how the fear is used and how it affects our decision making. And okay, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, Rosalie, 100% on all points. Oh, I just said 100%. But I just wanted to point out that in the military, we do prepare for everything. And Major Drew's point is that we absolutely must prepare for everything. That's our jobs, right? Or that's the job of the military. So when people from the military speak, they speak to those things because it's part of the job. But what you're focusing on is primarily political, and that's where we take our orders from, right?
So yes and no, and I 100% with what Major Drew was saying. I agree with him. I think that you have to assume that it could be used, and the recently, I think Poland was moving around some iodine, and it got a lot of clickbaity headlines. In the press release, that they very clearly said we want to stress, it's just simply the responsible thing to do. And so I did a thread and I said, the US has enough smallpox vaccine for everybody and their grandmother. That doesn't mean that there's going to be an outbreak, and if somebody was attacking a facility, say in Canada, where the virus was, even though the risk may be incredibly low, pretty sure, they might distribute that around and get that in place. This is what the government does. And and it's because no person can do it on their own. And so I think that it's not so much that we shouldn't talk about it and shouldn't do it, but we need to contextualize it and help people understand, what does it mean? Is this normal? Is this an abnormal thing? And we don't do that. And I think that, if we did, frankly talk about these things, why, in public health, we do the same thing. The military plans for every possible negative outcome. We do that in public health. There's a lot of overlap. And sometimes these things get misunderstood. So we'll do a tabletop, and it just so happens to go onto, a website that'll be like, oh, they're planning a pandemic to take over with, New World Order, blah, blah, blah. But part of the reason these stories can take root is because we communicate relatively little to the public about the processes and the orders. And I think we just need to do a better job of inviting them in, and having a candid conversation too. One of the things I really like about Maria Aid is that you guys do have, Colonel Spencer. I am sorry, I can't remember what Chuck's title is, but Chuck Farr, and that they're in here and they're talking like they're just, relating to the public. And this is something that scientists also struggle with. When we're communicating with the public, it's very formal. There's not a lot of back and forth conversation. I think we need to invite that kind of into our culture a bit more.
I think those are amazing points, and I saw Major Drew wanted to address them. So go ahead, Major Drew.
Yeah, Rosalie, I thought that was fantastic, and I have to say, I was focusing on the physical plane when it came to the military planning, my earlier comments, and I think Rosalie has brought up a point that, well, what it brings to my mind is the fact that military operations are done on the physical and the psychological planes. We're not only fighting with our bodies, but we're fighting with our minds. It's bodies versus bodies and minds versus minds. And I think Rosalie brings up a good point about the psychological effects of these discussions. And, there are military units within the United States and Canada and Great Britain, et cetera, whose sole job is psychological operations, PSYOPs. We have PSYOPs units. And so I think Rosalie brings up fantastic points about how we have to think about, our political and our military leaders have to think about CBRN, chemical, biological, radioactive, nuclear weapons, in both the physical and the psychological planes. And I just appreciated the fact that she brought that up, because I did not bring that up earlier. I was more focused on the physical plane. But so thank you very much, Rosalie, for that. And with that, look, I must unfortunately must depart. And so what I've been doing lately, if you don't mind, is I always like to do a pitch for Maria Aid. And so if we do have any first-time listeners out there, you may not have heard of Maria Aid, but they are linked to MriyaReport. They are a charitable organization in which they collect your generous donations. If you can divorce yourself from some dollars, they do collect your donations, and then they take all of that money, 100% of the funds given to Maria Aid are taken and then spent on non-lethal products for the Ukrainian people and the Ukrainian military, so that they can continue fighting this war and saving the Ukrainian people from the genocide that the Russians have brought upon that particular country. So, and I say the 100% of the funds because all of the people who work for Maria Aid are all volunteers. They don't take one red penny for anything that they do. So please, folks, please donate to Maria Aid, and ear defenders, medical kits, uncrewed air vehicles or drones, even trucks are bought for the Ukrainian people and sent overseas so that they can use them in this fight against the Russians. So please donate if you feel the need. No donation is too small. And with that, Bloke, I will say thank you for co-hosting this evening, and I hope I was able to contribute and add to the discussions.
Oh, please. Thank you, Major. Very much appreciated. We know your time is valuable. I honestly don't know how you fit it in with all your other duties, and we're grateful for your time. Battle Moose.
Yeah, I just want to say to our listeners out there, even though that Major Drew has alienated himself with the rest of Canada by saying some things about Tim Hortons, please go give him a like and a follow, and retweet Major Giroux, because he comes on here often, like to the point that we're going to start co-hosting him, and whether he likes it or not. And he does this for free. He's not getting a stipend. He does this out of his own gratitude. Same with Colonel Spencer. Same with Chuck Farrer. Same with Rosalie. Although I don't know, Rosalie might hit us up for some cash. I'm not sure. I doubt that though. And everybody here in the back end, we're Joseph, myself, Bloke, Yehuda, Axel, Doman, your European crew that will be here in about 5 hours. We're all volunteers. And what we say before, the MriyaReport, although we're not affiliated with MriyaAid, but we support them. The MriyaReport handles no funds and no merchandise whatsoever. We don't touch that. That's that MriyaAid is set up to do that, so we allow them to do their thing. So by all means, if you want to donate, go give to them. We're here to, like Yehuda says, speak truth to power, and hopefully you can walk away with a couple hours of listening and be a little bit more learned than what you were before. We want to push the message of what's going on in Ukraine, both psychologically, militarily, socioeconomically. We are here for them and to push their message. And we're able to bring on experts, subject matter experts like Major Giroux, that gives up their time. We're able to up and coming superstars in their field like Rosalie. They're coming in here and just donating their time and their expertise. So it's a pretty interesting critter we have here, and it's actually pretty awesome to be part of. I go to bed at night knowing that, in the last 24 hours we did something. I see the numbers flux, they go up, they go down and whatnot, but we know there's unique listeners every day. And if that listener is able to tell one of their friends and say, "Hey, we found this place on Twitter Spaces, this weird little place called MriyaReport, and they're talking about the Ukrainian plight, and they had some people that really knew what they're talking about," and you're able to ask them questions and whatnot. How many places, like you go watch CNBC, you're not asking General Ben Hodges any questions, but you come here, we open up the floor. You're able to ask, go right to the horse's mouth. Not that I'm calling him a horse. Go right to the horse's mouth and ask him questions. It's not a service we provide. It's the format in which we run, right? With that, I'll hand it back over to our co-host, Rosalie. Read your DMs.
Bloke, I sent you the list that I have in your DMs. So I will, now that you have Joseph here, I'll quit keeping my list, but I sent you the list in your DMs, but I'll let you decide if you wanted to go right to Donnie or put him where I had him in the list, because you were sort of doing something with Donnie before.
Thank you, Prince. Joseph is far more competent than I am, and welcome, Joseph. Wonderful to have you on. When it comes to keeping track of hands, Donnie was talking earlier. So this is a follow-up. Donnie, up to you, and then we'll go back to Rosalie, and then we'll go back to the hands.
So what my tertiary, like looking at the bouncy ball of Pravda, I'm seeing like a lot of number one, reuse of Ukrainian, like pro-Ukrainian videos from like March and April that are now being usurped and oh, this look at these Yukis or whatever they call them. This is Russians. And it's like, no, that's the video from April of this town getting. So I'm seeing a lot of reuse. So I'm guessing they're getting a little light on info and propaganda. I guess it's getting a little tighter. What else have I seen? Oh yeah, so I wanted to discuss that juicy morsel of Schadenfreude with the pro-Russian guy talking to protesters, quote unquote protesters surrounded by media, and then being shipped off to the front. And I laughed, everybody laughed, we all had a good time. But on a sleep, I was like, this, what are they trying to tell me with this video? That even if you're in the square to protest the protesters, you will be put in a van and will be brought to the front. So kind of like that woman that held up the sign on national TV that all of a sudden got gigs in Germany. I feel that maybe that might be a bit of propaganda to dissuade even people pro-war, pro the M word, to dissuade. It was too juicy a morsel of Schadenfreude. Is my point. What else have I seen? I just seen a lot of whataboutisms, a lot of bricks garbage. I've seen there's nothing's really changed besides the fact that they have less info. There's less like reports from the front, quote unquote. There's less of this is happening, that's happening. It's all, and even if it is, it's literally reused video of Ukrainians taking out Russian positions from earlier in the war. Rosalie?
Yeah. So I would agree with most of that. I feel like and I'm not sure kind of what your surveillance system looks like. We should compare sometime.
DM, yeah.
Okay, very good. One of the things that I noted and that really grabbed my attention is in the groups that coordinate the Russian information operations, they very often spend time targeting pro-Ukraine Russians, or like comment online in Russian spaces, or they might target European Parliament members or just influential people that they'd like to stop talking, that sort of thing. What they have today are very specific talking points about the war and the mobilization. And I saw them in more than one place. And to me, they very much spoke to what the concerns of the public in Russia probably are, because this is what they're being told to push out. And it was just it's not. I hadn't seen something like this, and I will have to go back and look, but I don't know that I've seen a list quite like this before. And so it was just strange. Oh.
Yeah, I would agree that I wasn't seeing outright lies before. I was seeing, of course it's all lies, it's all garbage, but literally people that are pronouncing nonsense, quote unquote, Pravda, quote unquote, Russian news, are literally in opposite land. And that opposite land is always Ukrainian news from about a week and a half, 2 weeks ago. It's like, wait a minute, that exact story was the opposite. The Ukrainians did that to the Russians, and it was about 2 weeks ago. Every single time. And that was noted about like a month and a half ago, but now it's just completely they're throwing, nutrient-rich soil at the wall, and hoping something sticks. Hello.
Hi,
Hi.
Tony.
The one of the well, actually, Joseph, why don't you go ahead?
Oh no, I think Donnie made some great points. If you want to go ahead, Rosalie.
Well, I was just debating whether or not it would be prudent to repeat kind of the messages that they were putting out there, or if it would just be sort of to address the actual concerns that are real that they're probably countering. And I haven't decided yet. So
Maybe keep it at bay until we.
I don't know, I was just kind of thinking through like what Donnie said about that kind of iconic video now of that guy, right? He's got like a sweatshirt that says like army, and he's like, I love Russia, and they're like, are you gonna be mobilized? And he's like, yeah, like tomorrow, guys. And then he's getting dragged away into a van to the front line, and Donnie's saying like that's allowed to come out, and I was like, why? I mean, I guess like the bottom line maybe is that Putin's. I think the thing Putin's most scared of right now is the so-called ultra nationalists, right? So I don't know. As Donnie said, it might be an effort to sort of put them in their place a little bit. Say, hey, you need to either pick up a gun and go to the front, or maybe shut your yapper a bit. But that's just like thinking out loud based on what Donnie said. So maybe a good point, Donnie. Okay, so I have no idea the order. I think a list was sent to me. I don't actually have it. Sorry, everybody. I'm just going to go Troy, Andy, James. Troy, go ahead.
I'm sorry, Joseph. My wife just got home. Can I come back? Can I go back at the end of the line?
No problem at all, Troy. Andy, go ahead.
Hi. So earlier it was brought up about sanctions on European medicine, since Russia relies about 80% of its pharmaceutical imports from the European Union, and whether something can be done about that. And to my knowledge, every packet of sanctions, not just aimed at Russia, but at other countries, usually has a carve out for medicine, unless they are designated a state sponsor of terror. So when we talk about CBRN and the psychological usage of that, we also have to think about the deterrence of having European medicine not being allowed into Russia and the effects that would have on the population. As someone who has family both in Ukraine and Russia, European medicine is a very strong symbol and of quality, and I don't see anything in the Russian space at all touting, we will take Indian medicine, we will take Chinese medicine instead. Usually, when they do actually make good on this bravado about import substitution, it never takes anything in the medical sphere. Hello?
Yep, you're here, Andy. The audio was a little wonky, but we got the gist of it. So yeah, talking about sort of medical supplies in terms of sanctions. Yeah, I agree. I mean, it's definitely a strong statement. It's an issue of it could be a deterrent, a possible deterrent. Yeah, I think it's going to be difficult for Russia to. First off, there seems to be at this point such a demand for medicine because, of course, there is a bunch of guys missing limbs and so forth due to the war, that they might actually suffer a critical shortage pretty soon. And I don't think they just have the capacity to, store and transport and, logistically handle rerouting or dealing with this medicine shortage without sort of active help from the West. So yeah, I think I don't know. I think that the West has been pretty measured in their efforts not to, directly hurt Russians by sanctioning medicine. But I mean, Russia keeps kind of walking forward into this meat grinder. It's hard to kind of stop some indirect impacts. But yeah, I kind of missed the conversation a bit. So, Bloke, anything you want to add?
Well, I was typing no, I was on another message, so I have nothing to add. But thanks for asking me.
No problem. Hopefully, I was able to give some context to it. So thank you very much, Andy. James, go ahead.
Hey, this is James in Austin, Texas. Mic check.
All clear.
Okay. So I had an addendum to the public service announcements from earlier. I don't know how many on the call are aware of it. Please stop me if this is redundant, but the U.S. State Department has established something called the Conflict Observatory, specifically targeting Ukraine. And what it is a funded repository and access portal, internet portal for satellite imagery of Ukraine that can be used by researchers and OSINT types to track various things, including evidence of war crimes, mass graves, deportations, but also in the broader scope of the impact of the war on the economy. Looking at for example, Yale has done a recent study on the grain crop yields this year and the shortages that have resulted. Is this new news or is this just old news?
James, actually, there's a lot of work being done on satellite imagery and geolocation, and the MriyaReport actually has a need for that. So if you know someone who's plugged into those spaces, please DM one of the co-hosts. I just thought I'd mention that.
Yeah.
But,
So I reached out to this group at the request of Yehuda, and have engaged, both informally and formally with the State Department sponsors as well as the Conflict Observatory operations team. And so, yes, these resources are available. Companies like Maxar and Planet are contributing, basically everything they've got on Ukraine and Russia to the observatory and making it available for qualified researchers and OSINT specialists. You do have to get authenticated and you have a little bit of a background check in order to get access to it. But we're still working through the process of how independent OSINT specialists, people that either may have a SIG daytime job and wants to provide resources after hours, or somebody who's retired and full-time OSINT interests. The intent is that these resources will be made available, and there's a coordinated effort funded. I believe the initial funding was $6 million from the State Department, and there's additional $300+ million being coordinated with the European Union. Not all of it will be spent on satellite imagery, obviously, or I hope it's obvious, but a lot of it will be remediating the effects of the war on the ground and collecting data from other channels, including social media. But there is an effort in flight with Maria Aid to directly engage, and so I'm basically putting out a call for volunteers. My DMs are open. If anybody wants to engage, please contact either Yehuda or myself, and we'll figure out how to loop people in. It hasn't, the logistics haven't all been settled yet, but the resources are there. They're funded. They're formal by way of the State Department. And as I said, companies like Maxar and Planet are contributing resources, among many others that I've yet to meet and greet. Entities like Janes and Halo, who's working on mine clearance. They're already engaged in this effort, and there'll be others over time. But anyway, just tossing that out as a public service announcement. It's there. It's real. It's funded. It'll last for a long time. And OSINT specialists that can contribute knowledge and time in particular are wanted.
James, was all that for public consumption?
Sure, because the Conflict Observatory is publicly announced, and it's accessible to the general public through their web portal. And the first public reports out of the effort have times, specifically OSN analyses performed by teams at Yale. And from there, I'm really not going to talk about it in this space again, but I did want to get people thinking about it. Your point is well taken, but it is public knowledge. It's funded by the State Department. They actually created the portal back in March, but most people don't seem to be aware that it exists.
Yeah, I remember when Yehuda teased this back then, and he couldn't say the institution, and so this would be the time to. I'm sure that's why he sent you here. So that's exciting.
Yep, you're here, James.
Okay, yeah, I'm done. That's all I had. If you want to give me any course corrections or guidance or introductions or whatever, please DM me, and we can take it offline.
Thank you very much, James. Yeah, so I don't know. Today, I'm just getting on, guys. There's been some news. I think the majority of the stuff I've been looking at has been the videos coming out of the mobilization, right? I think one thing that seems pretty clear to me is it's a very uneven mobilization. It looks like they are stripping the villages bare of people, and I have to imagine that that comes at the stripping the villages bare comes at the expense of stripping the cities bare, basically. So I don't know. Today also there was like a big ballet competition or something in Moscow. So there was just like a bunch of people dancing in ballet. So I think that sort of contrast is maybe a bit emblematic of the situation here. And I don't know. It just, to me, I guess it hadn't occurred to me before, but the fact that they've already been skewing this, right? They basically have been skewing this 5-1. So for every Muscovite that's been dying, about 5 anybody else has been dying, right? And I think now they're skewing it even more, and I think they might be skewing it to the breaking point, to the point where I don't know, the engine of Russian demography is like could actually collapse here. Rural Russia might actually collapse. Villages are Sachalin's being emptied. I don't know. Villages are going to die, I think. And I don't know. It looks, it's pretty stunning to look at in real time. I don't know. Battle Moose, any thoughts about all this?
Yeah, we spoke about this at length there earlier, and we had some dude that was an expert in the field when Ben was hosting. I can't remember who he was. He runs a podcast. He's going to Ukraine there tomorrow, and he was talking about the systematic collapse of rural Russia, because one, they're in a negative population growth as it is, and they're sending basically teenage and middle-aged men off to war, and predominantly it's the hinterlands of Russia. So when we're talking about the rural, we're talking the hinterlands that are mostly the ethnic types that the Russians don't like to talk about, right? So we're talking about Siberia, the Urals, and stuff like that.
We lose Battle Moose?
No, I'm still here. I was just kind of wrapping up a thought there, but yeah, it's definitely you keep sending your young people off, and I can't remember. There's a couple Asian countries that were at war for so long that predominantly the population was like 70 to 80% female, because they killed off all the men. It's just the way it was. War kills, and we might be looking at the same thing here in Russia in the coming years.
Gotcha. Thanks. Sorry, you're the one person I can't see if you're muted or not, and so sorry I pushed you a bit further there than you maybe intended. Troy, I think was next. Go ahead, please, Troy.
Before Troy goes, could I just put in some last thoughts before I swap out?
Sure, Bloke.
It's not just demographic, although demographic is really important long term. It's political. So the center of power is, the large cities in Russia. It's definitely Moscow, St. Petersburg. That's why they're not being drafted, right? Because they know that culturally, militarily, economically, this is where the center of gravity is, right? So they are doing everything they can to skew this to, again, it's just part of this whole imperialist vision where they subjugate people in order to take, to have a center of power. And I think that the cracks are going to show in that there are elites who were exposed on Russian television. I forget who it was. Whose son was it, Joseph, who said, "No, I'm not going into." Yeah, thank you. Said, "No, I'm not going into the army. I'm not going to sign up. You don't know who I am. I will arrange this differently." And there will be one point where politically that will become untenable. And as soon as that hits the major cities, I think that's when we could see some changes. Now, I'm not counting on it. I don't really care what they do. The Ukraine must win, because the only possible outcome that could be positive in any way for the entire world, including the Russians themselves, is for Ukraine to win. And so that's why we're so focused here on helping Ukraine win, because that's the only thing that matters. We can't predict what machinations will happen in Russia and quite frankly, who cares? What matters is that if Ukraine wins, all change is possible. That's why it is so important, and that's why we're here. We have to back Ukraine. It's existential for all of us, and certainly the Ukrainians, and they deserve our complete support. And with that, I will sign off, and thank you for taking over, Joseph. You're amazing.
Thank you, Bloke. Yeah, just kind of blows my mind, right? That the biggest country in the world, like they've got all the room in the world. I understand not all of it's prime real estate, but there's plenty out there. I mean, if you wanted to build a nice, sprawl of a sort of less centralized urban civilization, you easily could in Russia. But they've decided, we're just going to plunder the countryside until its back completely breaks, and now we're going to cram everyone into cheap concrete boxes in the cities, and that's the largest country in the world. I don't know, it still blows my mind a little bit. Troy, go ahead.
Yeah, world spinning for sure. On that announcement, specifically I remember what they were looking for. Like you said, OSINT, which is kind of ambiguous because like everyone's an OSINT guy. I know we know the best ones, but specifically, if anyone is familiar or well-versed or a professional user of geographic information systems, GIS or GIS, I guess would be a better way. I don't know how it's pronounced because I don't use it. I wish I did, because then I could help. And this is like monumental, like documenting.
GIS. We just call it GIS.
That's probably a good call. Yeah, I'll call it GIS.
Can you call it GIS from now on, Battle Moose?
For somebody that was formerly trained in topographic mapping and photo interpretation and GIS systems, no.
Yeah, see, that's my level of expertise. So, like I said, I can't help because it's something incredible, not just to contribute to, but to be a part of, because this stuff will be used in the immediate term to prosecute war crimes and reunite families with the loved ones with their remains, and also historically, I think I'm sure satellite imagery has been used before in this kind of stuff, but I think this is the first time where it's going to play such an early and primary role. So if anyone does know those GIS experts, reach out to them now, because this is like an incredible opportunity.
Yeah, working with some like top institutions in the world to do some like really, really important work. Who wouldn't want that on their resume, right? So Troy's absolutely right. Reach out to anyone you know who's experienced in the analysis of satellite imagery and so forth. And yeah, neither of us are experts. Wish we could ask for the right terms for the right people, but can't. If you know anyone who's smart with satellites, please ask them if they might want to get involved. I think up next is Keeper. Go ahead, please.
Hi, I was just curious, listening to Rosalie with the recycling of information, videos, and things like that. Is there any indication, there has been in Iran, that there's cutting off of internet access or curtailing of it in any way throughout Russia? Thank you.
To my knowledge, no. Certain websites have been banned, certain services have been banned. I don't think there's been any large scale cutting off of the internet. There was for a time, you might be on a street corner walking by and, someone from the special police or whatever they're called might stop you and say, hey, give me your phone, unlock your phone, let me look through your phone, look at your social media, make sure you don't post anything weird or bad. I don't know that we heard some rumblings about that, but I haven't heard of any systematic closure of the internet. They're to be quite perfectly frank, bottom line here, in my opinion, right? I'm not saying anything it's just my opinion. The protests haven't reached the scale that Russia would need to shut down the internet yet. Whereas in Iran, they clearly have. In Iran, they're rioting in the city of Qom, which is like, that blew my mind. When I heard that when I saw the video of the riots in Qom, I was like, okay, this has legs. So I think that's maybe the why, but I could be mistaken. Donnie, do you know anything? Have they taken any efforts to shut down the internet in Russia meaningfully?
The Russians have for some time, since the 24th, been systematically shutting down social media, and I think the only ones that are operating right now are Telegram and VK. You can't get Twitter there. You can't get Facebook. All the Tic Tacs or whatever the hell they're called. You can't get those there either. That's all systematically banned, and there's a pretty tight control on what they can search up, just like China. However, the younger people, don't kid yourself. The younger people, they know how Tor browsers work. They know how VPNs work, and there's ways around that stuff. So they have access to Western media. Very, very much, and their troll farms very much have access to Western media because they're out there, spreading their poisonous messages every day.
Yeah, so they've been like shutting down specific services, but as far as the actual backbone of the internet, meaning you turn your internet on and the lights don't turn on, like Iran does, or like certain other countries have done during real, uprisings, I guess you might say, in modern times. So far, that hasn't happened. Donnie, am I mistaken? Have they done any like shutdowns of the internet even locally in certain areas?
There was just that one instance of quote unquote anonymous. There was no proof. I don't think there was any anything to back it up. But there was these images of them shutting down voice over internet protocol telephone systems in a region which was like 1.3 million people. But I don't know how popular VoIP is in Russia. Number one, but on the plus side, number two, the region does house the Kalashnikov manufacturing plant and a air defense plant. So if anyone was asking what air defense doing, the answer is nothing, because they can't answer their phones. But that being said, nothing's been verified.
Yeah, so as Donnie said, the only one we've actual like so-called shutdown. This is only maybe a part of the internet, the part that uses like phone calls or voice. We think that was done by like an outside group shutting it down. So if we ever hear about like be the Russians shutting down the internet in Moscow, meaning just turning it off. Like you can't, log in at all. That would, I think, be pretty significant. So yeah, thank you for your question, Keeper. And with that, we will go to, I believe Luca was next.
Hi guys. Yeah, I heard some of you guys talking about those videos of mobilization. It's kind of sad when you see effectively what it consists or has become a population of slaves, effectively. Slaves of an ideology and of a regime, and lining up, and some protesting, but very few, to be shuttled to their death. So, what a sad state of affair, and I yield my place. Thank you.
Thank you, Luca. Yeah, certainly. I mean, it's hard to sympathize with the people going to do what they're doing in Ukraine, but at the same time, it's just it's happening. You see all these dummies walking onto this plane, and you just know, like, they're all going to their slaughter. It's all pointless. Like, it's all pointless, and it's frustrating for sure, Luca. And Ukraine obviously has to win this. They obviously have to beat this. We're not saying oh, the poor Russians, but yeah, it's a shame. It's a stupid thing to do. They're killing off. I really think this might be the death knell for rural Russia. They've been screwing over rural Russia. They've been plundering it for almost a century and a half at this point, and I think it's at its breaking point. This is the end of it, I think. But maybe I'm not an expert in demography in that way. Colby, please go ahead.
Thanks. Earlier, Belarus was referring to Chris at Eastern_border. He's a Latvian journalist and friend of the program. He's been in and out of Ukraine multiple times to report and also deliver aid as well. And he's an expert of sorts on Eastern Europe and Russia and the former USSR.
Thank you very much for that fact, Colby. Yeah, he's. I think I follow him, and I've seen some of his work. It's good stuff. So definitely. Do you know his handle by offhand, Colby, or no?
At Eastern_border.
Gotcha. Yeah, he has a podcast as well.
Yes, that's the name of his podcast, Eastern Border Podcast, at Eastern_border on Twitter. His name is Chris. He's a Latvian journalist.
I heard that. I remember. But go ahead, Belarus.
Yeah, before we go any further with hands and speakers, I want to invite and welcome Anda up here, her first time co-hosting. So everybody that's in the speakers panel, please be gentle. This is Anda's first time. We're showing her the ropes. She's our wonderful, very smart and very beautiful Romanian. And she's going to be on here for a couple hours. So by all means, give Anda a round of applause, please.
Thanks.
I didn't know
Hello,
about
everybody.
this. Hi, Anda.
Hi, thanks.
I'll let you take it away, Anda.
Okay. So Daniel is next. He has his hands up.
Bună dimineața, Anda. Succes. Good morning, guys. Have a good day for you. And good night for all Americans and Canadians. I want to answer to Luca. I want to explain something. It's very easy to judge, like Italian in America. You cannot call me anything else than a Russophobe, but calling Russian slaves is very easy and very cheap. Try to understand something. At this moment, Russian Federation is a huge Syria before the Arab Spring. They had all the things you can imagine in COVID years. They're in clear recession. Unemployment is high. Everybody's terrorized. scared. They impregnated with that ideology. They are under siege. The Ukrainian Nazis are the armed forces of NATO. And at this moment, things are not quite well for them. When you see that people forced recruit from eastern and southern regions of Russian Federation, also the young boys from St. Petersburg and Moscow, just get it from the street, put it in police commissariat and military papers in their face. These guys not only don't want to fight, but when they will meet the soldiers who were on the front past 6 months without rotation, without ammunition, who hate their officers, who think the war is lost, who think is a huge mistake. These guys will be revolutionary. These guys will take their arms and will try to preserve their life, killing their commanders. And next, we'll look at the political system. At this moment, in Russia, they don't just force recruit men. They start with women, with mothers, with daughters. I cannot express how sad I am for this, because they are human beings. And also, their rationale is very easy to judge when you are free, when you don't worry about much. I don't know, some prices are bigger. Look, it's autumn. Maybe I need to pay something for my heating. They cannot judge like this. They worry now for their sons in high school, for the sons and nephews which are in university. They worry for their fathers. It's not funny. And in the fact they make the same mistakes like Nicholas II, will be the downfall of the regime. And I think sometimes we forget to be empathic. And I say again, I'm a Russophobe. But we must understand they are same human beings like us, rational, wanting their family to be happy, they want to be prosper. Okay, ideology is wrong. Agree, they made huge mistakes. But at this moment, they are not our enemies. At this moment, they are the enemies of the Putin regime. And look with attention. When you send forced recruits or get to support army which is almost in mutiny, you'll just get a revolution. And I'm pretty sure nobody believes me. Everybody thinks it's just wishful thinking. I beat these drums for past months saying this regime will fall and Putin will die. But look with good attention. And don't forget, there are people. At one moment, we will need to defend these people because the regime will try to kill them. Not only on the Ukraine front, homes with Rosguardia and even with tanks to crush any dissent. Don't expect mass protests in big cities. Expect armed insurrection. These are my thoughts. Have a good day.
Thank you, Daniel. You have some points there. Um, I think every country, every individual um, wants the best for himself. That being said, when this war started and the first protests in Russia appeared on the streets, they were repressed, but the protests were not really, how should I put this, decisive, and they were not extended. And as we passed through a revolution, you and me, you know that much more is needed for a regime change than to have some protest in the capital.
Anda, imagine this. In Venezuela, 2019, all the country was on the street. They win? In January, imagine Belarus 3 years ago. Everybody was in the street. They win? The revolution doesn't work like this. When our revolution was a win, what the people on the streets yelled? The army is with us. And this moment, this stupid midget just done that. After he had refuseniks in the front, soldiers who doesn't want to fight, he sent force, conscripted guys and fathers and even grandfathers, sent on that front. And the mutiny will spread because it's something very contagious when people doesn't want to fight. Next one will not boost their morale. In fact, this thing will become generalized. And when you see images like we saw in Lugansk, in Donetsk, people forced recruited from the streets, now we see in the biggest cities of Russia, this main military service, people with arms, dissatisfied, full of hate of the regime who wants them to die, they will change their mind a lot. At this moment, Putin is losing the war on his hands. And again, in Bucharest, people said, Armata e cu noi. Then we won. Until then, army sent tanks to kill protesters. That is crucial. Sorry for my rant.
No, I get your point, and you are right. People died in Timișoara on the 16th and 17th of December because basically they were shot by the army, and the general who did that was prosecuted later on. Okay. Enough with Romania for the moment. It is a good parallel. It is true. Russia is recruiting and recruiting heavily. I don't think they will start necessarily with the capital and big cities. They do this only with the protesters right now, but we will put that to a halt, and I will go to Luca, who is next in line, and then War Pigeon and Carl.
Sorry, I forget our Romanian friend was talking before. And
Daniel.
Hey, Daniel. Yeah, maybe the choice of word or slave could have led to some misunderstanding. By slave, I meant slave of a regime and of an ideology that is failed. I think your point is well taken. You do need the army. to overthrow the regime, and I actually do agree with you. In fact, in January, before the war, this thing was cooking already. I was talking to my Italian friends that, we're still on the fence, as we know. Unfortunately, Italy has been on the fence for a little too long. That I agree with you already back then. They thought that, this would be the end of the regime, and I think it's true that it's moving in that direction. However, I do agree with what Anda said, and your point about the military is true, but I just met my Iranian friends here in the Bay Area. They were going demonstrating, and we had a quick chat, and they were saying, yeah, people are dying there, and they'll probably die for nothing, because, yeah, you're right. The regime, like Moscow or like Tehran, still has the big guns, but we have not seen that in Russia. Now, you're right. It might just happen all of a sudden, and then that will be great. But for now, I stand by what I'm saying. They are still slave of the regime and slave of an ideology. And I'm not saying this at all to not being empathic. In fact, I would like them to free themselves of the shackles, and as a consequence, free the world from the bullshit that Putin and his murderers' bodies have created for all of us, Ukrainian especially, and for themselves too. Thank you very much.
Okay, War Pigeon.
Yeah, hi everyone. So I totally don't agree with what Daniel said. I think it's preposterous, actually, because it's saying something like, "Oh, the poor Wehrmacht soldiers, how poor was their fate, and they've been manipulated into killing people." I mean, on some cognitive level, probably that's true, but saying it this way totally skews reality. These are people that gave up their freedom in order to have an easier life, basically. I know they're culturally prone to that, but if you give up your freedom and you go kill people because of something, because you allow the higher ups in society to control you that way, the blood of the victims is on your hands. It's on your hands. You can't say, "Oh, I couldn't do anything." Yes, you could. You can escape. You can hide. You can, I don't know, you can go to the hospital. You can bust up your leg and show that you're not able to go. If you murder people, innocent people in their country, you don't have the right to say reality is against me. I was framed. The system is bad. We're human beings. We have a conscience. We have choice, even if it's only bad choices. If you choose to go and murder people in some other country and take their belongings and bombard their cities, you don't get to say, "I couldn't have done anything." It's just, it's not decent to say something like that. So that's my opinion.
I will let Daniel answer. From what I think, from what I understood, he said it was not exactly this, but he meant that 80 years or 100 years of communism led a strong hold on their conscience and the way they act or react. That being said, it's not an excuse for the people who actually go and kill other people. Daniel, I will let you, and then Carl.
War Pigeon is never excusable to practice genocide. It's never excusable to rape children. It's never excusable looting, destroying cities with cruise missiles. We totally agree. And I will never excuse any Russian soldiers who did that, especially the officers and the commanders. But let me explain two things. Me and Ukrainians, which are more than 40 years old, we lived in dictatorship. You don't. And this is not something like I'm qualified to give you moral judge. It's just, it's very easy to take a moral stance when you are free. When your life is not in danger, when your future can be prosperous if you choose so, when you have the right to education, when you are not washed on your brain. And I don't think any one of us will excuse what Russian army did in Ukraine. It's inexcusable, and I hope all will see the judgment of the international court. However, even if Russians supported publicly Putin regime, even if they said to Ukrainians, hohols, and other ugly misnomers. This is not something like a free choice. You cannot have a free choice when you live in a prison. You don't have free choice for anything. Again, you say, and we usually say, they let their freedoms away looking for prosperity. And same thing applies for China and for many other countries which have odious regimes, like our allies, Saudi Arabia, for example. What I think is, at this moment, is a clear fracture society and political establishment. In the moment which Putin said everybody goes to war, society said he's a madman. And all their bad choices, all their attitudes, all their claims become irrelevant at this moment. And at this moment, we must understand it's not just about Russian army, it's not about Russians in general or just Kremlin. We have in our faces what happened in 1917 when Nicholas II destroyed Russian society. It's very easy to say Lenin fought for Bolshevik revolution. But in fact, the destruction of Tsarist Russia was well organized by Okhrana and Tsarist regime. Because that they wanted. Everything can be sacrificed for our great leader. And Russians don't want to die because they're human beings who want to die. At this joint, they will look well. And when they put a Mosin agent in their hands and send it in Donbass and say, help these LNR troops to defeat Ukrainians, probably they will try to surrender. If they can't, they will shoot their officers. And after that, we will get mutiny spreading like wildfire. And we must support that shit because it's good for Ukraine, it's good for us, and it's good, after all, even for Russians. Because what we want, the Russians to change their attitude, never attack Ukraine, never put in danger any neighbors. And will be a moment when we need to tell this regime, when we will fall, to stop killing Russians because they will be very, very active in their country, forgetting about Ukraine, because you'll see people in the Red Square wanting to kill Putin. And don't forget, all the Rosguardia troops sent in Ukraine, kill Ukrainians and become fertilizer for Ukrainian planes, these are less people to crash a revolution home. And I'm glad of that. Because I want regime fall and I want Ukraine to become victorious. And if we save some Russians because these consequences, I have no problem. Maybe they will lie their heads and understand how bad they do it and understand what Germans understand. There is a national responsibility for the genocide in Ukraine. I hope I'm more clear now. Thank you.
Okay, War Pigeon, do you want to add something, or I will wrap this up and go to Carl?
So just really quickly, yeah, I understand. Let's hope that Ukraine is victorious. And the only point I wanted to make was that regardless of the regime, at the end of the day, every human being is responsible for the choices they make, even if it's only bad choices. So yeah, that's it for me. Thanks, everyone.
You are very true, and this is for every country, as you said, including Russia. And it's a pity that they chose to rise up only when their own children, their own fathers, are at risk to actually go to war. That also shows us they know what's happening. They know what's happening there. So it shows us a light on the fact that they went on with their lives for the past 6-7 months, not doing anything. That being said, Carl, please go.
Hi, I was actually just going to come in and say that, yes, it isn't without historical precedent that, the peoples in Russia, their, what's the word, opposition to Russia being involved in World War One was a contributing component of the Russian Revolution. I don't hold the same optimism Daniel has, but even if it is a 10% or 20% chance, it's something we would hope for, right? Just one way for the regime to fall. It also wouldn't mean that the Russian culture and Russian people would suddenly be getting a conscience and would have a reckoning with their historical crimes, or the current ones and the whole ones from the previous generation. It wouldn't necessarily mean that what would replace the current regime would be that much better. Maybe there would be a possible that it would be the start of some sort of cultural renaissance and a reckoning, but maybe it would just be something just as bad or almost as bad. But if it happened, it still would be good for Ukraine, because it would be the regime falling down. It would be Russia focusing on its own issues, more than putting as much effort as they can into waging genocide against Ukraine. So there's a chance. I don't think we should discount that chance. It's just hard to know, kind of what level of probability there is for it. But if it happens, I'd be definitely supporting it, and I'd be hoping that it wouldn't involve not just the cessation of aggression towards Ukraine, but hopefully even a reckoning of their crimes, and kind of a national identity crisis that resolves in a good direction. That's all.
Yes. Also, I would like to add to your point that if what the language learner showed us in his tweets this morning regarding the equipment they are giving to the new recruits. It will be a further incentive, I think, for them to push back, and also it will be an advantage for the Ukrainians in this war, because having them with steel helmets, not Kevlar, and basically World War II equipment. I personally think if they were doing bad prior to this, they don't have many chances to do much good in the next period, let's say, and hopefully many more of them will push back and refuse to go to Ukraine. And that astronomical figure they try to raise, the 300,000 people, will not even amount of 30,000. And yeah, we don't have any guarantees, so we cannot foresee the future, but we can look at what we have now in front of us. What are they saying? What and how can we prepare for what's to come? Because we had earlier Major Deru, and I think from his military training, and he stated that previous, prepare for every option you see, train, so that the plans you have can be enforced, and then execute when the time comes. Daniel, I see your hands up.
After I saw two movies, Downfall and Death of Stalin, I really, really want to see a production of Netflix, Guillotine in Red Square.
Okay. I also saw in the news, and maybe Colby can help us with that if he is available near the phone. I saw that today the sham of referendum is about to take place in the occupied regions of Ukraine, and I was wondering if he can add to that or tell us a bit more. Colby? So probably not. Okay. So one of the things I noticed was this. We have, I'm sorry, we have these referendums which are about to take place today. We will see how they go. We had also extended discussions on this topic in the space with Doman like 2 days ago. So we will see what's going further. Hot Miss Mama.
Hi, Anda. I just wanted to say you're doing a great job. And I have a question for anybody here that's listening. I'm just considering, as everyone's saying, the Russian army, the mobilization, how we're just expecting them to fail. You know, they're up against the weather that's coming in. They're up against awful equipment. They're up against a whole bunch of stuff. But if they all mass surrender, which is what I'm expecting will probably happen, where are they going to go? So I'm just wondering what that would look like. If anybody has any idea.
A stadium in Lviv? Question mark. Anja?
I don't think so.
If God's willing, they surrender en masse, and I truly hope so. They can be exchanged. That's my opinion. They can be exchanged for the prisoners of war, which are already in the hands of a Russian army or in the Russian territories. Also, we must not forget a lot of people, including a lot of children, were forcefully deported into Russia, and any means Ukraine can leverage in order to get those people back, it's a good thing. So I am expecting that moment. I want that moment. I want to see that moment. Daniel and then Donnie.
What I saw from Irina Vereshchuk, I hope I pronounce well the name, Vice Prime Minister. She said something like all the prisoners will be treated with respect, applying the Geneva Convention. And I think because the PR of Kiev government is very good and they understand the situation, maybe they will come with a program, extensive, telling the Russians, if you surrender, we give you not only hot meals and a cover above your head, maybe incentives like, I don't know, residence in Ukraine. I hope the Russian Legion will start a program of training of the Russians to take good arms and go in Russian Federation. And also maybe some undercover brigades of saboteurs sending home to destroy military facilities. And mass surrendering is a problem which, again, will destroy the Moscow government. And probably is no more wishful thinking. And from the one platoon I saw 2 weeks ago completely surrendering, probably we'll see companies and battalions. And when this snowball starts rolling down the hill, we'll have what I think will happen, a revolution. And I think we must be a bit, again, empathic, because I never saw a revolution going smoothly, exception being the Prague, where they have a nice transition from the communism to democracy. But Václav Havel is something very rarely you can see. Just this is my point. Thank you.
Okay, Danny.
Yeah, I mean, my commentary would be it doesn't really matter whether or not we have the capacity to, or whether or not Ukraine has the capacity to house these refusals or surrenders. I feel the Russian army won't even give them modern weapons for basically until they are at the front, because they're worried about being shot in the head by conscripts. And so that tells you all you need to know. The moment a bunch of these, mostly middle-aged men that are being conscripted get hand on weaponry that is accurate enough to snipe off the Wagner that's behind them, trying to shoot them if they retreat. This is going to be a different war, like the war gaming of where to house surrendering Russian soldiers is a good problem, and it's probably already been war gamed. And I would say, don't you worry, we got this. They will have 3 squares, whether it be a loaf of bread and beans, or NATO caliber bullet in your gullet. So that's my commentary.
Are you in a 90s rave?
What? Oh no, I'm just I have company and they're watching TV.
I like the music. Sorry, and I didn't put my hand up, but may I interject? I have a question.
Yes, of course.
Thank you, Donnie. I appreciate you answering that as well. And I have another question, and please bear with me because I'm not knowledgeable on anything military or intelligence or government. But should the Russian government come down, like it's in sort of a transition period, shall we say? What about the skies above Russia? What in terms of sort of international space, would satellites be able to be put in during this transition period and provide sort of free access to information? Is that something that is possible?
Already there, number one. Number two, Radio Free America is probably broadcasting in Russian right now. They have, if they wanted, or if, let's say, a young Russian, maybe a 14-year-old Russian that doesn't want to go off to war in 4 years, has the ability, he'll say, Tatko or Mama or whatever they say. This is what they're saying, and hopefully, the message will get out. Hopefully, the youth will get it out because they probably have more access or more capabilities to install a VPN and get access to European or North American news. So there are people in these, they all have cell phones, they all have data, and where there's a will, there's a way. So the message will get out, and hopefully they will grab, they will shake away the cowardice of the Russian imperialism, or the cowardice of Soviet, post-Soviet 40-year-olds that enjoy their life in St. Petersburg that are rushing out of the country, and they will actually do something about it. But I'm not holding my breath. But that's my
And I would add, Donnie, maybe you can tell me if you agree. I mean, like, if we look at other regimes like China or Iran, right, they've invested quite a bit of, energy, resources, and talent into monitoring and controlling their internet traffic. that's not something Russia's done up until very recently. Obviously, they've done some of it, but like it hasn't been a big priority for them. In fact, I would say it's been almost part of a pillar of the regime that they've kind of left the internet alone until relatively recently. Again, exceptions to that. I'm sure that they're using it as an opportunity to spy on people they want to spy on, and they're shutting down certain things. But up until now, if you compare it to a country like China or Iran, it's been a relatively free internet, and I don't think they're going to be able to clamp down on it instantaneously. Would you agree?
Yeah, absolutely. Like, I think the use of VPNs is so prolific in Russia due to obviously FSB operations and St. Petersburg, windowless. I mean, not windowless, but office buildings with no nameplates of what the building is filled with and what they do, with giant cables coming out of them. It was obviously in their best interest because I think they thought they had the internet technology and social media counter up lockdown. They thought that until I mean I've been preaching this for about a decade. Ever since 2011, I was just like, this all doesn't make sense in social media, and I was warning people, and I was like, do not like that, do not join that group. Why is that radio station on Facebook all of a sudden posting political statements? Why is I've been preaching this for more than a decade. But I think everyone else is waking up that like we live in a post-Pravda, to use the vernacular of the era, post-truth social media era. We've lived in it for a decade. We just didn't know it. I mean, a majority of us didn't know it until quite recently. And so, maybe this will lead to. I know Colby would say it would not love me saying regulation, but I'm hoping it comes to some sort of regulation, and if not, just some general education and knowledge of what you read, what you see is there for a reason for you to see it. Always ask. When you look at a comment, when you look at a statement, when you look at an article, what are they telling me? Why is this being injected into my brain? Mostly without the ability to say no, without you don't have a choice. We scroll, and it comes in, and so. Hopefully this leads to better, more educated viewers. Yeah.
Yeah, thanks. And real quick, Hot Mess, I just want to make sure, because I do remember you mentioned early on, like in a military context, did you mean more like reconnaissance satellites, like being able to see inside Russia physically?
I definitely did not mean reconnaissance satellites. No, Donnie answered it exactly like I learned something new. I had no idea. I didn't know that they've only recently started to lock down on their internet access. I just wanted to add to what Donnie said there, and then I'm going to drop down. But Donnie, I noticed it as well in about the same time frame as you, and just to add it from a woman's perspective and from a mom's perspective is I was on Pinterest and I started seeing some very graphic and very alarming posts, and they were all over my Pinterest account. And it, just like you said, why am I seeing this? Why am I being targeted in this way using this platform was what was going through my brain. And then I started noticing the similar messaging happening across all social media, and no one would listen to me. And it's been nice to find this space to hear a bunch of other people with the same same thoughts. And with that, sorry, my laundry timer is going, so I have to go and I'll drop down to listener. Thank you.
Thank you, Farmes. And you remember when I guess it was 2013 or 14 when all the social media, Facebook, Google, they all started, hey, don't use a password. It's easier if you just share your profile with us. Just log in with Google. Just log in with Facebook. I think it was 2013, 2014 when it all started happening. And why did they make that handshake? So they can cross-pollinate data. And so you seemingly, just didn't know what you're signing up for. You didn't know that, you're just signing into a giant data collection network that's micro-targeting you for advertisements, commentary, and everyone sees those. You turn on Instagram and something you really want to see, a good friend and doing cool things shows up, and then immediately, like within a millisecond, by the time you get your finger on it, it disappears, and then you have to death scroll for about 20 minutes until you get to that comment. I mean, it's all part of the deal. It's all it's balgan in Hebrew would be the term, a mess.
You are right. So some settings, what you're talking about, some settings are inclusive. So there is an availability for you as a user to have everything at your fingertips, but also that means you will have your information monitored at some level that you can manage. But what I wanted to point out relative to Hotmat Mama said earlier is that there is an algorithm behind in Pinterest, in YouTube, in everything. If you look at something, if it appears in the algorithm that you looked at something, that type of something will show up again, and it will gradually escalate if you click on that or not vet it as of no interest for you. So you actually have to, for example, on Facebook, to click on the three dots and say, this is not relevant for me. And that will be a cue in the algorithm, so they will not show you that info as frequent or as they used to.
But I will say that is also a point of information, right? So they whoever's collecting data, whoever's aggregating the data, sees that you don't like this, this, and this, so they can. It almost lets them doing that is as powerful as staying on the image and reading the commentary, because
you're it's basically it's an AI in the back, so it's not a person. So it's not it's an automated process. It's not a person who's been monitoring you or someone else. We are not. It's not about that. For the vast majority of us. I want to return a bit to Ukraine. It's been an awesome talk, and thank you very much, Donnie. Daryl has his hands up for a very long time, and then Luca and Craig.
First of all, I just want to say good evening, Anda, and I want to wish you the best tonight. You're doing very well, and I it's very appreciative to hear a new voice. I know how that first night can be, that first second. So just break a leg, not literally, but just break a leg. One of the things, something that I wanted to interject into the idea of a revolution. Usually, most countries have dissidents living abroad that have a voice against the current regime that's in power. You don't have that. Most of the Russians you meet abroad, they support what's going on. There is no two different peoples. There is one. And so, although the minority districts within Russia, areas, regions, they may have some ill will out on the battlefield, the cities where the actual Muscovites live, and those that live abroad, they don't share and probably won't share that same ire of the soldiers. They just didn't want their sons to go to war. They don't mind if those people go to war. They just didn't want their own. And so the idea of the dissident, the people getting, getting ired up to get rid of Putin, I really don't think will happen. Just my opinion on that.
Thank you very much, Daryl. Your support means a lot. Also, I think this addresses Daniel's previous point. You are right. The narrative of the Russians in Europe is still favoring Putin. We see a lot of videos and proofs that they support the regime, but it's easier to support an idea than to leave the idea. I will let Daniel only if Daniel is really brief, because I want to go to the other hands. Okay, Daniel?
I will be brief. There is dissidents outside Russia. We don't see them because they don't talk to us, they talk to Russians. I watch some channels in Russian, some in English, and believe me, there is dissidents. Most of the guys who want to leave escape Russia also are in Russia. The idea is in Russia, most of the people we saw are the nationalistic fascists, Nazi, like Gherkin and other piece of shit like them, but also are rational people. And there is not just one. They are not politicians, and this is good.
Okay. They are rational people, but they did support what happened before.
No, Anda, don't talk about the Russians from Germany or
no,
other madmen like them. I talk about rational people who hate Putin to the guts, and some of them died because this. There are a lot of people who emigrate past 5-6 years ago, and we don't saw them because they don't talk with us. They talk with Russians.
Well, let's hope it's true. I don't have a personal experience to that, so I won't defer to that.
I recommend everyone go on YouTube and watch Varlamov Talks. It's very nice channel, and you see the dissidents. Varlamov Talks.
Duly noted. Luca, please go, and then Craig, and then Christian.
Yeah, so many topics. Yeah, and a great job. I DM you about that. So, yeah, true, Daniel. Yeah, I got some Russian friends here, and they do show up at the pro-Ukraine rally. So of course they do exist, and they do hate Putin. To their guts, like you mentioned. So yeah, good point. Now, one thing about the comment is how Mama said about like Pinterest. It's interesting, and I forgot who was the social media expert commentator here, but one thing I think about this more peripherally social media. I mean, peripheral meaning is not being like say the top one like Facebook or Instagram. And I noticed too this information happening. There was some Italian channels on Quora. So Quora is not as big, and then they're being hit by like huge disinformation. And I'm thinking this shows that we are winning in a sense to where maybe like the big companies now they really face the pressure and they have enough of their sources, whether it's Twitter or Facebook or Instagram or some of those big ones to root out or combat disinformation much better. But yes, we do need to watch out to those periphery social media company. So that's why the comment about disinformation happening on Pinterest really resonated in me, because they've been like really fighting a lot of disinformation on Quora in Italy, to where there are like groups that are really clearly Russia propaganda, and you don't see those as much on the top social media. And then going back to Ukraine, one point that I wanted to say is that I am in fact quite positively impressed by the role that the United States Congress has been taking. I'm sure you guys discussed about it already, but I just want to point it out again. It's been taken in the last couple of weeks, to where they have been passing legislation to effectively push the executive to even step up their support. And the last one that I read, it's about sending a full-size drone. So those are probably the big ones. And so it's a sort of like laws that they're doing to even increase. It's not really pressure, because it's not like the current administration is aligned, but increase the possibilities for the executive branch to effectively speed up this weapon supply. And that kind of like concludes my talk. Thank you.
Thank you, Luca. Craig?
Yeah, hi, thanks. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Awesome. Yeah, I was gonna say two things. First is that I found it really interesting to see online that the conscription in Russia wasn't purely only being done in the eastern territories, that there was like videos coming out of Moscow and St. Petersburg of like police in the subways and just pulling over random passengers in cars and checking men's IDs and issuing mobilization orders. So I think we're looking at a possible like far more significant politically event than if it was just simply like sorry, but if it was just simply a only more quote unquote like less important groups of people being mobilized, which I thought was a very important thing to think about, is that like if it's hitting the like major economic centers of Russia, it's going to be a big issue. And then the second one is that I was following the Russian media monitor source that comes through BuzzFeed, I believe is Julia Davis, I think her name is on Twitter. I can double check. And there was a great discussion where a couple of she obviously I don't speak Russian, I'm American, but she translates a lot of Russian propaganda TV, and people were talking about the mobilization and how Russia will manage the material requirements for these soldiers. And two things really caught my ear. The first one was that they were talking about the necessity of creating a fund of money from the oligarchs, because everyone in Russia needs to be paying their fair share to buy weapons and material for their soldiers going to the front. And the second was that another commenter, one of the more serious ones, whose name I currently forget, it's a bit late for me, was talking about how one of the problems they have is that these soldiers will have to be trained significantly and given the most quote unquote modern equipment that Russia can provide, straight from the factory, or else it will be mostly useless. And fully understand from the history of this war, what we've seen from mobilized troops already, we're probably looking at a large force of, sadly for them and for their families and for the Ukrainians, well, not necessarily for the Ukrainians, but it looks like a large force of largely useless cannon fodder that's going to be shoveled into Ukraine. That's not really going to change the course of the war. It's just going to create more dead people and just delay Ukraine's inevitable victory. That's kind of what I want to throw out there.
Thank you, Craig. I think you have a point, but I want to nuance it a bit, if I may. Russian population in the big cities are most of them are highly educated. So the education was free. They have access to education, to higher education. So that makes them, as Donnie said, able to access and to know how to work around a VPN and some other stuff. They do have a lot of good programmers, good developers. So that being said, the current partial mobilization is directed to people who already served. So technically, you don't need to train them again. They are not proficient. They are not trained as a team. They don't. You just make them a team right now and send them to the front. They won't have the time to adjust as a team and work as a team. But they do. Most of them have the training prior to this conscription, and this training was done probably 10 years, 15, 5, 2, we don't know, depending on their ages. From the videos I saw, the people were somewhere between 30 and 40. So at 40 years of age, your training was 20 years ago. Having bad equipment, not being a team, having your training very far back, it's a disadvantage, clearly, and for Russia, and is an advantage for Ukraine. So and that's what I wanted to kind of highlight. Christian.
Thank you, Anda. First of all, I want to say congratulations, and I'm loving the Romanian vibe right now. I just want to touch on two subjects. First, the mobilization, and then the revolution, or a potential revolution. So the thing is, as you've said, they've been drafting all over the place, and it doesn't look like a partial mobilization. But from a legal point of view, the partial mobilization that they decreed allows Mr. Putin to actually select from which areas they can mostly mobilize, while actually doing a general mobilization masked behind a partial one. So we've been seeing like a lot of people being drafted from Dagestan and Buryatia and so on and so on. But far fewer people have been actually drafted from Russia proper, or what I call European Russia, the Petersburg area and Moscow area. That being said, about the revolutions. So somebody spoke before and said about shadow governments, yeah, support or dissidents from outside of the countries. Well, we have no such thing in the Russian case. We do have it in the Belarusian case. We do have it in the Iranian case, and so on. We have no such thing, or as far as I know of, and I think I would have known, to be honest. Not because I'm such a great know-it-all, but I think I would have. So they have no shadow government, and you have no shadow. If you have no shadow government, then how can that shadow government or that support from outside get support from others, from the Western countries? So, in the absence of one, who is gonna take over Russia? If a potential civil war, because I do not believe in the revolution scenario. I don't think it's gonna be the case. After the Soviet Union collapse, the collapse was not complete because they had nuclear weapons, and I'm not gonna go into that more. But the thing is that the tier 2 and tier 3 leadership took over, hence Putin and the rest of the Siloviks and ex-KGBs and so on and so on. This is going to be the case again if a potential civil war erupts between themselves, between various regions and various centers of powers and so on. But this time, it's not going to be a unitary takeover. It's just going to be a lot of other factions that will fight each other. So potential revolution, I don't think it's going to happen. That means it should be short-lived. And I don't think short-lived power transition after Putin falls is a good scenario. I think this will happen for a long time between themselves. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Christian. Also, if this scenario you are talking about, which is very similar with what happened during the First World War with Russia, when they lost a lot of people on the front and the people revolted and they changed the regime. I think this option or any other option which will stop or deter Russia in attacking Ukraine and stopping this genocide would be in Ukraine's advantage. So I'm gonna sound callous.
I think this would be the best case scenario for everyone, to be honest.
True. Not for them, but true.
For sure, no.
Okay. Craig, you had your hand up. You wanted to add something?
Oh yeah. There was two things, and I have forgotten one of them, sadly. I think one of the significant questions. Oh yes, I think I can cover both of them. So, one of the issues too is that we're looking at Timothy Snyder and two other historians whose name escaped my mind because it's late and I had some wine. Gave a great, I wouldn't say great. They had an okay conversation in Kyiv about 2 weeks ago. You can find it on YouTube. Timothy Snyder in Kyiv. They did like a panel, They had a good point that what we're looking at really when it comes to this Russian war is that Russia is going through the convulsion stages of refusing to admit that it's a dying empire. A lot of Russian propaganda, a lot of Putin's propaganda to the Russians, a lot of state media propaganda, a lot of the Russians' beliefs makes them think that they are still as powerful as the USSR, makes them think that they can challenge NATO, when reality is that Russia has the economy the size of Spain. And I think that's incredibly important to remember, which is the second point, is what I had brought up earlier about the Russian commentator on Russian state TV, is that what are they going to give these mobilized troops? Like, are these just going to be 300,000 assault infantry? These be guys with AKs, poorly, with barely functional body armor, a couple of grenades, which is still dangerous. I mean, I don't want to go up against 300,000 guys with AKs. That's still a lot of people to deal with and to fight. But this is not, multiple BTGs full of T90Ms, BTR3s, S400 batteries. What is Russia going to give these guys? And I honestly don't think that Russia really has it has the base of significant Soviet Union stockpiles that have been significantly cannibalized, and a lot of them have kind of rotted away in the wastes of Siberia and like the Russian steppe. But the question is like, are they going to be sent this is a question that came straight out of a commentator on Russian propaganda TV. Is the question is like, what are they going to give them? And this guy literally says this. He says like, we cannot give these soldiers weapons from yesteryear or even older. Like he even says like, what do you think is going to happen if Ukraine has Leopard 2s and our mobilized troops have T-62s? They're going to lose. He doesn't say they're going to lose, but he poses that question. I'm saying they're going to lose. So I think one of the big questions to consider too, this mobilization, and just to think about as you consider it yourself, is how much can Russia support their troops? How much can they, in their industrial base, provide for them? There's also, as we've seen on Twitter and online, there's a whole mix of reports about the nature of this mobilization. There have been reports that I've seen about how factory workers who work in military factories have gotten mobilization orders. So it looks like this is a very poorly planned, poorly executed. They're just grabbing people off the street, just rushing this out. And from some analysis I saw from some people, that's what it looks like. That this mobilization plan, like everything else, once the kind of war plan fell apart, has been very quick, ad hoc, and is probably going to be a disaster for the Russian Federation. I just wanted to add that to what I had said before.
You're probably right, as they didn't expect to reach this point. That's for sure. They expected to have a 3-day war, and they don't. Colby, you had your hand up. Do you care to answer to Craig?
Yeah, I was just going to comment sort of on something he had said about Russia's inability to equip new soldiers, which is a theme that has been discussed a lot. But Language Lawyer had posted an image today of Russian soldiers with Mosin Nagant rifles, and it's not the first time we're seeing Russian soldiers equipped with Mosin Nagant rifles. But I stopped and thought a little bit harder about that today, and there are at least upwards of 70 million Kalashnikov pattern rifles in worldwide circulation. So if Russia does not have sufficient stockpiles of Kalashnikov pattern rifles of some variety in storage right now, that they are unable to equip new soldiers with those rifles, it is certain that they do not, in fact, have 10,000 T-72 and T-80 tanks in storage. And certainly they don't have that many operational. So I don't know what these soldiers are going to be heading into battle riding on. We've already seen very significant impressment of civilian vehicles into the service of the Russian military. So once they get off their trains, in Russia or somewhere in Ukraine, these guys are walking on foot with bolt-action rifles in some cases. This mobilization is not going to have the impact that Russia hopes or thinks that it will.
Joe, I just respond to that real quick, Anna.
No, it's okay.
Oh, thanks. By the way, Colby, good talking to you. It's been a while since been on the space. Life has been a bit crazy. Also, wait, Adna, yeah, co-hosting for the first, yeah. Family drama, family members gotten sick, and first time hosting is always rough. I know that feeling. It's been a long time since I hosted the space. The space had a different name back when I used to host it. I used to have opening.
There's another Craig in the group, and I was like, "Who is this other Craig?" Now I know.
And tell him the second half of the Craig Voltron showed up in the space again, and he'll get the joke. Tell him that his trains are still not running on time. But no, I agree with Colby completely. Like the big question of what Russia can do is, I mean, even if we want to like say that language is wrong, I've been following language since the beginning of the war, obviously, but like say that that's not an accurate picture of what the Russian troops are getting. You say they're all getting AK pattern weapons, 47s. Yeah, one of the biggest issues the Russian military is having in Ukraine is just straight foot infantry, but they've also lost, I think, according to Oryx, it's something close to like over 6,000 vehicles in this part of the war. They need more heavy vehicles. They need machinery in order to enact a counteroffensive against the Ukrainians' counteroffensive. So, I mean, they're not. I don't. They're not going to get 300,000 soldiers, train them for like less than a month, and then tell them to yell "Urah" and run at the Ukrainians and win the war. They need actual heavy vehicles and stuff to actually fight this battle, and I don't think they have that. Sure, guys with AKs and ATGMs can hold the line. The Ukrainians did that a lot in the beginning of the war, and they can be effective, and it will make the Ukrainians' offensive slower. But if they can't supply these troops with more self-propelled guns, more howitzers, more tanks, more anti-aircraft defense batteries, they can't hold back what's coming. And in a couple of weeks, the United States Lend-Lease is kicking in, and that's going to be a whole host of insanity, because that's, from what I understand, from what I remember from reading it months ago, that's a massive just dump of, hey, we're giving you billions of dollars of grants effectively to Ukraine, or loans to Ukraine to quote unquote buy or quote unquote lease from the United States whatever they want. I mean, there's been rumors of oh God, what was it? Newsweek leaked a secret training with the Ukrainian Air Force, where Ukrainian Air Force pilots are training on simulators for F-16s and A-10s. We'll get into whether or not the A-10 is actually a good plane. There's talks with the U.S. talking about, giving the Ukrainians quote unquote modern armor, which would be Abrams, which we have a lot of them. There's been always been the pressure on the Germans to give them Leopards. The German government has been resistant to give weapons, but At the same time, he's also given fairly significant amount of weapons, and it has also seemed that the German government has denied they were going to give weapons, but at the same time was also training Ukrainian soldiers on the weapons that they weren't going to give them, and then they were like, "Oh well, you know what? We are going to give it to them," and then they give it to them. So, I mean, I'm sure this has gone this way so many times, and so many comments to this, but I don't think that this mobilization is going to affect anything. It's going to drag the war out. It will kill more people, but in the end, Ukraine will still emerge victorious.
Amen to that. Uh, thank you. You have excellent points. I would ask you if you know how this information regarding the weapons that are coming, or as a prognostic. What's the difference between the current tanks, which are of Russian production and fashion, and the Abrahams, and if the Ukrainian army would be trained easily to change? That's one of my questions, if you have the answer.
If you have anybody,
I can field that one.
Colby, please, because I'm gonna like, if you have anybody who knows, I could give you like the most basic summary of the differences, but like, go for it, Colby.
Yeah, I was asked the same question last night. So, and I said, full disclosure, my grandfather did in fact design the fire control system for the Abrams. So I'm biased. So I'll say again, I will broaden this to any Western main battle tank, Abrams included, any of them, not just the Abrams, because it is a constant matter of debate between the entirety of the NATO alliance, which one of our various main battle tanks are better than the others. So I'm not going to say that a Leopard or an Abrams or a Challenger, one is better than the other. We all know that they're better than the French Leclerc, but that's another story. But let's talk about Abrams, Challenger, and Leopard as well. Leclerc is a little bit different because it actually has an auto loader, like Russian tanks do, which is a disadvantage in my opinion. But obviously, the Leclerc system is much better than any of the Russian systems. So let's start with the auto loading system versus a conventional human loader, and what that entails. The Russian system, their auto loading system on all of their tanks, all their main battle tanks, is what is responsible for Russian tanks losing their turrets when they are struck the majority of the time, and why there are so many videos of them going up in flames and the turret flying far up in the air and landing far away from the tank, is because that turret is sitting on top of an ammunition carousel that holds all the tank rounds, and it is unprotected. In Western tanks, the ammunition is stored separate from the crew. It is protected specifically. It's far less likely that the ammunition will detonate and destroy the tank entirely and vaporize the crew. Russian tanks are not designed in that manner. That is a design choice. It is a compromise that they made because it allows the tank to be significantly smaller, shorter in profile compared to Western tanks. And you can say that is an advantage that they have. Western MBTs are significantly larger than their Russian counterparts. So you can, that is theoretically a disadvantage. Obviously, a large target is easier to hit than a small target. But Western tanks compensate for that fact with their superior gunnery. We'll come and talk about that again in the future. So that is one very significant advantage, is that Western tanks don't burst into flames and lose their heads like Russian tanks do when they're hit. Also, that loader, the Russians say that autoloaders are faster than a human loader is, but in reality, it's been proven that humans can, if they're trained properly, can basically maintain a rate of fire just as good as an autoloader can. And having that extra crew member is very, very important for a tank when we start talking about maintenance, because tanks require a lot of maintenance. And we have seen an awful lot of Russian vehicles broken down because they had insufficient maintenance, or they just didn't have enough fuel, or they didn't have spare parts, and the crews were not able to repair their tanks and get them back into action. And when you have a 3-man crew, because you don't have a loader, you have a automatic loader, that is one less pair of hands to do maintenance on the vehicle. And in reality, during downtime when you're out of action, the tank commander, more often than not, is doing officer things, having briefings with other officers, which means now you just have 2 crew members left to actually take care of the tank. So that's a very significant disadvantage for Russian tank crews, is that they have a significantly higher workload to maintain their vehicles compared to Western tank crews, which have that extra person. That makes a very big difference. Talk about the guns. On paper, you have somewhat comparable guns and ammunition available in terms of their kinetic capacity, or the quality of their heat rounds. But we know that the fire control systems at all of the Western MBTs are vastly superior. They're accurate at much longer ranges, and on the move as well, accurate on the move. And Russian tanks do not have the same ability to fire highly accurately on the move. They don't have the same gun stabilization, and just the optics and the computer systems are just vastly inferior. Another thing, gun depression. The Abrams has 10 degrees of gun depression. I don't recall offhand what the Leopard and the Challenger have. I think the Leopard might have the most. I want to say 12, but I could be wrong. The T90 has 6, I believe, 6 degrees of gun depression. Gun depression is the ability to point the barrel of your gun down. This matters a lot because when you are driving over rough terrain, if you are not able to point your gun down as you're going over bumps, it means that your gun is pointed up into the air and you can't actually shoot at hostile targets. Or if you are driving on a slope, the ability to point your gun down means that you can actually hide behind a ridge and engage a target while only exposing the top of your turret. And that negates the fact that Western main battle tanks are so much larger, but they can hull down more effectively because they have gun depression, and Russian tanks do not have that same amount of gun depression. So even though they have lower profiles and nicely rounded turrets, which make them ideal to actually hull down because they don't have the gun depression, they're not able to utilize the same positions as effectively. They have a very specific sort of sweet spot in terms of the gradient of the terrain where they can have a effective hull down position, because if it's too steep, again, their guns go into the air and they can't shoot back at what's shooting at them. So these are some of the limitations. We can talk about armor. Armor is a little bit complicated because a lot of the figures are highly classified, and it's not like World War II where you have just basic steel armor and we know what the thickness of the armor is and we know what the angle of the armor is. We can just do some basic math and calculate the effective armor thickness of the tank. Nowadays, a lot of these numbers are highly classified, and the materials involved are a lot more complicated than just basic welded or riveted steel. But we know for a fact, and again, based on the experience of the Russian invasion, that a lot of the explosive reactive armor on Russian tanks is not actually, in fact, working explosive reactive armor. We've seen cases where it has been working properly, but in many cases they do not actually have as advertised working ERA on them, and that's highly problematic because ERA is very important to defeating heat warheads, shape charge warheads, which are All of the anti-tank missiles that you see, whether it's just a basic rocket-propelled grenade or something more advanced like a javelin, ERA is very important to defeating those kinds of threats. And in many cases, Russian MBTs or other armored vehicles do not have working ERA. And it doesn't matter when we're talking about a javelin how thick the armor on the tank is, because there is no amount of armor that can protect against a javelin, because it's a top attack weapon that comes down right on top of the turret. So there's no amount of ERA or no thickness of armor that's going to be able to protect the roof of the tank, because by necessity it has to be fairly thin, because you can't have, you know, a foot of armor on the top of the turret, because again, then the turret becomes comically large and heavy, and then the vehicle no longer moves and is not an effective tank. It just becomes a pillbox. So that's just the physical design limitation of what a tank is. So some people draw conclusions from that tanks are now obsolete because of the javelin. But the fact of the matter is, there's always been threats on the battlefield that can destroy a tank. So the question is not, is a tank invulnerable? The tank's never been invulnerable. The question is there other vehicles that can provide the same combination of firepower, maneuverability, and survivability on the battlefield? And so far, there is no replacement for the tank that has that same combination. Tank still has a role. The biggest problem for the Russians is just that they are not trained well at all. And the most important factor in armored warfare is a well-trained tank crew is much more important, much more valuable than a good tank. You'd much rather have a good tank crew than a good tank. Good tank crews are worth their weight in gold. Takes a long time to train a good tank crew. And to conclude on the question of, can Ukraine operate an Abrams or other Western MBTs? They could. I have no doubt that they could learn to operate any of those weapon systems, given the opportunity to go through the standard courses that these countries put their own soldiers through. I think the Abrams training, basic training, is like 3 months, maybe. I don't know. Raver could probably tell us. I think he was a tanker. How long the entry program is to learn the basics, but it's not nearly as long as how long it takes to learn to become a fighter pilot. That's for sure. So they could be trained to operate Abrams or other MBTs. The biggest issue is always logistics and whether Ukraine has the capacity to field, new complicated weapon systems that require, again, a lot of maintenance and a new logistics supply chain for ammunition and spare parts and everything else. Whether they can, sufficiently field enough tanks to where they would have an impact in the battlefield. And my position continues to be that there are other systems that I would prioritize first over tanks. But tanks certainly shouldn't be taken off the table.
Yeah, just to add really quickly what Colby said, I think is incredibly important. The last point he hit, there was a interview with a Ukrainian tank commander where he was recommending giving them Russian/USSR built tanks because of the familiarity of the Ukrainian forces with those vehicles, so that if the Western forces could provide them with more T-72s or equivalent, or T-80s, or they can't get from T-90s, or those things, and just really fast, just super fast. I want to add to what Colby was saying about the differences between Western and Soviet/Russian tank design. Typically, what you would see in a Challenger, Leopard, a Abrams, or I can't remember the name of the French tanks right now because I'm
Leclerc.
Yeah, there you go. I can't the French. They're typically bigger, better armored, better guns, better electronics, better self-defense systems, better communication systems, larger crew, because the Russians have the 3-man crew because the autoloader, so you don't have the 4th man who is the loader, which also, like Kobe said, decreases on maintenance capacity. It also decreases on situational awareness because you have a 4th person inside the tank looking out of scopes. The So there's a couple of downsides to Western tanks going to Ukraine. I think these are incredibly important, and Colby kind of touched on them, and I think these are very important to understand. Abrams specifically are a logistics nightmare for Ukraine because typically, if I remember correctly, the Abrams had specific engineers and maintenance crew who maintained them, who were trained by, oh God, which company makes Abrams? By the company who makes Abrams, because
General
Abrams have,
Dynamics right now, I believe.
yeah, I think you're right. Yeah, Colby. Yeah, they have, because they have jet turbo engines, so you can't just take like a T-72 is a diesel engine, and so that's why a lot of the Ukrainians have been incredibly successful of like just taking what effectively are car mechanics, quick retraining, and getting them to operate, repair, and effectively maintain captured Russian equipment because it's diesel engines. The Abrams requires a significant retraining, specialized equipment, specialized logistics trained to support it. And Abrams is incredibly protected. I have seen videos coming out of Saudi or Iraqi Abrams, M2 Abrams on M3 Abrams, which America operates M3 Abrams, which is the most modern version. Our allies operate the M2 because we don't want to give them the most modern version because we have all the fun bells and whistles that are still very, very, very classified on them. And those things, there are reports of that. I just tweeted this out of reports of First Gulf War Abrams in action, but there are stories of M1 and M2 Abrams being hit by Soviet-made tandem charges multiple times, being hit by ATGMs, being hit by RPG-7s multiple times, and they're still functional. The crew is still, maybe they'll get disabled, but the crew is still safe. The tank is destroyed. They are significantly harder to kill than T-72s, T-90s, because of just like the design doctrine between the two countries. There's a whole song and dance we could do about Soviet versus Western design doctrine. But would they help? Absolutely. It would be a significant battlefield advantage if we could snap our fingers and we could give Ukraine a couple hundred Abrams or a couple hundred Leopards or a couple hundred Challengers or a couple hundred Colby with the name for the French tanks. That would be a significant battlefield advantage for the Ukrainians. The problem is that the logistics train for those vehicles is massive, and inserting that into Ukraine is a problem when the flights and logistics train that America is able to, and the West is able to provide to Ukraine when it comes to weapons that we can give them would be better served, like Colby said, with giving them more HIMARS, M227s, stuff like that. So it's maybe it'll show up, but that's going to be like a Western built main battle tank is probably on the bottom of the list of things that the West is going to give them. Yes, it'll be helpful, but it is least priority.
One quick thing about engines. It was originally designed with a gas turbine engine, but now it has a new engine that can accept multiple types of fuel, including diesel. Is it optimized for diesel? I don't know. Probably not. I don't think that the U.S. Currently uses diesel in them, although I could be wrong. But it's a
jet fuel.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they still use jet fuel, which is what it was originally designed for. But the new engines are, in fact, multi-fuel, so they can accept diesel and petrol and like regular petrol and other forms of fuel, but they're still most likely optimized around jet fuel. Again, which is what the original design was. It's a gas turbine engine, which is kind of uncommon. The only Soviet tank that has the same engine or type of engine is actually the T-80. The rest of all Russian military vehicles use diesel. The T-80 was unique in that it had a gas turbine engine as well. So that's not, that wouldn't be a logistical hurdle for Ukraine because they could continue to use diesel in the engine. They wouldn't have to use jet fuel. Some people have brought that up, but that's a misnomer because they're thinking about the old engines, and the new ones are in fact multi-fuel. But it is still a very complicated weapon system. Even just the M1 is what would be sent to Ukraine. Ukraine's not going to receive M2A2 or M1A2 SCP-3s. That's not going to happen. If they get anything, they're going to get the M1s that have been retired out of U.S. Marine Corps service. And in fact, I was recently informed that Poland had actually bought 100 of those over the summer as a stopgap while they're waiting to receive their new SCP-3s. So the United States still has 300 retired Marine Corps Abrams, as far as I'm aware, that are sitting in storage, and those are available. But this is a very complicated question about whether it would actually be beneficial for them to receive any number of those, because logistics is very complicated. And if Craig was here, he could delve into that a lot more.
But I am
if other Craig was here.
Sorry. Just to clarify, what I was saying about the diesel engines, it's not that from a quick search, I have access to so many things because of what I do. Not classified or anything like that. I have access to a lot of like databases and things that I can like quickly like search through that are all unclassified. But no, it looks like the Honeywell HEG 5100 engine, that is the typical Abrams engine. It accepts jet fuel, gasoline, diesel, and marine diesel. So I wasn't saying that the problem is that it only requires jet fuel, which I did say that very quickly, and that was my mistake. My point was that compared to Soviet tanks or Russian tanks, the engines that they have are a completely different support system than a gas turbine engine. I mean, like, of course, the mechanic can learn how to fix that, but it is a very different system than your traditional, diesel engine like you'd see in like a big old tank or a big old truck or a big old car. When it comes to a diesel engine, that was more what I was getting at. The mechanics of the engine itself was the problem, not the fuel. That's not what I was thinking. Ukraine has jet fuel. They have planes. They're flying sorties. They just did 41 strikes like a couple days ago. So like they have jet fuel. So that wouldn't be the problem.
Yes, although since they do have familiarity with the T-80, certainly their mechanics could probably be less of a learning curve for them. Obviously, there's a huge difference between a T-80 gas turbine engine and an Abrams engine, but it would probably less of a learning curve for Ukrainian mechanics to be trained on the Honeywell engine.
Also, I have a question which is related to that. How long does it take for the crew to know how to maintain, to proper maintain the tank? So either Ukrainian or a Russian. Depending on the tank, I suppose there are different periods in the length of time in which you need to train the people.
I haven't a clue how much time the Russian army spends on training their tank crews on just anything. Tank maintenance is an integral part of just basic tank operation. Obviously, mechanics are trained or should be trained to a much larger extent on how to properly maintain all aspects of the tank. The crew does, basic maintenance, and then when there is major malfunctions or damage, then it has to go back to field workshops where it can be repaired, or if it needs to be totally overhauled back in the factory in which it was manufactured. For the United States, again, I'm going from memory. I looked this up a while ago. I think it's 3 months is sort of the basic Abrams operator training period. But then beyond that, there's lots of other courses probably that are available for, just more advanced topics and operations, tactics, all sorts of different stuff. So it's not as I'll just say, it's not fighter jet timeline. Fighter pilots, the training is much more prolonged. Tanks, easier to learn, so it's a shorter timeline. It's within the realm of possibility that could, plausibly be achieved. But so it's not that training is not the impediment. Training has really never been a significant impediment in most cases, with the exception again of like fighter aircraft and just like super complex systems like that. It's more logistics is going to be the bottleneck for any system that the West wants to send to Ukraine. It's a question of logistics and being able to integrate a new weapon system and a new supply chain for ammunition and spare parts and everything else, and ensure that the system can actually be operational on the battlefield.
Hey, Kobe, super quick. And Roy has been waiting. He's also a Marine.
Yes,
So
yes,
bye. Thank you for your service, sir. Just really quickly, I just Googled this. According to GoArmy.com, I'm a civilian. To become a tank mechanic, it requires 10 weeks of basic training, which is just Army standard, and then 24 weeks of advanced individual training on the Abrams. So it's a lot of stuff, but I'm sure Roy might have a much more, and I'm sure like that can be significantly sped up for the Ukrainians if they actually are going to get the Abrams. But I'm sure Roy can speak to that much better than I could.
Yeah, so for tank crewman for Abrams. So, first of all, I'm not a Marine, not yet. I'm a midshipman. I'm doing the officer training program in grad school, trying to become a Marine officer. But anyway, besides the point, Abrams tank crewman for the United States Army's training cycle is 15 weeks, but that's also included the basic training. The Army does something called one station unit training. It's different from Marines. We separate our basic training as well as our MOS training. We call it MCT, and Army call it AIT. So 15 weeks is a minimum for a civilian to become a qualified M1 tanker, but that could be definitely significantly reduced. Consider some of Ukrainian soldiers already are soldiers. You don't have to teach them how to march, how to walk, how to fold their bat. You don't need to teach them that. Taken away from that, I think just a few weeks, 4 to 5 weeks, is good enough for Ukraine to become a qualified tanker. And speaking of maintenance, people keep overestimating about the Abrams level of sophistication. Some countries that operates Abrams don't even have a proper logistics system, such as Iraq and Saudi Arabia. They do operate Abrams as well as Egypt. They operate a significant number of the Abrams. I think Egypt is the second largest Abrams operator, other than the United States. They seem doing pretty well with it. It's not that hard. People keep overestimating the complexity of this whole machine's ATG 1500s. The ATG 1500 was designed in a way that you could easily remove it. I think it's 4 hours to remove the entire engine compartment and just replace it with a new one. You can just replace the old ones that broken and put a new one into it, and you can just put the broken one on the back of a truck and maybe haul it somewhere else to repair it. And even in the United States, we don't use most of our soldiers and Marines to do the more sophisticated maintenance. We have a lot of contractors, both in battlefield, in the full operating base, as well as in the stateside. I think it's entirely possible to have some contractors to go to Ukraine as civilian employees, which is definitely legitimate because first of all, they're not engaged in combat, and they are just repair shop workers, and they're not engaging any form of engagement with Russian army anyway. So even though it's dangerous, but I'm sure there probably were people willing to do that. and well, one of the major generals that spoke on on CBS News earlier day before yesterday morning said it's entirely possible for us to send just a couple dozens of the contractor to Ukraine to maintain these Abrams and teach Ukraine how to deal with them, because I'm sure we're not going to send them hundreds of thousands of Abrams to them at once. We're probably going to send them like something within 100. Yes, and someone said, Colby already said, that 116 Abrams the Marine Corps removed from their service from last year, already bought up by Polish. They're using them to train them on so they can get themselves familiar with Abrams platform. So when they get their hands on the M182, they will be able to be more efficiently creating the combat forces instead of transforming from a Soviet or German Leopard to the Abrams in a slower paces. And also, speaking of engines, people keep overestimating the sophistication of it. It's not that bad. Ukraine operates several types of the gas turbine engine tanks. For example, T-80U, T-80BV, and the T-80UK. Ukraine do have a production line, or used to have before the war began, of the gas turbine engine in the tank production plant in Kharkov. That's where they used to make them. And the tanks that first gas tank army Russians, they in the first gas tank army, those T-80Us, they come from Kharkov. So they literally just visited our hometown and left there. So Ukraine, don't worry about them. They can definitely maintain these tanks. They do have the fuel for that. And I don't think it's going to be as much as a hassle as it is, because T-80s in many ways, shape, or form have similar complexity with Abrams, especially in terms of engines. Both gasoline fuels very bad, but also they have better performance in terms of accelerations and reliability on the battlefield compared with diesel engines. So I don't think we should worry about that. I think only bottleneck we have for Abrams to be exported to Ukraine is U.S. Congress has laws against exporting tanks with depleted uranium armor to foreign country. We did not have issue with exporting depleted uranium round to the foreign country, but we do have issue with depleted uranium armor to export it to the foreign country. But I'm sure some older generation Abrams with older generation DU armor can be exported to Ukraine if Congress is willing to work on that, because I think the newest Abrams are on part. I think it's the third or fourth generation of the depleted uranium armor. Sending them some of the first or second generation DU armor Abrams is not gonna spill our secret to the Russians, because even if we gave them that, I don't think Russians industry today, with all the sanctions, still can possess ability to copy paste the armor package on the Abrams.
Thank you. Colby.
All great points there. Just the one thing that I would take issue with is that I don't think I would use the example of Saudi Arabia, Egypt, or certainly not Iraq for functional Abrams fleets. There's a difference between having tanks on paper and having tanks on practice. And in 1990, when the first American service members arrived under Operation Desert Shield, they found that the majority of Saudi Arabia's M60s were not in operational condition because they were not conducting proper maintenance, and they found that the engines were all clogged up with sand and just all sorts of different problems. I've had people that were there tell me that personally, that's the state that they found the Saudi Arabian tank corps in. So I'm sure things are better now than they were back then. But it is a complex system. It is, has a bit of a reputation for being maintenance intensive. Certainly, it's not an insurmountable challenge, but it's not trivial. Tanks are not as simple as they were during World War II. They're especially now with all the computers that are in them. So it is a constraint, to be sure, especially since it's a brand new system that Ukraine doesn't have experience with, and it's going to require brand new ammunition, entirely different supply chain for parts. Ukraine is operating all Soviet model designs, and there's way more parts commonality, and just even if the parts are not interchangeable, there's a lot more just similarity in the design. So again, I have no doubt that Ukraine can learn to operate them, but logistics are always going to be challenging because there's just such a limit in throughput and how much supplies you can deliver to the front line. Especially when there's just so many different things that they need, and already Ukraine has a fairly complicated logistics chain because they're in the middle of transitioning between, being a army operating on Soviet pattern to an army operating on NATO standard. So half of their artillery is Russian right now, and half of their artillery is NATO, and that I can't imagine the headaches that's creating for their logisticians. So adding Abrams and having to keep up a steady supply of 122 millimeter tank shells and everything else, and all the spare parts and everything. It's no minor task, to be certain. Yeah.
Right. So coming back real quick, at least for ammunition, that's not going to be an issue. If Ukraine is not willing to use depleted uranium rounds, which they already uses, Ukraine uses 3BM42 Mango. It's a depleted uranium depleted uranium rounds. It's for the 125 millimeter shell for their tanks. So, but if they're not willing to use that, I think we can give them the export version of the the 120. We call it KEW. But on the other hand, Germany can give them the 120 rounds because the Abrams uses basically the license produced RH-120 Rheinmetall smoothbore tank guns. We can interchange our shells. Germany can just give them some of their stockpiles, DM-33, DM-43, not even their newest DM-63 or 53, like stuff like that. Those can work too. Like that's not going to be an issue. Like the ammunition is probably the last thing you need to worry about because they are actually closer to the production line than we think they are. The only thing we need to worry about is probably the parts, transmission, which is actually pretty problematic. That's one thing that Abrams had issue with because initially Abrams was designed for about 55.4 tons, the model 1979. Over the time, I think Abrams to the latest model is 68 tons, and probably if not over 70. So the transmission and mobility system has some issues keeping up with adding weights to it. But if we're giving them some older model of the Abrams, that's not going to be an issue. That's going to be something like M1A1, something like 59 tons. 59 or 62 tons, stuff like that. We're not going to give them the newest Abrams. We don't have time for that. And if we just keep up the current production of the parts inside the United States, we definitely can sustain Ukraine combat with Russia with a fleet of Abrams, approximately from 100 to 300 fleet, and keeping up with the replacement and loss. So it's gonna happen. And also, I understand a lot of people saying, "Oh, Ukraine is transforming from the old Soviet standard equipment to the NATO standard," but that's one thing they have to do. They need to do it, and sooner or later they still have to do that. And I would rather having them go through the transition as fast as possible before that Russian 300,000 cannon fodder hit the front line, before the second wave of the Russian attack comes up, well, something like that. So I would rather them transform before that happens than after, because if you
Right.
take time, they will.
what I wanted to say. Sorry for interrupting you. I'm sorry. You're right. We should push this narrative, this to every, and I wanted to take this opportunity to say that, especially in America, you have the opportunity to write to your congressman, to your representative, and to basically tell them what you want regarding Ukraine, even if this is to arm them or something else. I also wanted to add to your point that how to sorry, how to phrase that correctly. As Colby said, it's very hard to logistically bring everything in. It is very, so you have to take the decision, ship everything to neighboring countries, and after that bring everything to Ukraine. So you are both right. if if that would be a correct assumption. Do you have anything more to add, or I will go to Danny?
Oh no, not really. I'm just saying that if you're going to have to make the transition, they better do it sooner rather than later. And also, I take my words back. Ukraine don't have depleted uranium arm rounds. The 3BM42 is actually tungsten. I think I mistakenly mixed up with 3BM46. All right, but yeah, that's it.
Thank you, Roy. Thank you very much. Donnie?
Yes. I mean, whether it be Leopards or Abrams, yeah, if they have to pull equipment out of newer models, or, I mean, I don't think anyone's under the impression that they're getting Gimlers or other systems that haven't been subdued somewhat by whether it be range or what have you. I think giving them the systems that they need and having the technical wherewithal to to put those systems with not that we don't trust our, just we have the technology to give systems and also maybe handicap those systems somewhat in order to mitigate overzealous operator. So that being said, is there any HIMARS o'clock raid happening? Has anybody heard any new news from the front?
We are keeping an eye on that.
Exactly. Yeah. So right now, everyone's eyes, I think, are on Le Mans still. There's some word about various towns being surrounded. I think it's sort of been a few days. There's still basically an information blackout when it comes to exactly what's going on there. I think it's safe to say that to some degree, Le Mans encircled or in the process of being encircled. Looks like they're starting to close the deal there, but yeah, all eyes are sort of on Le Mans right now. As far as HIMARS strikes, I'll try to check and see if Operational Command South said anything today. I have to presume today, like most days, there were probably about 3 strikes. There was an HQ that was hit that Anda, you actually showed me. It was in Luhansk region, I believe, Anda, or was it Donetsk? I think it was Luhansk. Go ahead.
Yeah, actually, that's owing to Daniel, who sent me 1 hour ago or something like that. He wanted, I think he wanted to address that, but we had a longer talk on tanks, and he got to work. It's a confirmation on a major general that sustained serious injuries, and it was Svatove, the town in which it happened. So I don't know how many generals are there down by now. 13. The more the merrier, from my point of view. I also wanted to mention that the current number of deceased soldiers to date is 55,000, which is a humongous amount of people dead. And this is not, as Craig used to say, it's not only them, but the ones that are injured, and probably this amounts close to 100. Donnie.
Yeah, I just want to know, like, do you know anything? Like, do you know anything about this village on the south western side of Kherson, Stanislav, like the village in the 93-degree angle on that corner? Is it mostly like summertime dachas, or is it like what is it notable? Is it like what? Because it comes and goes on military maps, and I just want to know if you have, like, is there something I'm missing, like with I obviously the Russians have the other side of the river, so there's that, but is there something geopolitically that I'm missing?
I will have to look that up, because I don't have that information, and I don't want to.
Yeah, it's just south of Olzanrivka. It looks like it looks almost like a box, a 90-degree angle, just southwestish. It's just every map has it coming and going, and I don't like it, because it's in the south. I'm postulating that it might be a vacation community somewhat, but so basically there's no or limited population, but it's not weird, it's just of note, and I just thought to ask.
As I will ask further. So I will
Thank you, Anda.
push this question further, and if we get an answer or more info on the area, or specifically for this town, I will DM you, or if you're online, I will give the answer. So thank you, and thank you. Further, as we went past the tanks today, and it was a very interesting and for me instructive lesson, and thank you, Colby. You are really explicit and coherent in your explanation, so it was really easy to follow. I wanted to if we go past that, I wanted to go to further discussion, if you may, regarding the request of President Zelensky for a tribunal, for a special tribunal of the United Nations, which should impose to Russia a just how could I say response and just desert for what they've done. So, Luis, I see you had your hand up, and then Roy.
Good morning. I think Roy was first, so if you don't mind, go ahead, Roy.
So, so United States already decided to give Ukraine the tanks, but guys, don't suck into this whole Abrams here. Some people in DoD was thinking of giving Ukrainians a TTS M68-3. It's basically the late Cold War 1989 standard of the M60. It has night fighting capability. It might be even better than decent chunk of the Russian tanks in terms of fire control system. But it's really old. Like I don't get it why we're still beating around bushes. And some people are thinking of giving Ukraine a Striker with 105 guns, which is bad idea as well, because there's a reason that why Army actually kind of abandoned the whole Striker MGS systems idea in favor of more armored and more nimble MPV system. So like if I'm like it's never taken off the ground, the whole MGS program. So I'm not sure if we don't even like it, why would Ukrainian like it? So they're Pentagon still debating about it. But on the other hand, it's interesting. Yesterday, September 20th, one of the French congressmen it's mentioned about possibly giving Ukraine 50 of their own Leclerc AMX 56 main battle tanks. If France go through with that and sending their Leclerc to Ukraine, they'll be they'll be the first, because in fact Leclerc is still in production. It's actually the only Western main battle tanks besides South Korea K2 and Turkey Altai that's still in the active production, even in small numbers. That's still in serial production today. All the Abrams, Leopard, and Challengers, the main production line already stopped. Everything their tank plant is doing is basically modification, upgrading the existing fleet, and refurbishing older hulls. So if France can go through with that, I will never ever make any French army joke in 1940 ever again.
What I wanted to add to your point, and then we will move to Luis, and then I want to share another thing with you. You have to remember that France already sent new equipment to Ukraine. Some of the Caesars which were sent from France were from the production line. They were destined to Morocco and Algeria, I think, and those countries deferred their production to Ukraine. And you have to understand that's new products, and it's an indirect threat, indirect help sent to Ukraine. And what I wanted to say, yes, they were paid by France, so that's important. Some of the products Ukraine gets are paid by Ukraine, and some other are paid by the countries that send them. Either they have them on production, or either they have them in storage. Luis.
Good morning. Good morning. Anda, what are my old sleepy eyes seeing? Anda, as a co-host, welcome. Is it your first time?
Yes, thank you.
Welcome. Another audience. What I can tell you, another co-host with a big, huge heart. Very good. So, what I want to say, it's early morning here in Germany. It's really getting cold. But yesterday in the evening, if someone wants to know more about it, just write me a DM and I will tell you how. Yesterday in the evening, because people are talking about high energy prices and how to survive this winter. Yesterday in the evening, something came to my mind as clear as water, and how to keep warm in the winter. Just go and look at your Russian friends in Germany, or the Russians that are fleeing Russia now, and you get so angry that it's not cold anymore. So you don't need to turn up your gas or anything like that. Just look at the atrocities, look at what the guys are now fleeing, the cowards from Russia. And it will get warm from your heart, then the entire body will be warm, so you don't have to turn up energy, and you don't have to worry about energy prices. No, Schultz, jokes aside, yesterday I was so mad because I wanted to go to bed and I saw Russians in Germany posting on social media that they want to go to, they want to make part of this mobilization. They were asking in social media, living in Germany, how to get to that mobilization points. And then we had someone on the panel, how should I put this? Making not excuses, but trying to tell us that we should divide the Russians into group 1 and group 2. And not all Russians are the same. And it's, for me, it's still amazing that 7 months into the war, after all we have seen on daily basis, that some people are still arguing, like I did in the beginning. I must admit that it's not all Putin's war, but that it's not all Russians' war, but only Putin's war. And guys, I know it's difficult. I know it's not the right thing to do, but we have to admit it. When the evidence is in front of your eyes, you have to admit that it's almost all Russians' war. There might be a few, like the ones that are fighting currently side by side with Ukrainians against Russians, but on a nation over, I don't know, 140, 150 million, that's not enough. And as long as the changes are not coming from inside, nothing will change. And if good, young, and strong young men are leaving now Russia, nothing will happen for generations to come. So please, press your elected officials, write to them, like I will do the fucking day today. I'm sorry for my French, but I will write to German politicians. How in God's name do they have this idea? Let's recall what happened the last 3 days. Putin announced, it's 2 days ago, right? Putin announced the full mobilization or the partial mobilization. At the next day, they started sending the letters to the conscripts out so they can mobilize new cannon fodder. Yesterday, the German Minister of Internal Affairs declared that we will give asylum to Russian people or Russian men that are fleeing Russia because they do not want to go to the war. Now compare this. The German government takes months and months and months to decide if they should deliver heavy weapons so the Ukrainians are able to defend themselves. And on one day, they decide that Russian conscripts that are fleeing the war are to give an asylum. How weird is that? I mean, I wrote it yesterday. It was late in the night here in Germany. I wrote it yesterday. I'm so deeply ashamed of Germany. I can't express how deep ashamed I am, and that's why please inform your elected officials. We have to keep every single Russian in Russia. Close the borders. Make North Korea 2.0 until they change. And when they change, of course, we can embrace them again in the humanity league of countries that we are. But till then, do not accept Russians, because if every single Russian is fleeing Russia, nothing will change. Yeah, that's it, basically. And by the way, I just wanted to remind you that we have almost end of the month again, so your paychecks are coming in. So please, 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 check what you can donate to Ukraine, and whatever you can donate, please do it. We have to make sure that they have all material they need before these 300,000 sheep, slaves, cannon fodder is in Ukraine, so they can repel this attack that is going on. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Luis. You are, of course, right. In my opinion, the worst are the people who fled the country earlier that to live in Germany or other countries and still support the regime. As you said, I also read that there are people who are available for conscripting, which is unconceivable for me. It doesn't make any sense. Yeah, I will go to Roy, who has
Enda?
Yes.
Can I just make a quick note because I forgot it? Is it okay?
Yes, after you it will be Roy, and then Slava, who is also trying to speak. And
Okay.
yeah.
Thank you very much. One quick note: the person that was on the panel here yesterday was Slava was here also, so we engaged both with him. The person was saying, "Oh, they are now protesting against the war." And you all have to understand, they are not protesting against the war. They are protesting against the mobilization. They are protesting that they have to go to the front line. That's the point. Please, do not see those protests that are going on in Russia right now as protests against the war, because it's not against the war. It's against mobilization. If they were not mobilized, they will still support the war in Ukraine. And they are still supporting the war in Ukraine. But they don't want to go to the front line. That's very important.
They'll go tomorrow, Luis.
You are very right, Luis. And also, I know you're a true supporter of MriyaAid, and indeed, I so found out lately that in Germany, 25th is the paycheck day. I'm not sure this is exactly the same overall, but yeah, it would be a good idea. It is my option. When I'm upset, whenever I'm upset with what Russia is doing, I try to donate or do something else to help Ukraine. Roy, Slava Ukraini, and then Adrian.
Hey, so real quick, Luis, I cannot agree with you at all on that. Not letting Germany in issue. So, nothing against you personally. People in this panel probably don't know me, but I'm actually was born and raised in China, mainland China. Uh, I opposed it. I opposed the communist regime when I was a kid. I was an activist. I painted anti-communist slogan on my school uniform when I was 16 years old. Um, in support of Hong Kongers back in 2014 doing their own umbrella revolution. That's a few months after the Ukrainians' whole Maidan revolution. It's another democratic revolution in Hong Kong. Hong Kong is officially part of China, so I see them as my fellow countrymen. I support their fight for democracy. So I painted their slogan on my school uniform. Because of that, I was expelled from high school. I lost my right to education in the freshman year in high school. I was only 16 years old. I was only able to come to the United States 2 years later, no, a year and a half later, to pursue higher education because I got a student visa. Like, I cannot imagine if the United States slammed the door on me because China is a bad country. It doesn't mean I support that regime. I never had a voice. They never let us speak. You can't possibly just assume every Russian is a Putin supporter, even though my big chunk of them are. You can just find them who they are and kick them
We
back.
didn't. We
And
didn't say that.
I think by slamming the door, not letting any Russian into your country is not fair. And Germany doing their part, allowing the draft dodger entering Germany, is actually helping Ukraine. One fewer,
False.
one more German, one more Russian draft dodger entering Germany is one fewer cannon fodder Ukraine has to fight in the front line.
False.
So I think even though their purpose may be different than what you think they are, but one fewer enemy on the battlefield for Ukraine is definitely good for Ukraine. I understand people's probably frustrating, but I
Okay,
personally
Roy.
think there should be a way to let some people escape the mandatory conscription.
Okay, duly noted. I get your point of view and where you come from. I also want to point out that these people didn't fled Russia at the beginning of the war. They fled Russia when Russia said, I'm gonna send you to Ukraine to die. So they don't care if, in my opinion, so if they have the money, and the tickets were really expensive, if they have the money to fly now from Russia, it means they had the money to fly from Russia 4 months ago, 2 months ago, 6 months ago. But they choose to stay there because it was, I don't know, warm, cozy, and they only decided to do this, to flee Russia, when Russia said, I'm gonna send you to Ukraine, basically to die. And they are not like you. You were a fighter for what you thought was right. They are not fighting for what's right. They are fighting to I will be a lady, and I will not express myself how I feel about this. Um, they are not fighting for Ukraine. They are not protesting. The people who protested in Russia, you saw them in the first months. In later months, when we found out about people who disappeared, about people who got imprisoned because they tried to publicize the information they learned through electronic channels or others. And those are indeed the people who fight for Ukraine from within. All the people who go, and I'm sorry, you all saw, it's that a lot of fuel depots and others exploded in Russia proper and not close to the border. That was not done in such a massive amount by Ukraine. That was done but by people who support Ukraine and try to help it without leaving Russia. Okay, I totally agree. But people who are now fleeing Russia, they are not fleeing for Ukraine. They are not fleeing because Putin has gone too far. They are fleeing because they are afraid for their lives and because they are selfish, basically. And the people who are fighting for Ukraine in Russia are the people who actually did something, when their life was not strictly in danger. The people who helped Ukrainians return to Poland or other countries, who helped them. I'm talking now about the people who got in contact with other Ukrainians who were deported, and they silently and covertly helped them escape and go to other countries. So those are indeed what you can call a partisan, a person who supports Ukraine, a person who supports freedom, a person who fights, a person like you. The people who are now fleeing are not fleeing because they support Ukraine or freedom or anything else. They are just afraid for themselves, and they do have money because, excuse me, those tickets were really expensive. Okay.
All right, thank you for telling me that. But okay, so I actually dodged.
There is no but. Really soon.
Slava, I will let you speak in a minute, and then I will go to Donny, Luis, Donny, and Adrian. Is that fair? Okay, Roy, finish your sentence, and then we go to Slava, and
Oh yeah, I understand. Thank you for saying that, but I understand what you mean. There are probably not a lot of people who truly against the war that are leaving Ukraine, that are leaving Russia now. I understand that, but I like to give people the benefit of doubt. I'm not sure all of them are, but some of them might actually against it, and I understand that. And to be honest, like, it's kind of hilarious to see Russians fleeing them, especially considering Putin has 74% of support. So thanks for saying that. I'm sorry if I make someone else feel bad about it or hurt someone's feeling, but personally, I believe in the cause of democracy and freedom. That's why when I came to the United States, after I got my green card, the first thing I did after I received the green card, I went to the Armed Forces Career Center and signed up as fast as I could. So I truly believe the cause. I'm not sure whoever fled Russia now is also a believer, but I hope some of them are, and I really hope there's going to be a chance for them to fight another day instead of to die for Putin.
thank you, Roy. And thank you for your service. Slava, please go, and then Luis, Donny.
After Luis, thank you.
Luis.
Thank you, Slava. Slava Ukraini.
Героям слава.
Roy, I respect you, man. I have heard you a couple of times here in the space, and I appreciate what you are doing, that you are also helping Ukraine. But on this, we will have to absolutely disagree because you have to understand. And that was the point where I was mad yesterday also, because you have to understand the people that are coming through our borders now into Europe, they are still supporting the war. This is the specific point that you have to understand. I said it yesterday here in the space. I have a bunch of friends, Russians, Arabs, Turks, from all over the world, but I cannot name one Russian that came to me or went public after the beginning of the war and opposed against this war. Not one. And what we are seeing here in Germany is that Russians that live here for years, that were born here, go to the streets on rallies with their Soviet flags, with their Russian flags, and are supporting this war. Yes, it's democracy working in Germany because people are able to express what they want. But this is what we get if we let these men that are fleeing now because they are mobilized into our countries. And I'm sorry to tell you this and to disappoint you, because you have a real good way to see things. Watch Russian social media. Look what people are saying in there. I've been following social media since the beginning of the war, and honestly, at the beginning of this war, I was like you. I couldn't believe it. No, not all Russians. It's only Putin's war, and the regime's war. But no, my friend, it's not. It's not true. We have to admit that. They are. If someone posts a video of raping a baby and killing it after that, they are cheering that. They are calling for more. They are laughing. They are clapping. That's the naked reality. You have to understand this. The entire world has to understand this. And if we let this man come in and do not close the borders, we have a bunch of young men supporting this war and doing things like, I don't know, was it Croatia or Albania, where they went to NATO facilities and started photographing the stuff that we have there. That's what is going to happen.
Or attacking Ukrainians. Thank you.
I believe you're up next, Slava. Please go ahead.
Oh, I don't want to interrupt Luis, but he's suddenly.
No, I'm ready. I'm ready. Go
yes,
ahead, Slava.
So this is like when the also this Russians gonna attack Ukrainians who flee Ukraine because this is like a danger for them to live in Ukraine. Roy Lee, you
Hello.
So okay, so Chris, I think.
Sorry, that was the host account, Slava. I don't know what that was about. Really sorry about that.
Okay,
please go ahead.
Okay.
Just a technical problem. Go ahead.
Okay, it was Roy Lee. Please stay in this space and educate because I see a lot of this changed in this space. So I really like it that more and more people just wake up to the information that we don't gonna be separating Russians, good Russians, bad Russians. Borders must be closed. Europe should not be polluted with the Russians, and this is like a best solution. We will not try to re-educate Russians. It was time was lost. It was tried before. As to the yesterday evening, Luis, you should not be angry because I listened back this morning, and yesterday evening there was two people, and it is clear for me it was two Russians. One pretending to be British, and other just Igor also trying to be. This was prepared, so don't get angry because they just doing their job. Maybe it was some same person, like trying to be to look like two different person, but it was planned. They after this partial mobilization, I noticed big rise on this like a Russian topic talks that maybe there is a good Russians are trying to flee mobilization, partial mobilization. No, there is no good. If you Russian and since 2014 sitting in the Russia, you are you are taking part in this war, in this genocide, and you are to blame because you are supporter of this war. And thank you for this, Slava Ukraini.
Heroyam Slava. Thank you. I will, with all your permission, I will let Victoria go next.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. I hope I'll have a good connection, although I'm driving right now. So, 3 points that I wanted to make on this discussion, and it's good that we're having this discussion. First of all, it's important to look at this issue from different perspective and form our own opinions and spread it among as many people as possible. 3 things we need to remember: when Russians flee, especially men, to European countries, just guess what's going to happen to those Ukrainians, especially Ukrainian women with children, who they will meet on the streets of, for example, Berlin or Brussels or any other country. I've seen already the aggression coming from those people towards Ukrainians. And by the way, not just Ukrainians, but Ukrainian kids in particular. I've already been told by my friends lots of stories, very bad stories that were happening to Ukrainian women with children on the playgrounds. They were attacked physically, they were attacked verbally by Russian families there. And this is what we definitely want to avoid. Ukrainians had to leave the atrocity of Russian war against Ukraine. They were and are trying to find peace and safety in European countries. And with all those men coming in, I doubt that their safety will be actually at the level that we're looking for. And I doubt that Europeans want to see more and more cases of Russians attacking Ukrainian families, children, and women in particular. So that's the first point. The second point I wanted to make is that do not repeat our mistake, the mistake of Ukrainians. Unfortunately, we haven't closed our borders even after 2014 when Russia invaded part of Donbass and annexed Crimea. We should have done it back then, recognize Russia as an aggressor, and just stop any economic and social relationship with this country. Because by the end of the day, Russia used lots of Russian men who were infiltrated, brought to Ukraine. They were spending their time here. They were preparing to act when the moment came, February 24th. So you also need to think about your own security when I talk about European countries, our European listeners, that among those people who are saying they're trying to escape mobilization, there might be lots and lots of those who can bring terror to your soil, instability, insecurity, and will put your safety and security at risk. That's the second point. The third and the last one I want to say, those men are cowards from my perspective. Because, first of all, well, if they are supporting the regime and their own country, then they should have gone and fight this awful war. If they are opposing the regime, if they're opposing the war, and they are actually do care about Ukraine, which I believe under excellently, eloquently described and explained that they are not. They do not care about Ukraine. They do not care about the atrocities that are happening here. They don't care about the kids being killed here. They don't care. But if they are against the regime, we're talking about hundreds of thousands of them. Why not to protest? Why not to go and do something about it? The revolution of dignity, we lost over 100 people. We were on the streets. We were fighting the regime that was trying to completely change our history and our future, and destroy the future of our kids and our grandchildren, and of our own as well, our European perspective. So we went on the streets, and here we're looking at thousands, tens of thousands of men who are afraid to go on the streets and protest. They are cowards. And that's it. These are all three comments that I wanted to make. And once again, thank you so much for letting me speak. I appreciate that.
Thank you for coming. I believe the order was Luis. Donny, I see you're waving. Luis, I think you have to close up your you have nothing else to add strictly.
That's a good point. Let those men come in, and we will see a big rise on that specific topic.
Okay, so if my memory serves me right, the next is Johnny, then Adrian, Tom, Antti, and Luca.
Yeah, I just want to, number one, reiterate what Victoria said. They're cowards. I mean, just imagine being so afraid of the intelligentsia or the police where you live that you don't speak your mind, and then the moment you get conscripted, you run to the border, all the while pretending you're pro the great Russian army. But I think we're missing a big factor, which is predators need to eat. I mean, hawks, Bayraktars, they need food, and if we let these guys go, they won't have anything. I mean, jaguars, sharks, HIMARS, all of these animals need fuel for the belly. Need, if you let them into your countries, what is the HIMAR going to eat? HIMAR needs to eat. Let HIMARS eat. God bless.
Here. I guess it was my turn. First of all, good morning. Ananda, nice to see you hosting. First time a Romanian is hosting. Good job. You're doing great.
Represent.
Yes, indeed. And nice to see you too, Joseph, and everybody else. First of all, Roy, I lived in China for a year, and I want to really show you my respect, man. And I really think you're a hero, because I can't imagine a student in mainland China standing up to the government like that. I mean, you are really a hero. And by saying that, don't do yourself a disservice by comparing your experience with these comfy Russian cowards from Moscow and St. Petersburg who don't oppose their government at all. As people said many times before, they're doing it strictly out of saving their own skin rationale. If Russia was occupying Kyiv right now and genociding Ukrainians even more and imposing the Russian language in the entire country, and Germany would be obviously kowtowing to it because it won. These men would be happily strolling around the city, enjoying, probably would have no problem joining at that point because they knew the war was over. So these are not friends, these are not peace lovers, these are just people who want to save their own ass. Domen mentioned yesterday a very interesting military consideration that I think is worth repeating, and we didn't mention it yet. If you have an army of if you have 100,000 draftees, conscripts, and 50,000 of them are cowards who wanna run, who don't wanna fight, it's in Ukraine's military interests, not that those people go to Germany or to the Baltic countries or run away, because then you'll have 50,000 who want to fight and they will fill up the gaps in units. It will be in Ukraine interests to have the 100,000 with 50,000 cowards who will erode the morale and the unit cohesion and who will run away at the first sounds of battle. And, failures in morale are so infectious in military units. So they are an asset for Ukraine to be there. So they should be drafted as fast as possible, give them the excellent comprehensive 3-day Russian training and send to the line when they can infect with their cowardice all the people that are there and all the other people that will be drafted. So yeah, I think Domen pointed it out this yesterday very correctly, and I couldn't agree more with it. There's another consideration. Someone wrote me in a DM who was appalled about this idea. How the hell are we going to let these military-age men in our countries and create this big social time bomb, essentially? That will also create a precedent. Well, guys who want to run from military service from any country are open to come to Germany or to Europe. And we already have some social cohesion problems. And how will Europe look in its humanitarian stance when on refugees, when it accepts military-age men from Russia, but it sends Syrian women and girls to camps in Turkey because they made a deal with Erdogan? I would rather have those people than the Russians. So yeah, those are my few. And there's one last comment. Hey, did you guys take a look at Moscow or St. Petersburg last night? The wind kind of blew down the streets. It seems like this whole revolution and we're against the war thing lasted just one night. So that should tell you quite a lot about how much the Russians want to take down Putin or are against the war.
Adrian, I saw one post, they're postponing it till the weekend. I don't know if that's true or not.
Yeah, well, you can only make the real revolution on the weekend, Joseph. So I agree. I mean, Thursday, you have other things to do. There's some Netflix on and, this kind of, they don't have Netflix. Yeah, well, whatever the hell they watch, Cheburashka. That's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Adrian. Antti.
Bună ziua, Alda.
Bună ziua, Antti.
So, I just wanted to give a small update that across the border traffic in our border, it's there's been an increase. So it's about double from what it was the same time last week. Though the border guards are saying that it's still manageable and it's still nothing out of the, well, let's say it's nothing extraordinary for a weekend, but it's still, there's a considerable uptick. So hopefully there will be a solution by our government sooner rather than later. The appeal for the public, for legislation to do something about it, there's only, I think, like something like 3,000 signatures missing now to reach the reached the 50,000 threshold, so that will be an additional pressure point for the government. Hopefully, that will do something. Hopefully. So yeah, that was what I wanted to bring up. Thank you.
Do we know, is it covered? Thank you.
Sorry, say again.
Is it because the cowards running? This is like a race on the border. Thank you.
Well, I mean, if there's about 6,000 coming through now, some of that's probably the normal cross-border traffic, people going to shops and whatever. But for the young guys, I would, yeah, I think it's the cannon fodder that doesn't want to be cannon fodder. But yeah, that maybe they should have stayed in Russia and tried doing something about it. But as we have noted on this base many times, I think it's clear by now that the Iranian women are have 3 times the amount of courage than Russian men do. So is that the answer you were looking for?
Yes. Just want to clarify. Thank you, Auntie. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Auntie. Luca and Tom and then Roy.
Yeah, thank you, Anda. So, yeah, this thing here about the visa is interesting to me. I like to make some historical parallel. Also see where you know, our friend Roy comes from in terms of like mentality. So yeah, so here's what I'm gonna say. I am just wondering whether or not like a German in 1940 something could just freely travel to Britain or the United States without actually defecting. My guess is not. Then people will be like, well, okay, but you know, that's not like a war, you know, against the West. Though I object because you know, when you know, of course, when their government says, like the Russian government, that this is indeed a war between Russia and the West, well, I mean, they threaten to nuke us every other day. Yeah, why do we need to give them visas already? I'm like really confused. It does feel a little bit like my parallel to, you know, that, you know, past war. You know, it's interesting to go check out. And so the point there being, I think we should accept Russians, but they need to be defectors. You know, it's almost like asylum. Asylum. You know, you know, not just tourists or anything like that. That's my position. Now, I want to add something to it, though. As I mentioned, I do know some Russians here in the Bay Area that are strongly against the war. They do show up at the you know, at the pro-Ukraine rallies. And, you know, from what I hear, even though the policy is still to issue visas, they do have trouble to get their relatives over, as in it's basically closed for them. And so they were saying that, you know, there is a little bit of a conundrum for them because they don't want to go back to Russia, you know, especially right now. They are sort of defectors. They did move here in 2014. Now I finally understand, you know, the timing for doing that. And so now they are, you know, forced to, I don't know, meet in Turkey or in Serbia or some of those few places where they can both travel. So it feels like maybe it's not a stated policy, but like we have already started, at least in North America. And I'm talking about both Canadians and American, you know, if not citizen, permanent residents, to actually close the tap even on their relatives, right? But my position stands. I think, you know, we should allow them to come over if they are effectively defecting and getting asylum, you know, because they clearly and strongly oppose their regime. and not just because they want to go shop or run away from their draft that they didn't oppose up to now because it was not targeting the wealthy cities. That's my position.
Thank you very much, Luca. I think next we'll go to Slava. Slava, please go ahead.
Oh, no. I didn't want to jump the queue. I will wait. Thank you.
Was Tom. The next was Tom. And
thanks.
After that, Donnie and Roy and
I wanted to make a few points, but I think that the sort of conversations moved on. I think one of the things that we need to realise is that although this isn't a shooting war against Russia for the rest of the West, we are already at economic war and political war against Russia. Just as the Russians haven't declared war against Ukraine, and if I'm not mistaken, Ukraine hasn't declared war against Russia, doesn't mean that it isn't a very real shooting war with, thousands and thousands of people being killed and murdered in Ukraine. But I think for Western countries, we are at economic warfare, not only with the sanctions that we put on them, but the withholding of gas and things like that to Europe, and the massive amount of disinformation, the political disinformation campaigns that the Russians have been doing. They've been doing for years and years and years and years, trying to amplify the worst and most extreme ends of our politics. And so, just as the Baltic countries and Poland and Finland have stopped the visas for tourists now, I do think they're going to think long and hard about limiting how many Russians come into their country that are trying to flee the draft. Domin made a point yesterday that some of the Baltic countries don't have a very large population, so you can't just absorb 500,000 Russians easily. Also, as well, I think European countries need to think carefully about, if you let 50,000 Russians into Germany, just for example, and they don't speak any German, and they don't have any money, and these aren't the best people, put it that way. What is that going to do to your country? So I actually think that over the coming couple of months, I think that we're not going to let them in anyway. I think there's another thing that we need to consider, and I'll try and be brief about this, which is that the attitudes of the Russian population are going to really vary. There's a tendency when we think about groups of people that are outside of our own group, that they're all the same. It's called out-group homogeneity bias. And what I mean by that is that, for most of us, if we look at Russians, we're going to assume that they're all similar to other Russians that we've met or seen on social media. But in fact, they're going to be very varied. So, possibly the worst kind of Russians are the ones that are committing atrocities in Ukraine. And then Lewis has told us about Telegram groups where people are literally applauding torture videos. But even if there's 1.5 million people in those Telegram groups, that is 1% of the Russian population. So then there's going to be other people that are pro-war and prepared to fight in it, and obviously they're already there. There's going to be other Russians that are pro-war, but they don't want to fight in it, and some of these people are fleeing now. I think there's going to be a large proportion of Russians that just don't care either way. They're not particularly pro-war, but they don't care. They're not anti-war either. They're just trying to get on with their lives. And I think a lot of them aren't going to want to fight either, but not because they're good people, not because they care about Ukraine. And then I think Roy might have a point. I think there probably are some Russians that are pro-democracy, decent people. But the problem is we don't know how many there are. I don't think that there's enough that we're seeing the sorts of protests that we see in Iran. There clearly isn't. There's protests at the same time. If one person goes up against the police, they'll just get beaten up and arrested. You need to outnumber them 10 to 1 to have a chance when you're talking about police in riot gear. So I'm sort of starting to ramble, but I guess the point I'm making is that we don't really know exactly what the balance of attitudes is in Russia, because all of the state media and state polling is obviously completely fixed to make it look as if people are more pro-war than they really are. And you can't do an independent poll in Russia, because if you're a pollster and you phone up a Russian person and you say, what do you think about Vladimir Putin? What do you think about the war? If you were Russian, would you tell the truth? Because that could be the FSB, you know? That could be the security agencies phoning you, pretending to conduct a poll. And then the next day you could be drafted. So I think it's really, really hard to know what proportion of Russians might actually be against the regime, because they're going to be too afraid to tell you. Anyway, I'll shut up now because I'm starting to ramble a bit.
Thank you, Tom. I think you reached some interesting. You pointed out interesting stuff, and especially the fact that Russia right now is facing economic warfare, if you want to prefer to address it as this. Also, this is a way of fighting with them without, if you want to use this phrasing, which is not exactly a fight, but it's to address an issue. It's like you have a coworker, for example, and you want to show or express that what he's doing, it's not okay, without physically intervening in that discussion and or fight. So I will let Slava go next. Sorry, Donny, you had the hand the longest and I bypassed you. Donny, Slava, Roy, and Nick.
If Slava wants to speak, he can speak.
Thank you, people. But again, don't want to jump the queue and don't treat me anything else. I'm a regular as you are, but as I'm speaking, I will tell you. Thank you, everyone. I want to say that I'm really happy that I see that people now see more clearly and more aligned with the Ukraine and Ukrainians, because when it was few months ago in different places, not just spaces, clubhouses in different spaces, a lot of the people was pro-Ukraine. They hold the spaces 24/7 in different places, and they think we are for Ukraine, pro-Ukraine, but was talk about this. We need to stop this war. We need to talk with the Russia. Russia is big, great. We need to listen to the Russia. No, and this is. I always stated my thoughts that no talk with Russia. They always always trying to fool you. This is all my talk, and now I see, and I listened yesterday evening. This is really interesting because some people just wake up and started to say right away, we don't believe your lies, because yesterday there is several Russian agents in this space, and they trying to lightly push all this like a partial mobilization. No, not all Russians bad. But no, even I don't need to say anything, because some people really took position. No, we don't take your bullshit, and we see you through. And this is what makes me happy, that more and more people I hear the change, that people understand. Russians, we don't want to deal with you. We don't want to listen to you, because we know how you want to trick us. You want to fool us. You did it before. Now time is up. Visa restrictions, because security risk. It's clear for us Ukrainians, and clear for European and United States. It's clear. More Russian in your country, expect a referendum and other Russian bullshit. That's it. And this is like good. I totally happy that more and more people understand it. Sorry, Roy, just stay. someday you will understand what we're talking about. Just want to say I'm really pleased to hear that more and more people don't afraid to say to the face of the Russian propaganda, we don't believe you. So thank you, and Slava Ukraini, Героям слава. It's great. Thank you.
Thank you, Slava. Donny, you're next.
Thank you, Anna. So what I want to say about, I don't know if Adrian or Luca brought it up, that bring bring these whether in World War II they turned Germans around as they didn't. America didn't use didn't allow Germans to come in, and didn't. But I will say that the Germans that immigrated fleeing from Nazi Germany, they did make a group, a collection of soldiers called the Ritchie Boys, mostly Jews, and that's what my profile, Donnie Dogowitz / Donnie Donowitz / Inglorious Bastards, was based on. But this was a group of dissidents from before the war that left due to the regime and were utilized for the language knowledge and their cultural knowledge to infiltrate German positions, infiltrate higher levels, and do some serious damage. So what I would say is, I'm sure that our powers that be and the amazing minds in our militaries have a keen sense of history, and probably are doing just that. Should we let Russians in? Absolutely not. HIMARS need to eat. I need my boys to have food. But is there groups of Western leaning Russians doing some shit? Who knows? If I was in command, I learned from history. You read a book once in a while. So, in the wash, we'll learn about it. We will find out, because we're getting tertiary stories. We're getting surface stuff, and hopefully, it's going to be much more interesting than even us being on here for 7 months, speaking 24 hours. We will learn things, which is going to be cool. Anyways, Slava Ukraine.
Героям слава.
Героям слава.
Thank you, Donny. And indeed, history teaches us a lot. I will let. So the order was Roy, Luca, Nick, and then Ben. I will have to run, so I will let you with Joseph. Thank you all for this evening or this morning, and Heroям слава.
Slava Ukraine.
Слава ЗСУ.
And brava.
Смерть ворогам і слава ЗСУ. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Anda. It was really great to have Anda as a co-host. I think she did a great job. You guys heard I didn't say a word because I didn't need to step in. I think Anda was handling everything fantastically. So thank you very much, Anda. Everyone who, if you appreciated Anda's co-hosting, please maybe send her a message. Maybe let her know she did a great job, guys. Gentlemen and ladies, I should say. It's getting to be about that European time. We got Doman coming up, which is great. Great to see. Always great to see my buddy Doman. I've had to do very, very little tonight. Just watched in awe as Onda co-host like a seasoned professional, basically. So with that, sorry everyone to make you wait. I'm gonna let Nick go ahead, and then we'll go to Roy. Nick, please go ahead.
Oh, hi, thanks. I wanted to mention, in light of the referenda and the also the mobilization that in the Russian language there is a, I've been thinking about this the past couple of days, there is a concept or a word called vranyo, which is effectively a word that means we're all lying and we all know we're lying to each other, and we're all happy that we're lying to each other because reality sucks so badly. And if you live in a culture like that, then it seems to me that mobilizations and referenda, sham referenda, are just, run-of-the-mill, par for the course garbage. And that's the entity that Ukraine is fighting against. And it can't possibly, that entity, can't possibly succeed in vanquishing a people who are determined to resist it, because they're not dealing, Ukrainians aren't dealing with vranyo except to resist it, and the Russians are just fine with it. And the other thing I wanted to mention is that lest we be all worried about the putative 300,000 reinforcements heading to the front, remember that at least 3/4 of them will be consigned to logistical duties, because they have to be, because that's how armies work. So the most of that 300,000 cohort will be about 25% that will be actually at the front with their hunting rifles and flintlock muskets and whatnot that they get to fight the Ukrainians with. And also, one last thing about the referenda, the sham referendums. If they are in fact done online, the likelihood that Ukraine's brilliant intel operations will not fuck with them is minimal. I can't imagine that the Ukrainians are not salivating at the chance of mucking up the Russian online sham referenda. And
Nick, I think you're skipping over a factor here, which is Russians have already decided what the numbers are going to be, and all the votes are going to go into a dead end, and then numbers are already decided on that they're going to come on separately. So,
but don't you think Ukraine can maybe just monkey with it just a little bit, enough to make it obvious? But thank you, Dom, and I appreciate that. And lastly, I wanted to say that Anda was a breath of fresh air as a co-host. She was brilliant and filling a couple of voids that the space will surely appreciate having filled. And with that, I would like to drop down and listen to everybody else. Thanks.
Just a quick comment before the next person speaks. The Russian referendum is going to make Saddam Hussein's elections look like very free and fair.
I think you're exactly right. I mean, Victoria, you tell me, am I silly for thinking that the votes are just going to go straight in the bin and the numbers already decided on?
Yes, good morning. Yeah, they have already everything prepared, even the announcements, all the press releases, everything. The numbers are already there. They don't care about actual collection of information, actual voting process. It's all a charade, and everything is predetermined. The question is what's going to happen next after the referendum. That is my concern. That is my biggest concern.
Yeah, I think that's exactly what's going to happen here. They already have the numbers, right? I guess it takes an appropriate amount of cynicism to be able to say this, but I think you and I share this level here with anything that comes to Russia. Thank you, Victoria. Joseph, was Roy next?
That's great. Yes.
Oh, okay. Is my turn now?
Yep.
I try not to overstep, but yes, thanks for Anda. I'm sad she's gone now. But anyway, so yeah, thanks for everyone telling me all of that. Like, I have strong opinion about whoever's fleeing their countries because I have personal experience for that, and I generally I try to give people the benefit of the doubt. Try not to hope that every Russian who's fleeing Russia now is just trying not to die. I personally have deep hatred towards those people. I call them the tongue patriots because their love for their country is limited to their tongue, and that's how cheap it is. And I try not to think everybody is the same way. That and actually when I was 17 years old, no, when I left China, I was 18 years old. In China, you couldn't leave the country if you are at age of between 18 to 24, if you did not sign up for the military it's not it's something like US military selective service. You're not going to be guaranteed to be you're not going to be drafted, but they want you to sign up for the military registration. I did not do that when I left China. At the border custom, they asked me why didn't I sign up for that. I was like, oh, I said I was just going to United States for a few months. I'll be back before I turned 18 to sign up for that. And then I was let go. I never went back to China ever again. Like, it's for me, like, I think people should understand, like, I think it's important for someone who's even being conscripted into military. I hope they definitely should know what they're fighting for. So if Russians do not want to fight for their country, someone probably should give them a chance to not fight for their country, because I would hate to fight for a cause I don't believe in. But on the other hand, some people already said to me that in here, some of them are tongue patriots, and their love for their country, unfortunately, only limited to their mouths. So I wouldn't be feeling too sympathetic towards them if they end up having to dig trenches in Donbass and eat dirt when Hamas starts singing the night song with them. With that, it should be dropped. All right.
Thank you, Ray. Yeah, I hope they revolt and mutiny. I don't think they will, but I sure hope they do. Especially since now it seems like it's about 5 times as many mobilized than they said they would be. And I really hope they start moving them around and then demobilize and then remobilize and then move them around again and then demobilize again. That'd be great, because I've been just thinking about logistics, and the logistics are going to be messed up. Donnie.
Dobry rano, Domin.
Доброго ранку.
Have you anecdotally seen any uptick in men in your area from age 18 to 60 speaking a distant version of Slavic, or?
No, actually, not really.
Cool. That's all.
I think I know where you were going, but no, not at all. Cheers, Danny. Slava Ukraini.
Herzliam slava.
Доброго ранку, ми з України. Героям слава. Yes, I really like to more and more Героям слава and Слава Україні. It's working great. So thank you. Just to follow this referendums. Ukrainians already solved this. And also Ranyo, thank you. Don't remember who bring it. Ranyo lies in the Russians. It's really everywhere. So Ukrainians already solved the puzzle, which come to partial mobilization and referenda, shame referendum and referenda, how it's all connects. So what Russians now saying with this partial mobilization, Russians should not afraid, they should not flee, because they will, if they're gonna be mobilized, they will not gonna be sending on other country, they're gonna be staying in the Russia. But with connection to the shame referendum and referendums, after this, they're gonna say all this occupied territory is now Russia. And for this is how they lying to their Russian people. It's because they saying you will not gonna go, but they gonna send them on Ukraine, because for them it's gonna be like it's now part of the Russia. This is how they lying every day and everywhere in the Russia. And just wanted to say that Ukrainians already solved this puzzle. We know what they're doing. And again, to Roy, I'm sorry, but this is your perception. I understand, but it's actually there is no excuse for all Russians who are trying to flee after. There is just a talk about the partial mobilization. No one is getting right away mobilized, but this is just a talk, and they already running. Why you sitting before this day? So this is why you was sitting quietly, and now you are running. Just a bunch of cowards. So just wanted to say thank you. Slava Ukraini.
Thank you, Slava Ukraini. Yeah, where did Ben and Tom go? I wanted Ben to talk about logistics, because logistics will really matter here. Now, I've been thinking a little bit about these things. And at some point today, when I am sufficiently thought through all of it, I will try to get a cogent set of thoughts together of just every word that this might go wrong for them. I hope there's many places, but I think there's pretty many places for them, for it to all go wrong for them. Especially because we have precedents for it, right? 1917. Lots of mobilized soldiers in a few big cities. Didn't end well for that incarnation of the Duchy of Muscovy. Luis, morning.
Good morning, Doman. Welcome to another day of work. I just wanted to say something short. I have a meeting afterwards, and I just wanted to leave you with this sentence that Bruno Massage posted half an hour ago, because it describes perfectly the situation. He wrote 35 minutes ago, some quote, somehow don't remember hearing that because we were fighting ISIS, it was smart to welcome ISIS deserters into the EU to weaken their ranks, period, unquote. And I think it's the perfect description of what is happening right now.
I think that's it's not a perfect comparison, but it does illustrate another side of this. Now I'll put it this way, and I kind of developed this yesterday already. Let's say hypothetically, right? Because sometimes people present an argument that says basically, look, if you allow them to come to somewhere else, they won't be fighting in Ukraine, and there will be fewer Russians fighting in Ukraine. But that's not true. So let's just debunk that one before anybody comes up with that idea. Specifically, imagine there's 300,000 going to be mobilized. It's not. it's going to be way more. But let's say it's going to be 300,000, right? Let's say 100,000 of those actually don't want to go. Let's say the other 200,000 either kind of want to go, or at least are resigned to their fate, right? They're in deepest, darkest Siberia. They have no choice. They have no way out. Nothing. So let's say 100,000 don't want to go. Let's say half of them have a way out. Say it's 50,000 that can physically get out, right? What does that mean? Well, you might deplete the initial mobilization by 50,000, but what all you're going to do is you're just going to move that 50,000 to another 50,000 who are going to be then again distributed, 2/3 indifferent, 1/6 can't make their way out, 1/6 can make their way out, right? So you're just going to be replacing them with other bodies. It's not going to make a difference at the front. All you're going to do is you're going to say, well, these guys aren't the ones that are going to go to Ukraine. It's some other guys, and that's because the pool that they can take from is on the order of 40 million, right? 40 million men, roughly, of the correct age cohort, or whatever it is. It doesn't matter exactly how many, but it's way more. It's way more. It's orders of magnitude more than the 50,000 you might be that might be getting their way, that might be getting out, and that matters. So you're not going to change the situation on the ground. If anything, you're going to make the situation on the ground worse. Because what you're going to do is you're going to replace ones that would have extra low morale because they really don't want to be there. And they thought, oh, damn it, had I only left a week earlier, I could have gotten out. And they will be very, very bad at soldiering. You're going to replace them with people who are at least resigned to their fate, who will be less bad. So all you're doing is you're actually improving the combat effectiveness, I think, on average, of Russian forces newly deployed to Ukraine, because you are increasing the average morale by removing those who would have had the lowest level of drive. So it's a really bad idea. It's a really, really bad idea. I know I wasn't accusing anybody here specifically of making this argument. I was just saying this is an argument I encountered here yesterday. Just prefacing it here, that what this would mean. Joseph.
Doman.
Sorry? Joseph?
Sorry, my mic. Jacques Doman. No, I'm just kidding. What's up? Doman?
Seriously, this is the way to go. This is why this matters. This is why the idea of no, let's just allow everybody to leave, because as though there aren't tens of millions of others to be put in the same position. Right? There always will be. There will be always more to be put in this position than there is capacity or ability to get people out. Lime juicer.
Yes. So taking in Russian deserters is, from my thinking, just another angle of showing sympathies to Russians by certain parties in Germany. It's that same gameplay to even out refugees from Ukraine and refugees from Russia, to show the German population, see, Russians are victims too. That's the political agenda behind that. We have certain parties in Germany.
Oh, you're exactly right.
Who
you're
are
exactly right.
Russia friendly, and they want to show their sympathies with the Russians. So all that hatred against Russians because of the war doesn't spread in the German population. And of course, the German population, many of them think that same way and think it's a good idea. So if we take in Ukrainians, we have to take in Russians too, which is completely bollocks from the view of the Ukraine or neighboring countries. So
and even if it doesn't go this far, even if it doesn't go this far to say, oh, no, even if it doesn't go this far, it could be just because, and I think this is the wider spread one, just some retrograde sympathies for Russia that a lot of places in Europe still hold, because Russia's this great country with this great culture, and look at all the ballet, and look at all the paintings and all the museums that were all painted by Germans and French and Italians anyway, and look at all the Pushkin, and look at all the others. So that's why as well, right? Because there's lots of these retrograde sympathies that project a very tiny subset of what Russia could ever pretend to be, and project that onto the country at large, which is, I mean, completely inappropriate and completely baseless and just utter nonsense. Luis, go ahead. And then, Joseph, you have to tell me what's up with Melitopol. Why is Melitopol in the title? Luis?
Yeah, Lanjus, thank you for coming up and telling us that, because that's exactly the truth. And I am really astonished on a bad way and shocked that it took so less time, or they were so quick to decide, oh yes, we will welcome the Russian deserters. And I mean, the mobilization started 2 days ago, I think. And one day after, Nancy Faeser already announced that under German law, they will take, they give asylum to these Russian deserters. And if I think about every single decision towards Ukraine because of heavy weapons or help that could make a difference in the ground, that it took weeks and months to decide, and if they should give us a signature or not, it's exactly showing what you are just stating, Lamb Juicer, that this is an appeasement towards Russia. Oh yes, we will take your young men that want to flee, so they don't get killed in Ukraine. And this is just really appalling from the German perspective.
The German word for that is Völkerfreundschaft, friendliness of people, friendship of people, Völkerfreundschaft. We have Völkerfreundschaft with Russia. That's what they try to underline now.
I have another word for it. Maybe it's wrong, but my word for it would be corruption at the highest level.
Maybe.
Well, there you go. I mean, corruption with money, corruption of mind, definitely corruption of mind, definitely wrong assumptions and the like. So, Joseph, Melitopol, what's up in Melitopol?
Well, Doman, we've got just a couple of pictures right now and a couple of reports of explosions in Melitopol. Looks like some type of a strike. I mean, Gimler's Tochka, you know the drill, some type of a strategic strike. Looks like some type of an ammo depot based on the sheer size of the boom. But yeah, recent explosion in Melitopol in the last hour, maybe 2 hours or so.
Well, good. And see, this is why Ukraine needs things like ATACMS, because Ukraine needs capacity to strike logistics targets much further away still than Melitopol is from the front line. Right? We've been hearing about trains en masse crossing into occupied parts of Ukraine, for example, at Milerovo, out of Rostov Oblast. Right? That should be able to be hit. That should be able to be taken out of commission. That should be able to be destroyed preemptively that far away. And it's very difficult to do that without, these lovely tools that the collective West already has plenty of, right? There's no need to hold back on those. Just go ahead and do it. Just go ahead and send those lovely things called ATACMS and actually make it a logistics nightmare for Russia to make, to do anything here. Beyond that, and I'm serious about this, there is excellent reason right now for the collective West to say we're going to send everything now. Anything Ukraine wants, we're going to send everything. We're going to send all the tanks, all the IAVs, all the missiles, all the everything. What are you going to do about it? Because this is the one way to show, instead of this drip feed, right? To show Russia you can do whatever you want. You have no way of prevailing, because Ukraine will have this vast technological advantage and will just be able to destroy your logistics in a very limited, very precise way, but completely debilitate your logistics. And it's just so much cheaper to do this, because it actually brings the war to an end, to its only morally just end, which is Ukraine reclaiming rightfully Ukrainian territories. And because you can do this much, much more quickly, then Russia can move new troops into theater. Right? I think this is the other part that's really important. They're limited because they're going to have to train people up. They've been mobilizing a whole lot of people who have no previous military experience. They whatever happened, and there's some speculation. Our friend Kristaps from the Eastern Borders been doing some quite interesting hypothesizing about why this happened, because maybe local governors wanted to show themselves as particularly good to Putin by overperforming, but you know how it was. Joseph, you must have read some old Soviet material about this. I'm sure, Victoria, you've studied this extensively, right? When there were 5-year plans, and then you had people massively overperforming, and there was some factory that said we overperformed the 5-year plan by 23%. Look at what good communists we are, right? Be good to us now, oh great overlords. It seems like that's kind of what some oblast governments have gone and done. Really pushed it in and tried to mobilize, possibly an order of magnitude more soldiers than were asked for. But what this is going to do is you're going to have people who are even less well prepared to go to war for as anything else but cannon fodder. It will be almost impossible to organize them. It will be almost impossible to train them. It will be almost impossible to equip them in any sensible way. And yes, sure, they'll be able to be sent to the front line as cannon fodder, or they will gum up the system. And some of them will be sent to the front lines as cannon fodder, but the rest will gum up the system.
Sorry, no,
Joseph?
no problem. I just wanted to add, we do have some new numbers of losses from today, and they're just reported from the Defense Ministry, and we're back up to big numbers, Dom, and we're back up to about 550 losses.
The
and then
report
18
yesterday was
tanks,
400.
Oh, go ahead.
Wait just a second. Let's put it into context. The report yesterday was 400 KIA Russians, but only one piece of tubed artillery and no pieces of rocket artillery. The difference with today is how many pieces of tubed artillery, how many pieces of rocket artillery, Joseph?
Sorry, Doman, my mic button's a little sticky. 14 pieces of artillery and 8 pieces of rocket artillery, Doman.
Okay, so from 1 and 0 to 14 and 8. What does this mean? Well, let's do a comparison of let's say APCs yesterday and today in the announcement. So 2 days ago and today. What are the numbers, Joseph?
I can't compare the numbers, but today it's 20 APCs, which is a lot.
Okay, so today it's 20 APCs. The day before, it was 28 APCs. Yesterday, they announced 9 tanks. How many tanks did they announce today?
18, which is a ton.
Okay, so I would suggest what this means is that yesterday, so 2 days ago, there were big moves started to be made. Yesterday, Ukrainians reached where the artillery positions are, which is much farther back. Just a guess. Now, either it's back reporting and they're adding some numbers from 2 weeks ago. But if these are all numbers from 2 days ago and from yesterday, which I think they probably are, that means Ukraine made a big progress somewhere and we don't know where yet. And at some point they'll tell us, and we're like, "Ooh, wow, you got far." And that's really good, and I think that's really meaningful, especially all those artillery pieces. Because why? Russia relies on artillery. They only have one way of fighting, which is mass artillery fires. When they're without munitions, because ammo depots keep being blown up, and they're without tubes, because 22 pieces of tubed and rocket artillery combined in a day. That's, a small country might have 60 combined, 70 combined in its entire stock. These are insane numbers. This is war at a scale that has not been seen in a very long time. Really hasn't been seen in a very long time. Volodymyr Dasenko put out the thing a month and a half ago, right? Comparing artillery consumption, artillery shell volumes, mass in different wars, and the volume that Russia was shooting before their ammo depots started being taken out by HIMARS was only comparable to things like the Western Front in the First World War, and then various years of Nazi Germany consumption and Soviet Union consumption during the Second World War. That's how much artillery Russia was shooting. Firing, I guess is the correct word. See if CJ weren't asleep, he'd be correcting me on this. Before the ammo depots started being destroyed. But now it's gone way down, right? This is the large part of why Russia isn't doing very well, because they've lost their one way of fighting, which is mass fires, followed by mass fires, followed by mass fires. And they seem to not be able to do that anymore. And with every passing day, especially a day like yesterday, where they lose 22 pieces of artillery, their capacity to do so is further destroyed, and this is important. So let's go to Donnie. Let's go to Roy. I will stop talking about this stuff, but if these are all numbers from the last couple of days, this is very significant. Donnie.
Yes, Doman. Looking at I hate calling it the Russia sphere, the bouncy ball of Russian narrative. It's actually pivoted from random Ukrainian shelling of the poor Donbassian people to these are now targeted strikes. We know their capabilities; they are targeted. So what this tells me is that they've given up on the narrative of Ukrainians are targeting civilians. They've given up on saying that Ukrainians are not capable at warfare. What it tells me is that they're trying to switch the narrative, and their narrative. So instead of anything, so I feel that they're going to start showing people in occupied territories just to fulfill their narrative of these are very targeted. Look at they're targeting civilians. So, but it's notable because of what you just said with the increase in Ukraine's ability to locate and target military capabilities, and it was a notable shift, and I was just like, huh. And so what you just said really interested me because at first I didn't know why they switched this narrative to random shellings of poor civilians to targeted shellings of poor civilians, and I feel I now know why they did that. So that's my diatribe.
Thank you, Donnie. Right.
Okay, guys. So real quick, I think if I wasn't mistaken, Ukrainian SBU just released. They somehow hacked into the Russians. No, not Russians. I think it's a separatist controlled republics systems website, and they already knows what the polling is gonna be, even accurate to how many points after the decimal point, or how many percentage after the decimal point. Like they're trying. They're already lying before they even open their mouth. That's how pathetic it is. Like it's not even they open their mouth, they lie. It's like they're spilling shit before they're even opening their mouth. That's how ridiculous that thing is. So I cannot possibly imagine, like, what kind of poor excuse they have for that. Like it's just it boggles your mind.
Yeah, lying is what they do. That's all there is. Okay, let's go to our new Korean listener, Star Junha 96.
Hello, everyone.
Hi there.
I have been participating in protest for no war in Ukraine as always since February 27. It's all time participation, and so many Korean people wants to help the Ukrainian, but and the special situation in South Korea and North Korea, so South Korea cannot support to Ukrainian send the army, and I could ammunition and archery, all of things. Yeah, but I tries to announce the donation at the Ukrainian embassy at Korean, and so many Koreans have been donating to Ukrainian embassy at Korea. So, and I volunteered the Ukrainian.kr and the Instagram account. Yeah, and translate word translate the truth of the Ukrainian word from English to Korean, and yeah, and so many, and today is the separatists in Luhansk and Donetsk and Kherson and Zaporizhia starts to be elected the first referendum vote. So it's I don't know if it's true or false, but the news what is they tried to mobilize the teenagers to vote in the referendum vote. But I don't know if it's true or false. But if it's true, so dangerous. And but and Korea and Korean government cannot recognize the illegal independence in the Luhansk and the Donetsk and the Zaporizhia and Kherson. Yeah, thank you.
No, of course not. Nobody will. Thank you, Star Junha. No, you're completely right. Obviously, nobody will. Not even China will recognize that, because it's not good for anyone to recognize that. It's going to be Russia, and then maybe Cuba, and maybe Eritrea, and probably Syria, and maybe Belarus. I mean, it's completely untenable. But see, what this demonstrates is just how wide how wide ranging the support of free people around the world is. And I, of course, realize why South Korea is one of the few countries that really can't spare a lot, a lot of equipment, or indeed any equipment. And South Korea legitimately has a threat right there on this border. But that should not be stopping the likes of France, or Germany, or Italy that do not have anything like a threat. And I think we'll be talking about Italy a lot more next week, because they have an election on Sunday, of equipment. Because who's going to attack Germany? Switzerland? Don't think so. I mean, they have two non-NATO neighbors, Austria and Switzerland. That's gonna get iffy. Donnie?
I would add real quick. Sorry,
Oh,
Donnie.
sorry,
I would add
Joseph,
real
go
quick the future. I think is kind of bright, right? Like right now, I don't think that South Korea can help directly, but as you said, but we're looking at increased sort of arms industry cooperation between countries like Poland and South Korea, and I think even Ukraine, if not now, in the near future, will have some pretty significant cooperation in terms of the arms industry. Would you agree, Doman?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, Poland and South
Ukraine is
Korea are
already
aligning.
operating South Korean made weapons. The Polish-made crab, it uses the South Korean
Yes.
K9's chassis. It's made
Right.
by
Everybody read that Wikipedia article. Don't worry.
yeah. So it's already happening, and there's already South Korean volunteers fighting the international legions. I think South Korean friend should give his own country a little bit credits. They're not bystanding.
No, absolutely. And South Korea has excellent capacity to ramp up production. Right, that's what South Korea is good at. Its defense industry is strong. It can ramp up production quite quickly. When Poland said, you know what, we're giving the crabs we have to a bunch of the crabs we have to Ukraine ordered a bunch more. Poland ordered a bunch more. South Korea says, yeah, sure, we can get you more of these chassis. Right, because we have an industry that knows what's up. We have an industry that's always geared up to produce way more stuff at a drop of a hat. Why? Because we know what the security situation in the world, especially around us, really is. Poland then placed that gigantic order with hundreds of tanks and hundreds of IFVs and hundreds of more howitzers with Korea. Why? Because they knew that Korea can deliver immediately. Even if it's not the most optimal thing from supply chain wise, but Korea can deliver immediately. South Korean defense industry is very happy to license stuff to Poland for production because that will make it easier later on for spare parts and the like. Absolutely. Not to mention the South Korean volunteers. There are a good number of very highly trained special forces types from South Korea who are well educated, very well skilled, can communicate well with other international volunteers because they tend to speak pretty good English. All the South Koreans I've met for sure spoke excellent English, and that just makes it so much easier, right? And they fit in perfectly, just as with everyone else from the free world. It doesn't matter if you're from South Korea or from Israel or from Finland or from Canada or the US. Or indeed, wherever else. This is the cause of free people all around, and especially those who are very highly skilled, highly trained, fit in absolutely perfectly. Right, Donnie?
Absolutely. I just wanted to take note. I retweeted it. The Ukrainian 8th convoy must have gotten some donations from fellas, and they've rebranded themselves as the 69th Sniffing Brigade. And I'm not making this up. It's the 69th Sniffing Brigade, and the vehicles are painted in olive matte, but the camo on this olive matte, it's all fellas, and I'm so fucking proud of you. I'm so proud of you guys. Literally, there are vehicles going to war with brain damaged dogs as camo. I don't know what to say. My heart swells, and
Donnie, let's talk about galvanization, right? Let's talk about galvanization of public opinion. Let's talk about galvanization.
Yes.
Of thought to action. Of those who might otherwise have stayed at the point of thought. This is where all these dogs make a difference, right? Like the ones that you and Joseph and Lime Juicer have.
It was a guy on the internet making fun of a foreign minister of Russia, and
no. It was the ambassador of Russia to Vienna. Who's also credited, I think, for the IAEA. Yeah.
Yes, and he was like, "Hey, I can do something good," and then we all jumped on board. We all donated to the Georgian Legion, and we filled their coffers, and we got these beautiful avatars. And now, the last thing that a Russian imperialist soldier is going to see is a brain-damaged cartoon dog with, or maybe they've seen the Bonker 9000 and this is what your donations can do. This is what you sitting at home can do. For 500 people here, I don't know how many people are in the audience at the moment, but your money matters. Your like what you do here right now, you listening to a brain damaged dog, saves lives, saves people, and furthers democracy eastward. And thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Johnny. Absolutely it does. Absolutely it does. It gives people a clear cause to rally around. Not just a cause, but a method, which matters, because cause without the method, cause without a system is doesn't work very well. Lime juicer, and then off to Sweden.
Lime juicer from Germany is still mad at Nancy Faeser because, what she does is political communication. To whom? To people that sympathize with Russia also. It's some sort of political communication for people who have empathies for the Ukraine and for Ukraine and the war in Ukraine, but also for people who have sympathies with Russia, because the readout of such a statement is, I say it in quotes, "Oh, poor Russia is fighting a war against Ukraine and the whole NATO and the whole world. So poor Russian men have to fight against the Ukraine now, against Ukrainians. We have to save them. We have to save poor Russian men by being killed by Ukrainians." That's what some parts of the German population will think when they hear such statements. And because it's professional political communication, what Nancy Faeser does, she probably has a staff who really thought this through. That's my little add-on to the story, my spin. Maybe.
No, I think you're right to a great degree, and it's people who do not understand mathematics. Because I think I outlined it previously very, very clearly. This is not going to help fewer Russian soldiers get killed in the war. It's certainly not going to help fewer Ukrainians get killed in the war. What this is going to do is it's just going to move losses from those who might have some political ability to act to those who have less. That's what it's going to do. It's actually going to make the Russian military function better if all those who are the least willing, wanting to go, allow them all to go. So it's a ridiculous idea, really.
It gives certain parts of the German population the opportunity to help Russians now. If they spew about big Ukrainian cars in Germany, those refugees from Germany, from Ukraine, they drive BMW X5 and they're all over Berlin, and there's some kind of hatred going on in the German population. And now Nancy Faeser opens up an opportunity to give housing and food to Russian soldiers who also had to flee. And why do they have to flee? Because Ukraine is waging a war. That's the readout.
Yeah,
so
how dare?
It's as a German, I'm just astounded about the how do you say what spin this all takes sometimes, and how fast, and I'm amazed. So weird.
You and me both. Then John, morning.
Good morning. Where was I? So, just was Donny was saying there with the Northers. I just saw another really funny thing. I don't know if we would take traction or not, get traction or not, but there's an account which is basically a copy of the Russian embassy in Sweden. It looks exactly the same, and they started kind of a conversation similar to that one between Fela and the Russian ambassador in Austria, I tried to find the thread now, but I couldn't. But it was funny. They got into discussion, and of course, there's a million fellas as well chiming in. So it's driving them absolutely mad.
I have to say, it's an excellent parody account because
Yeah.
it's so close to reality that unless
Yeah.
you're paying very good attention,
You've seen it, huh?
I have.
Yeah.
And
I can't remember now what they said, but it was something that no one is listening to you and so on. I think that was the fake account, and then the embassy answered and obviously got mocked for it. So yeah, they don't know how to handle this at all.
No, they're very good because the parody is so close that it sounds like it's completely for real. And if you miss that sort of one word at the end, you're you kind of don't pick up on it being a parody. That's how good it is. It's very dry humor.
Yeah.
Very, very dry.
Yeah, and the funny thing is that they actually engage. I mean, that's the thing. They obviously know it's a fake account because it's a copy of theirs. So why they even bother to engage? It's ridiculous, actually.
You know what that means? It
Yeah.
means that there is a decentralized. No. It means that there's many people operating that the real one, right? That they wouldn't know themselves what they posted. I think that's a part of it. I might be wrong. I have a hunch that there's a big farm somewhere in St. Petersburg that kind of operates all the embassy accounts.
Yeah, I mean, obviously it's not the ambassador sitting there on the tweet. So yeah, got it.
Right.
Oh, is it me?
You're the only Roy right.
Okay. All right. So, speaking of like the resistance in Russia, like we've seen a lot of like these mysterious fire breaking out inside Russia near the ammo depot. Like I think people often disregard and forget that there are still people resisting Russia, even in some very dramatic way. Like those ammo depot don't go up in flame. They're not being done by like SBU. Like Ukrainians don't operate special forces in proper Russian mainland. At least I wouldn't assume they're going to be operating somewhere like Moscow or St. Petersburg. So there are good Russians out there that are actively seeking oppose to their government. And I think if time comes and if there is an actual need to give them refuge, I really hope at least some of them will have a chance. Like, because one of the things people, it's personal. So my childhood hero is actually, his name is.
You really swallowed this whole, didn't you?
Swallow what?
The logic of there's good Russians that need to be helped.
No,
Are you running for political office in Germany?
No, I'm not.
Maybe you should think about that.
No, I'm not. No. I was thinking that there resistance, and my childhood hero is actually Colonel Stauffenberg, who tried to assassinate Adolf Hitler, and the people who tried to assassinate Dugina was Russians. So, like, I think if the Russian can have their own version of the fifth column, I say we should probably support them. Maybe even dropping weapons for them as well.
I mean, sure. The few hundred, absolutely. Go, and they should go out and recruit many more because where are all the rest? What are all the rest doing? That's really the question.
Yeah, can I say something there, Doman?
Go for it, John.
Yeah, because I've told here on the space that I know some guys in Moscow, and I've been in contact with them now the last couple of days. So when this draft order came or mobilization came, they got in panic mode, at least one of them. And I was chatting with him yesterday. Asked if those protests and demonstrations would lead to something. He said, "No way, you can't. It's only 5,000 people." So why are you not out there? I mean, yeah, I agree. 5,000 will not change, but what about if it's 1 million? No, but they arrest everyone, and if they arrest you, they send you immediately. So, yeah, I don't know what to say.
I mean,
They
exactly
need
it.
to find, yeah, they need to find their courage. I mean, that's. I told them also. I mean, things for you will not change until you do something about it. If you really want to, that's the only way. You have to do something about it yourself. No one will do it for you. That's the only way. And I also mentioned look at the Maidan. People died. Look in Iran as well, but they don't have the courage. They're so scared of the regime, and also I think they're scared of doing it, but they're also scared of what it will bring, an end to the good lifestyle they have now, or had up until recently at least. So I think that those are the two factors. But I mean, there's no other way. It's that or there's nothing good coming for you.
No, you're exactly right. Nobody can do this for them. They have to do it for themselves, and until they do, well, right.
He who does not willingly lay down
I'm
his
gonna
life
touch on something. Can you hear my mic,
for his
gentlemen?
freedom does not deserve it.
Could you hear Axel there?
Could you hear me? No, I can't hear Axel. Can you hear me?
I can hear you fine. I can hear Axel fine. Yehuda, you can't hear Axel again. I think that Twitter has decided that you. Okay, you're choppy a little bit.
Maybe it's telling me something.
Maybe it is. Maybe it's telling you to, go to sleep. What time is it? Goodness. No, thank you for being with us. It's this really shows the dedication at ridiculous o'clock. Let's jump to Think Ethical.
Yes, this lime juicer really elocuted the problem here. This offers this exodus of the unwilling to fight for the fiend, the genocidal bastard. In a sense, has its moral core, but in reality, if Europe lets the flood of, yes, what can you say, deserters in, it will cause this compassion, which should be going to Ukraine and the support of the Ukraine, especially in Germany, to be ameliorated, to be lost, to be diffused into this false equivalency that will be creating a bifurcation that will then give this well, what can I say, this element of denial that exists in France and Germany and Italy, and increasingly in Italy. It will give it power, and it will give it a sense of authority, and will give it a structure, and it will give it an actual legal basis upon which it can be formed. Oh, the poor Russian boys who in Moscow and St. Petersburg, as Den John was saying, don't want to give up their lifestyle, their trips to to wherever, to Crimea, to wherever else in Europe, Italy, Turkey. But I'm infuriated, and I'm in Sweden, and I've experienced the absorption of Syrians, and it was caused by Russia, and nobody wants to point the finger at the actual purpose, because in disinformation campaigns and in psyops, there is this element to cause confusion in the EU, to make make the EU a non-functional entity, and this has been the objective of Vladimir Putin's whole existence. And so it could indeed be included, this emigration, and he, of course, has plants everywhere, FSB plants in this stream and flood tide that will soon be in Finland, which is my main concern right now, is the Finnish, who will allow for an unlimited number of Russians to come in. And so who are these Russians? Who are them? Who has given due diligence to investigate each and every one of them and their background and their alliances and their allegiances? And so this is going to assist and aid the disinformation in Europe that I am every second of every minute of every hour of every day trying to counter with all the effort that I know how to do. And I just think it's naivety. I think it's pure abject naivety for us not to like see into the tactics, the methods of the FSB, the GRU, because this could be one of the purposes of this 300,000, soon to be 500,000, soon to be 1 million. And I'm spending my time looking at the nuclear aspects, which Panetta is. Yeah, I read a lot about the inner circles of Washington D.C. So this is the nuclear fear, the saber rattling, is a part of this as well, creating fear that's going to take away the focus, which needs to be providing Ukrainian soldiers HIMARS and ATACMS. And that's really what I'm focusing on now, the specific need for the ATACM. And it has to happen. I don't know who's gotten to Biden, but somebody has convinced him that this is a destabilization, and it is not. It will lead to the acceleration of the end of this conflict. And it needs to happen now. So I'm just, Doman, you expressed it very, very clearly. And anything that they say, anything that they write, anything that they do is filled with this intent to make us think that we are being Europe, being a compassionate, caring, overly it must be laughter in the halls of the Kremlin, is all I can say, when we bite the hook and we take the bait and we then become that carp in the water who is so naive as to time and time again fall for the same damn method of destruction.
I mean, I'd go further. I'd say, some are behaving as though they're carp in a Czech bathtub on December 23rd already.
Oh God!
It's almost more like that. So the point is, think ethical. The ethical thing to do here is to give Ukraine ability to ruin thoroughly Russian logistical capability by giving them long-range, high-precision, big boom weapons called attackers. This is the easiest thing to do. The other thing that's crucial here is for the collective West to say, yeah, no, we're going to be sending Ukraine everything. We're going to send them Leopards, Abrams, the CV-90s, the lot, right? They're going to get everything.
Yes.
They're going to get all this stuff, because this can actually lead to a shortening of the war. This can actually lead to Russia more sooner rather than later saying, yeah, no, we don't really have a chance, because this is what will have to happen at some point down the line, right? There will have to be military defeat after military defeat after military defeat that leads to okay, fine, we quit now, because for Russia this is a war of choice. And at some point, they need to make the choice to the opposite. And they will only make the choice to the opposite once they are thoroughly, militarily defeated and debilitated. Only
Slaughtered.
then. Well, I mean, ideally, not even that. Ideally, they will just be completely destroyed logistically. When you don't have, a way to sustain operations, doesn't matter if you have live bodies, if they have nothing to shoot with. And honestly, that's possibly enough, right? I don't want them all to be slaughtered. Definitely not. I don't like war. I want the war to be over as soon as possible, and the one morally correct outcome to be achieved. And if you can do this by destroying just all the munitions trains that Russians are bringing in, hey, let's start with that. Let's make sure that fewer Ukrainians will die because Russians won't have the ability to shoot at them. Let's start with that. And the rest will, trickle down. And the rest will resolve itself a lot more easily then. It's already made a big difference, right? What have HIMARS done? The destruction of ammo depot after ammo depot after ammo depot has led to a point where Russia went from, World War I, World War II levels of artillery fires to, oh, no, this is a lot less now, right? I should send you that graph from Volodymyr Datsenko if you haven't seen it. Think ethically.
Yes.
It that really makes a difference. They don't have stuff to shoot with. That really makes a difference on the battlefield. It really makes a difference when it comes to how many Ukrainians survive. It really makes a difference when it comes to what Russia is able to do. So let's do more of that.
Enabling the destruction behind the borders through via ATACMS to do the same, the exact same interdiction of the supply chain of weapons is an absolute criteria now for the quick resolution of this war. And Anthony Blinken and Lloyd Austin need to have a little a Zoom call with Joe Biden to convince him that to counter Vladimir Putin, you have to be in charge of the conflict. So this would, and it's not going to be an escalation in the nuclear sense that everybody's fearing, because those protocols are pretty much codified in START 2. So the disabling of Russia. So now we have boys who are afraid to fight because they don't want to lose their lifestyle. They don't want to well, they will be fodder for the slaughter. They will be. And the last thing that's needed is for Europe to with open arms say welcome, and to take focus off of the Ukrainian. I just can't tell you how frustrating it is for me. The idiocy of people not to be able to determine these two nations as being separate. It's as if they're symbiotic. They are not. You have one free and independent nation that wants freedom and is fighting for it and dying for it and bleeding for it. And you have another one who is imperialistic.
Calm down.
Calm down. There's no calming down with genocidal brutality. You have not read what I've read. You have not read the reports that I've read. The fierceness of their genocidal. My heart can't handle it anymore, because they are employing 500-year-old tactics that were done away with every modern convention of warfare. But they're being instructed to be the hordes of Genghis Khan once again. God, I hate it. That's why I haven't studied this for 40 years. But now I'm back in it. And for God's sake, I just want everything that Zelensky wants to have, and we need to provide it, and the U.S. has to do it now. Because if Schultz isn't going to do it, if Macron isn't going to do it, if whoever ends up in Italy isn't going to do it, the only rescue is the arsenal of democracy in the U.S., and that's it. And we need to do it now. Thanks, Doman. I'm sorry.
Thank you, Douglas. Exactly. That's the solution. The focus of the solution. Pauli, in 1939, 1940, were people saying, "Oh, Finland used to be a part of Russia. Why isn't it still a part of Russia?"
Yeah, I guess we had a vote. There's a saying from that period that you can demand things from us, but it might be difficult to take them from us because we have a vote, we have a say. Yeah, so just a few clarifications for the visa issues. So currently, I think them concrete examples on the visa ban, they relate to tourist visas. And people need to remember that although I would say like most people in Europe are for the total visa ban, or at least tourist visa ban for Russian people, in the border areas, there are people that have relatives in Russia. Russian people have real estate in EU countries, unfortunately. So until the EU decides that Russia is at the same level with North Korea or similar countries, I don't think there's going to be a total ban on the visas. I think we need to realize that. So we need something more to get there. I don't think it would be a bad thing. Just allow the diplomats maybe come in, no one else. And I'm not for letting Russian conscripts seek an asylum in Europe. I have no tolerance and no sympathy for the Russian people. People have to understand and maybe study a bit history that this is not a new thing. Russia has been doing this at least for 300 years. And well, I wouldn't get your hopes up. Just concentrate on helping Ukraine. Don't concentrate on Russia. Let them figure out their shit themselves. And just keep positive and keep helping Ukraine. That's my message. Thank you.
Thank you, Pauli. Exactly. Prioritize for things that you can affect. Right. Adeline.
Gentlemen, would you mind if I jumped in with a very quick question for Pauli?
Go for it.
Thank you. Pauli,
and get yourself promoted, please.
Oh, yes, of course. Pauli, I just wanted your thoughts on a couple of the comments that Think Ethical made around the potential of, shall we say, Russian fuckery spilling over into Finland. I mean, could you talk a little around Finnish counterintelligence capabilities? I mean, I understand SIPO have been pointing in a Russian direction for an awfully long time and are awfully effective. How worried are you about this?
Well, I would say that our internal police and the army intelligence, they know the targets, and both in cyber intelligence and in normal normal intelligence, I think they're spot on. And also with the new added legislation, I don't have any doubts that they can handle everything. Only thing I'm worried is how our country is viewed from the other EU countries. That is the reasons. That is the most important reason that we want to apply the tourist visa ban. We want to stay in the same alliance. It is frustrating that our government is currently run by green leftists, and these decisions unfortunately take time. It was same with the COVID decisions and everything, and NATO decision took time. So we just have to keep patient. We will have the tourist visa ban, I think, in 2 weeks. They just need to try to save their face, because actually digged out the background memo from our foreign ministry, and I published on Tuesday evening. And I guess there are more than 1,000 100,000 views on the memo I published, and everyone's saying that the background memo for the current decision is bollocks. So now they're trying to revert it and make excuses how they can revert it. So, long story short, do not be worried about Russian forces, either they intelligence or army. We got it covered here in the north, in the east, and keep patient on our decision on the tourist visa ban. It will come. It just takes a little bit more time than our Baltic brothers. They were more expedient and they had the guts to do it straight away. So that's my 2 cents.
Thank you, Pauli. That's exactly what I thought and exactly what I wanted to hear. Doman, sorry about that. I'll get myself promoted very shortly.
Thank you, Tim. Wendy. Wendy.
Doman, mic check. Hello. Oh, hi. Yeah, morning, Doman. Morning, everybody. Yes, I just thought I'd chime in on what one of the distinguishing factors of this space. One of the things that makes it excellent is the exploration of new ideas and solutions to help Ukraine in its time of existential crisis, and the polite dissection of some ideas which are not practical or workable. And I just thought, just in response to Roy's suggestion earlier that the Ukraine's allies airdrop weapons to a phantom Russian resistance. I just thought a historical comparison may be appropriate, and that would be, in my mind, the airlift to the Warsaw resistance fighters during the Warsaw Uprising. This was a significant effort consisting of 4 squadrons of the RAF, including 1 Polish squadron, 2 squadrons of the South African Air Force, and the US 8th Air Force. They dropped a total of 370 tons of supplies from anything and everything that the Polish resistance fighters needed desperately in their fight against an overwhelming and barbaric German army. Of this 370 tons dropped, 50% of it fell into German hands. And this was with carefully arranged landing zones dotted throughout the Warsaw area. So I just thought it would be appropriate to point out that airdropping anything into the country known currently as the Russian Federation is not a good idea, is not workable, and that this resistance does not currently exist. So yeah, that's just one thing. The other thing I thought I'd chime in with is the results of the Shamarendum, which is I believe has just come in, and that is that the voter has turned out. The voter turned out before breakfast, apparently, and that one side won with about 150% of the share of the vote. So that's the news from where I am currently in my little part of the world. Thank you.
So just to clarify, Wendy, would you say this vote has been democratically valid, or do you have your doubts?
Yes, people are so for it. They vote multiple times. What's more democratic than that?
Yes, yes, indeed. I mean, the returning officer. I'm sure anyone who's seen the comedy series Blackadder knows exactly what I'm talking about and knows where I'm lifting my humorous material from at present. The returning officer is the same person as the candidate in question. So yeah, I can see no indication of election fraud whatsoever, apart from an absolutely overwhelming amount of it.
Has the previous returning officer accidentally brutally stabbed himself in the stomach while shaving?
Yes, indeed he has, Doman. You know that episode well. Thank you. Thank you, chaps.
Thank you, Wendy. And I think you're exactly right. There is no capacity to support the. I mean, there probably is at a very low level, But the tiny numbers that are disrupting the regime from the inside are doing what they can, but they are tiny, minute numbers, maybe in the hundreds, maybe at most in the low thousands. Now this is not a widespread kind of thing. It's very limited. It's very minimal, and that's because, as John illustrated, even people who are not interested in this are still just going to go and do it and answer the call or try to bribe their way out, rather than actually try to change anything at a bigger scale.
Yes, and of course there are two possible avenues of resistance with if one is within the territory of currently known as the Russian Federation. One is to fight the Rosguardia and to attempt to drag the current Kremlin inhabitant kicking and screaming to a place of lynching. The other is to try and disrupt the functioning of this criminal state regime in any way which one can possibly do. This could be sabotaging logistics hubs, and not just rail lines. There are other things which keep a country functioning. There are people who are part of this apparatus of the functioning of the state. There are other methods of resistance that are different to just going onto the streets and filming people getting arrested. That seems I just say that because that seems to be part of the recent phenomenon within areas like St. Petersburg. There's lots of people standing around. A few people get absolutely brutally arrested by the Rosguardia, and there's a whole other group of people filming it. I think those people filming it in particular would be better off if they really feel so passionate about their country's war crimes in Ukraine and about the deportation of millions of people and hundreds of thousands of children across their country. If they really feel this passionately about it, then they can, because they outnumber the state security apparatus. They can by themselves or with organization, slow down or stop certain aspects of this criminal state's war machine from operating. So I would suggest that going onto the streets of St. Petersburg is not the only option, and certainly airdropping. I don't know what we'd airdrop into the Russian Federation. Maybe imported copies or pirated copies of Sims, the computer game. But apart from that, I can't see airdrops being a particularly feasible option.
I concur. It just doesn't make practical sense. Let's go to Roy, to Matty, and to Martina. Roy.
Okay, so thanks for people for chiming in. So sorry guys, I know my opinion is a little bit or very much unpopular today. So it's just a little bit too personal. I hope you guys understand, because I did have similar experience for being someone who opposes my own government, or so-called my government, who I never even voted my entire damn life. So I hope people understand. Don't think I am a Russia sympathizer, which I am definitely not. Yeah, and I think a little bit more to tell you guys. My father was actually a colonel in Chinese security force. They call it People's Armed Police Force. It's similar to the Rosguardia. I turned myself against communist government in China because of him. My dad spent his entire military career, almost 30 years, just going to places that they call it emergency, or they call it the dealing of the emergency. They go to places like Tibet, tearing up the temples and beating up the monks. And they go to Xinjiang. They go beat up the Uyghurs who protesting them, tearing up their mosques, and so on and so on. Because of that gives me really disgusting feeling about my own country. So, like, after I came to the United States, I try to hope whoever voices against their own government must have similar feelings. So, when I saw the German government did allow some Russian deserters coming, I would say, yeah, good for them. But now I think people probably do have different motivation for going to a foreign country. Some just practical. They just don't want to fight for their war. The war they supported in. The war they supported with their mouth, which is really pathetic in the end of the day. I believe in the cause, so I put on the uniform and try to fight for that cause. Even though I'm from the other side of the Iron Curtain, but I'm still a firm believer of freedom and democracy. Now I seriously doubt how many of those Russians who crossed the border in the last few days actually believe in things like liberty, freedom, democracy, and even the most basic rule of law.
Thank you, Ray. Yeah, at the end of the day, the question is what will change what on the battlefield, and letting those who don't want to be there go away just to be replaced by those who do want to be there is only going to help. The Russian military be more effective, and that's a bad thing. Maddie, are we going to do a big call out for Finns to jump up?
Can you hear me okay, Norman?
We can hear you just fine.
Cool. I'm on my, like you yesterday morning, I'm on my second pair of earbuds. I want to sit out listening to the space on the drive in to work and home again each day. So these being brand new last night, I don't know if the mic bit works, but it sounds like it is, which is great. Yeah, I was going to pose a question last night to Paulie as we were sort of talking about winter warfare.
Paulie, if you have time, if you'd be willing to jump up and talk about Finland a little bit, that'd be great.
Is Paulie there?
Let's wait for some Finns. Okay. Let's go to Martina in the meantime, and then we'll circle back when we get some Finns up.
No worries.
Martina.
Good morning, everybody. So I have two things. I don't know if you have seen. I read a message this morning that Russia has also opened election offices in Russia, so that people who had to flee from Ukraine are also able to vote in the fake referendums, how they posted, which is, I feel like, there's nothing that it's ridiculous enough that Russia wouldn't do it at this point. So, but, that's really strange, to vote in Russia for a different country.
I mean, it will only be Russians who will possibly believe that that's how electoral rolls are taken, right? I mean, there are so many levels on which it's clear that this referendum is a sham, by the way it was designed, by the way it was announced, by the way everything. But, I mean, we're going to do electoral rolls in 4 days because we have a really effective bureaucracy and really we know what we're doing. That's why when we decided to mobilize 300,000, we emptied whole villages across, whole regions all at the same time because that's how maths work. And trust us to know the electoral rolls, especially in a country where we don't run the administration and where we've just occupied territory, that's exactly where we're going to have perfect electoral rolls. And we can tell where everybody whom we deported from there is as well. Yeah, that's believable.
Yeah, and then the second thing is, so yesterday there was like the CDU gave this this letter to Bundestag so that they want to deliver tanks, and so yesterday they didn't vote for against it, so they referred it to a working group who now discuss it. So that was like the outcome. So no decision, but more discussion. So everybody thinks it will come, but unnecessary discussions have to take place first to delay, because they seem to think there's all time in the world. It's not that every day Ukrainians are dying because Germany is mega slow. No, so now they have to discuss and then they will do it.
Yeah, mega slow is not what is needed now. Decisive Maddie, we have Pauli here for you.
Oh, okay.
Maddie, we have Pauli here for you.
Oh, okay.
Winter warfare.
Can you hear me okay? I got asked to speak. Yeah, I heard a long time ago. I race sled dogs for a living as well, so I spend a lot of time in cold places, surviving and stuff with my dogs. And there used to be a patrol, I believe, called the Aurora Project, that used to patrol the Finnish-Russian border by dog team. I think the last I heard about something about them 5 years ago. I didn't know if you knew if they were still operating up there. I think it was quite a quiet thing that was going on. I think it had been suspended for many years, and then I think after 2014 it was brought back, and there was Finnish forces patrolling by dog team up around the Finnish-Russian border. So that was kind of my first question. Did you know about it? Is it still going on? Another thing was hydration in cold weather is a huge thing. I was listening quite a lot yesterday at work regarding the equipment and various kind of ways of keeping warm, and we know from running the dogs that one of the big things is hydration, and we use a lot of alcohol cookers in extreme cold temperatures because conventional gas canisters just freeze. So I was wondering, how are these guys, the Russian partially mobilized forces, actually going to be able to boil water once winter comes and we start to get snow on the ground without lighting fires, and basically then by lighting a fire making themselves visible to anybody who wants to drop anything on top of their heads? So yeah, that was my couple of questions.
Yeah, really good questions, and let's go the last ones first. I think we have to just first separate the all the newcomers in Russian forces, and then maybe some old timers that have actually fought. I think they might be able to survive even in the harsher weather conditions and be all right. But I'm quite afraid that these newcomers that they don't maybe have any skill set before, and they will not receive any training. No. I think they will get frostbites, and these kind of so to say legionnaires. I think they will be well, it's going to be a shit show. They will suffer quite a lot. So I do not expect that these new recruits or just how to say reservists in Russian army will. I don't think they will cope with the cold weather, and this is something that we discussed yesterday. I think, in my opinion, something that Ukrainian forces have to exploit and use in their advantage. All right, and then about the dog patrol or the using dogs. So the Finnish army and also the border guards, they have used dogs for like maybe last 80 or 90 years, and well, I spent my army active army duty in the border guard in the ranger forces, and we were also well, we had a 1 week course at the border that they taught us the basics on border patrol and border guarding. And I remember that the at that time border guards said that the most important tool that they have is the dog. So basically, they still use it, and in the border, that's like the best tool that they have. And I don't know about the dog sleds, or are they using that in the north? Nowadays, you have the ski-doos, or the like you usually use car in the north and then ski-doos in the north. That's more convenient during winter time. And then you have for specific patrols you have the dogs. And during winter time, of course, if there's someone coming from the Russian side, in the winter the tracking is quite easy. But during summertime, using a dog is a must. That's like That's the best thing you can have. And then hydration, I think you mentioned that. So the rule of thumb or the common rule we had in the Finnish military is that when it's about -20, -25, that's actually same as having +25, +30. But it is a lot more dangerous because when it's -20, -25, you lose a lot of liquid. You dehydrate easily. But when it's cold, you don't notice it. So that's the reason why it's really important to have the basic skill set for each soldier, and then the sergeants and NCOs and lieutenants, they have to make routine checks for the guys that you must drink and keep hydrated. It's really important to keep that in check.
Yeah, that's great. Thanks, Pauli. Yeah, I know I'll have to do some research and see if this Aurora project still goes ahead. I know they had a series of cabins. They were using small kind of 6-dog teams of Malamute or Siberian Huskies. I think it was probably quite a way out. I don't know Finland very well. I've spent a lot of time in Norway and Sweden racing over the years. Incidentally, we've always had trouble with the Russians, even in our sport. It's just Russian mentality, I guess. I know one of the things I was thinking was, if these guys are fighting in combat, I know when we're working with the dogs, we're putting layers on and off a lot, because the one thing we want to really avoid is getting sweaty. Because as soon as you get sweaty, your clothing gets wet, even if you're using high performance wicking fabrics that we use in winter mountaineering and winter sport, which the military always seem to be 10, 20 years behind in that technology catching up. As soon as you get wet, you get cold, dehydration, and that affects your performance. Once you get more dehydrated, and like you said, in the cold, you don't notice it. I'm just wondering how these guys that don't have any of this knowledge from Russia are going to able to survive very long at all. There's, as you probably know, we have the rule of 30s as well, where human skin will freeze in 30 seconds of exposed to -30 wind chill. You add all stuff together, I just can't see how these guys are just not all going to freeze to death before anyone has a chance to drop a HIMARS on them or shoot them.
Yeah, my takeaway here is that the newcomers and the new recruits, it's going to be hell for them, in my opinion. It's not going to be easy. So it's basically going to be a shit show. And I agree with Domen that it's a good thing that you drop these people among the like normal army. So because a wounded soldier is, of course, it takes a lot of time to take care of the wounded soldier if someone takes care of him or her.
Well, I suppose in Russia, if they're wounded, they just shoot them in the back of the head anyway, so they don't need to take care of them. It's just good night.
Yeah, that's also true.
Okay, thanks, Pauli. Thanks, Domen. I'm going to continue listening. Let somebody else have a chat, and really appreciate.
Thank you very much, Matty. Thank you very much, Pauli. I think this it's an interesting component. I don't think the dog sled will come in useful in Ukraine. Most places the depth simply wouldn't be enough. You don't have people trained on it and the like, but it does, provide an additional component to winter warfare for sure. And we're in the high Arctic, where it's very snowy, very deep for a very long period of time. Of course, that there it makes a lot more sense. Thank you again, Pauli. Thank you, Maddie. Martina.
I have a follow-up question for Pauli, if that's okay. I thought what he said was very interesting with regards to the dogs. So I wanted to ask him what kind of breed they use, but then I think I heard Matty saying it's Siberian Huskies and Malamutes. And then I wanted to ask, so what the specific tasks are, from the dogs? Would they be responsible for spotting people earlier because they hear very well, so they would know if somebody approaches, or are they also trained to attack somebody if they near the border, or how does it work? So I would be in, because I love dogs too, and so therefore I'm I'm interested what the tasks are for the dogs, if Pauli doesn't mind to talk about it. And if it's not too boring for everybody else, because it's only slightly related to Ukraine. As you said, in Ukraine, there are not many dogs. I sometimes saw videos, like with a dog, with a German Shepherd, who seemed to be kind of a military dog in some shape or form, but mostly it's puppy videos I see, like from stray dogs they see somewhere. So there don't seem to be a lot of.
There's tons of dogs. There's tons of dogs all over. But as you say, mostly as pets. And the working ones, there's plenty like Patron who work, UXO discovery, sniff out bombs, basically, sniff out ordnance, but not.
Yeah, I saw him, like Patron. He's a passenger.
Well, he has a
brusser,
stamp
right?
now, I think. Right?
Yeah.
So
He's like
that shows you
super famous.
shows you just how important they are. I'm just saying I don't think they'll be specifically in the winter setting for those purposes. I just don't think there will be ones. That's what I meant. But Pauli, if you want to briefly note what sort of tasks they perform, go ahead.
Yes, I think quickly on point of army. So German Shepherd is the most common breed that we use. The military police has them, and then the border guard uses them mainly for tracking purposes. But of course, there's some specific tasks they also use for drug enforcing and such. In border guard use and military use, you usually want to have a dog that's endures Finnish weather well. So you have different breeds for that purposes, usually German Shepherd, and then if you just operate at the airport with steady temperature of 20, then you can have like smaller dogs and different breeds. But when you have in active use, in military use, you have to have a solid dog that can actually like jump high and actually move and operate in harsher conditions. I hope this answer covers your question.
Yeah, thank you very much, Pauli.
Thank you. Excellent. Thank you very much. Right. One last, and then I think I'm sending you off to bed because like 2 a.m. where you are. Go ahead.
Oh man, you know what time is it here already?
Yeah, 2 a.m.
It's 1:42. But anyway, so speaking of Finnish, I think Finland also has a stockpile of a significant amount of T-55 and T-72s in good condition, and some Buk M1s they imported from Soviet Union in the 1980s and 90s. They could be possibly some good candidate to be sent to Ukraine as good military support. I have not seen Finland sending these weapons to Soviet caliber weapon to Ukraine yet. They sent some Harpoon. That's awesome. Oh no, that's Denmark. Never mind. They sent some small arms and the other weapons as well. They're all well and good. And Finland is in the process of switching a lot of the weapons to Western standard stuff. And I think before they do that, why don't they just put these stockpiles? I know for a fact they have a batch of Buk M1s. They designate ITO 96 to in storage. They bought it brand new. They didn't use it. They're not in service.
This is the thing, right? Wikipedia will tell you all the letters and numbers. What it won't tell you is that those books have been removed from service because they were possibly an intelligence risk and possibly a cybersecurity risk. And because of that, Finland decided to decommission the lot and put them away somewhere far away from everything important in a big concrete warehouse somewhere that no one can touch anymore. And they've not really been touched in forever. And maybe they went to Ukraine. Maybe they're not able to go to Ukraine because what does Finland not do? Tell us what they're sending. The only thing, and then suddenly, we see big old sniper rifles appearing that are clearly Finnish. Then suddenly we see those, Patria Sisu, which you didn't mention because it's not, listed many places, appearing and driving across rivers and lakes or wherever it was in the middle of Ukraine. So Finland sends plenty of stuff. The same goes for the tanks. We don't know if they've been sent. Maybe they have. Maybe Finland just didn't say anything. But also they are in deep storage. Those ones. They're not in anything like active service. Pauli, what did I miss out?
All right. So I think you covered most of the part, but thing is that due to the green and leftist parties, we actually demolished our T-72 tank that we had. We had them in good condition, oiled and in warehouse in mint condition until I think 2008 or 2009, if I'm not wrong. And then well, our current government decided that it was smart. It was really smart to pay someone to demolish them. The army was against it, but it was the decision of our current politicians at that time. And well, I wish we could revert that decision, go back in time. If we had those, of course, we could ship them. And then, Roy, I have to correct you. We have already sent a NATO application. So, as you know, if a country sends a NATO application, the military professional then usually deem that the country is NATO applicable. So we have NATO standards already in our country, and we use the NATO language and everything in our country. So there isn't a lot of equipment that isn't NATO compatible. Well,
compatible.
Well, exactly. Thank you, Domen. And there's some old Soviet stuff like mortars. Like Domen said, we don't disclose the content of our shipments, but I'm confident that well, next shipment will be our 9th shipment to Ukraine, if I'm not well, if I have correct information. So I'm confident that our government will send more than like nice words. And to be brief, our defense minister, Mr. Antti Kaikkonen, also disclosed yesterday that he will keep on pushing the Nordics weapon industries, that they will ramp up their production. So that's also good news, that we can support Ukraine more. Thanks.
And of course, Finland's been training, as has Sweden, with NATO partners since what, 1994, I think, all the time, literally all the time. We were discussing this back in April, when there was talks about Finland maybe going and applying for NATO, basically saying, look, the interoperability is already there. It's like 95, 98% there, has been for decades, because look, they've been training together all this time. These are perfectly maintained, aligned militaries already with all the NATO standards. So it's really there aren't any of those problems that are sometimes run into with some of the other recent applicants. Everything is already as good as can be, really. And yeah, books, right? This is something we touched upon previously. Those books were really deemed not suitable after a while, and a bit of a risk, and that's why they were put away. And who knows? Maybe they're already in Ukraine. Who knows? Nobody's going to say. I mean, I don't think Roy, you and I have a very good grasp of exactly what got shipped, because nobody's going to say anything. And if books got sent, who would know? Who would know that this is a book that was sent from Finland just by looking at it, right? Right?
Oh yeah, I bet when Ukraine got them, probably they're going to repaint the painting. I love that the Finnish army's their forest painting job for their equipment. Really deep dark pink, deep dark green. It looks really good. And I'm not going to be surprised if Ukraine is already operating some T-72 sent from the Finland, and because they're all T-72M, that could be mistakenly think it's just one of them from Poland
or the Czech Republic.
Yes, yeah, it's one of them. It's entirely possible. Hey, Paulie, by the way, I gotta say, you guys are still using RK-62. That's AK. That's an AK. I doubt if it's NATO compatible. Come on.
Yeah, well, I think NATO is also partly coming back to 762. So I think when we get the NATO application approved, then also the like the normal defense forces, not just our special operating forces, who already have 556 standard, I think we'll just maybe order HK. I don't know, but that will be a new decision then, and then our professionals will decide what will be the best standard. But in Finnish forests, 762 is quite good, and I don't know if you know who's our neighbor and what standard they use, but we have the Russia as our neighbor. So in the past, we've been really happy to have the 762 caliber rifle as our standard, because then the rounds are fit for both sides. So that's been our main ethos in our rifle selection. But I think that will change a bit. But I'm not confident that NATO will just stick to the 556 for eternity. I think there's some critique also in that caliber.
Oh yeah. Also, Domen, like I have a quick question for you. Why wouldn't Sweden send some their own Striv 122 to Ukraine? Sweden is still producing and assembling some Striv 122 in small numbers.
I think they will. I think that they will try. I think that's exactly what's going to happen. The question is how was the contract written? Because Stridsvagn, what is it, 122, and then John can. I don't know Swedish numbers. I'm sorry, then John. They're weirdly designed. Whatever. So they do assemble them. The thing is, they are based on a Leopard 2. So depending on how the contract was drawn up at the time, there might be a German re-export veto on them, despite there being quite a substantially different design. Something that we clarified a few days ago, right? So that it depends kind of on that. What is a purely native Swedish design is the CV90, and Sweden has the last word on that. And I'd be very happy if they started off with some of those, because that would at least somewhat open the floodgates for a lot more very high quality, very excellent equipment from elsewhere as well. And if now is not the time for that, when is? Right then, John?
Oh yeah. Oh, you're not Swedish. Then John is.
Then John's Swedish, not me.
Yeah, I'm Swedish. I don't know the setup either. My understanding is that a lot of it is actually built in Sweden. Not only I don't know how much we get from Germany directly, but it's a license manufacturing deal. I think that's my understanding, but I don't know the details.
Exactly. So my understanding is that the Spanish 2Es, right, that are actually made in Spain, because they're made under license, Germany retains some ability to veto things, to veto exports, because they are manufactured there, but still.
No, so that's different batch. So this one Spain wants to export to Ukraine or aided to Ukraine. It's
Yes, we're talking about a hypothetical. We know it's a different batch. The ones parked in Zaragoza are a different batch, of course. But the question is, what rules apply generally for things that are made under license or are based on things that are made under license? So it's a slightly different, little bit more abstract question. But then again, it's neither here nor there.
Yeah, it's entirely possible because Spain they imported those early batches of Liber 2A4. They wanted to give it to them later on. They actually realized those Liber 2A4 are in poor condition, in such a poor condition, it's not even operable for most of them anymore. So they actually ditched that plan later on. Their own Liber 2E, Liber 2 Spaniards, these are domestically made in Spain with some German parts, but it's definitely assembled there. So Kraus, Mafia, Weigmann have something to say about it. So they still need German Foreign Ministry's export license. I'm not sure about Swedish because Swedish actually have 29 of the Striv 122B completely made from scratch by themselves. So I'm not sure if German gave them the and German probably gave them already the production license and all the designing graphs. So if they already have the ability to make them independently, I see no reason for them to be stopped. But unless there's copyright issues that's going to be impounded on them, I hope so. And yeah, CV90 will be a good starter. But problem with CV90 is that, hey guys, like I cannot even count how many different types of APC we already sent Ukraine. If we send
That's
CV90,
look, no, that doesn't
send,
work. A, it's not an APC, it's an IV. C,
yeah.
substantially improved capabilities. And B, yes, of course. And we know that there will have to be more different types still on top of what has been done, what has been sent thus far, for Ukraine to be successful in achieving the one morally just, morally appropriate, correct, sensible outcome to this. And there will be logistics challenges, and they will be met. Period. That's literally all there is. They will have to be met. Yes, there will be more different types, but those challenges will have to be met. There's no way around it. It's not a reason against anything.
No. What I mean is that CV90 has advantages that many others IFV and APC don't have. CV90 is a series of family with APC, IFV, 30 millimeter autocannon, 40 millimeter Bofors cannon, and even not 105 millimeter gun carrier, 120 millimeter gun carrier, even the 120 millimeter mortars. If Sweden decided to export or supply Ukraine with CV90, why, instead of us chipping here and there a little bit 113, a little bit YPR 765, why don't we just give them the Swedish CV90s with using the money drawing from the European Council to let them to produce as many chassis for CV90 as possible to uniform the Ukrainian armies these platforms, so they could have a lighter strain on their logistic issues, so they can switch to both NATO and also get a huge capability increase.
Definitely, it'd be great. That's why I keep saying they should send them. Alan.
Hello. Good morning. Yeah, I've been thinking about the CV90 as well, but I've been looking up a little bit of the numbers, and if Norway, Sweden, and Finland combined send what we can spare, it would still be a very small amount, and that's the big problem with the C90. Another problem is that its production time is rather long, but I totally agree that this would be an ideal IFV for for Ukrainian army. It is perfect for their conditions, and I believe that it's one of the best IFVs ever created, and it's hyper modern with incredible sensors. The remote controlled 50 cal is absolutely devastating, and the autocannon is also absolutely devastating. The optics are great, and it's maneuverable. It's rather comfortable compared to other IFVs. The problem is just the numbers. The numbers are not there, unfortunately. I checked a little bit around with my sources in the military, and that Norway could maybe spare. I don't want to even say it. It's too low number.
So that's the thing. I don't think there is such a thing as too low a number, because there's something bigger at play here, right?
Yeah.
It's the first mover kind of concept that we're looking at. I agree that there won't be that many CV90s. Maybe 100 total, maybe 120. There will be very few. I agree.
But I think effectively the best thing would be if Finland, Norway, and Sweden went together on scraping, all the spare ones that we can find. So it would have a big effect, and but if just Sweden sent theirs, maybe they would manage 50. I don't know. So, but yeah, that would absolutely be very good. And the CV90 is a good prospect for Ukraine with relatively short distance for training and mechanics, etc., and spare parts.
I concur. There might be 100, 120 total. The big point is, Finland might be able to spare 10, Sweden might be able to spare 90, Norway might be able to get 20, 30 together, maybe, right? The thing is, if you get some in, that makes a difference, because it opens it ends the argument of but no Western IFVs or MBTs have been sent. Right, because they're really high quality, they're really good, they're really capable, they are thoroughly Western, they're very, they're very capable, they will make a big difference, and they're very survivable, and that's why.
I agree, and also maybe even 10 would have one effect on one certain area of the battlefield. These are incredibly fast maneuvering IFVs. That's also one of the very big advantage points, and it's fast maneuvering in really crappy conditions, and this would be a huge blow if they gathered all of them together in one counterattack, for instance. So I agree that even a small number would definitely make a difference. So I hope
exactly
about this.
Go for it, Tim. But I completely agree, Ellen. Even a small number in a particular area will make a big difference because of the capacities and capabilities of them. That's exactly why. That plus the ending of the no Western ones have been sent. Sorry, Tim.
Yeah, I think we have been through my question before, but I honestly can't remember what conclusion was reached. How interoperable are these Western vehicles between crews? Right. So if you have a whole bunch of tank crews who know how of vehicle operators, shall we say, who know how to drive, who know how to operate CV90, are they also going to know how to operate Warrior, Bradley, etc.? I mean, is there a massive difference between how these vehicles work inside in terms of how the crews interact with them, or is it kind of a fairly simple familiarization with a new vehicle type thing? Does anybody know? I think we have discussed this before, but I can't for the life of me remember the answer.
I know that the automatic turret on top, the 50 cal remote one, is the same on the CV90s as it is on some of the American variants. But the autocannon itself and the gunner, probably they need extensive training, unfortunately, on the CV90.
So this is kind of this is what I'm getting at here, is that how fruitful would it be to send for each country that's willing to send the relatively small numbers of vehicles that they can afford to part with, right? Because we're going to have different training streams. We're not going to have interoperable crews to a large extent. I mean, is this something that's going to place shall we say, a severe burden on the training establishment and also at the tactical level, because the crews can't operate the different vehicle? Does that make sense? Is that a valid concern?
I don't think it's that of a big concern, because especially on the CV90 at least, the gunner is the one that needs the most training. Probably the driver can switch more easily between different vehicles, but the rest of the crew is like they're storm infantry. I don't see that as a problem. So there are relatively few people who need to be specialized, and you would rather keep them on the same vehicle anyway. So I don't see that as a big challenge. I think that logistics and the spare parts, the technicians, and all that stuff is a lot more requiring and difficult when it comes to operating these things.
Sure. I mean, I'm just wondering, right? Because if you're giving them CV90, you then need a training team that's familiar with CV90. Same with kit like Warrior. Now, maybe a British armored infantryman could come up and correct me, but I believe Warrior still uses Raden as its main gun, which is a very strange weapon that nobody else seems to use. It's one of the good ideas from the British defense industry in the 60s and 70s that wasn't a particularly good idea. But yeah, I mean, in my head it presents problems at least. But I'm glad you have more more confidence, Ellen.
So the notes from German officers were MADAS 4 weeks, right? Tops as a training as a training period. And again, as Alan said, the gunner is the big difference, right? That the weapons operator is what will take the longest. Everything else is a lot less specialized and takes even less time. It's perfectly sensible to send a few hundred of these, few hundred of those, or 100 even, or even 80. It would make a difference. Survivability again is a big difference, and that is very, very important, especially with a massive influx of Russians apparently going to the front. And the training period is shorter than the Russians will be. So
I guess to look at it slightly more cynically, if a particular crew is operating a particular vehicle and they lose that vehicle, the chances are the crew will be lost as well, right? So they're probably not going to need to operate a different vehicle.
Well, so that's the thing. That's the difference between Western kit and Soviet kit. In the Western kit, the crew will likely not be lost.
I think that the CV90, the newest version, can take a direct frontal hit from a T90. I'm not certain about this, but I think it's designed this way. But it needs to bounce off, I believe. So the chassis is made in a way that it's supposed to bounce off. It doesn't have any reactive armor though. So yeah, it's
a much better chance.
Yeah,
they stand a much better chance than the Soviet kit. That's the
but the main survivability thing for the CV90, the way it's designed, is maneuverability and the low profile. So that's the point, is not to get hit, really.
Exactly. Then John.
Yes. Yeah, I mean, I'm not armored vehicle specialist, far from it. But I mean, if you look at the design, at least from the front, it's extremely pointy. So I assume that's what you're talking about, Alan. Probably from the side, it's not as secure. But I want to spin back a little bit to what you said, Alan. I mean, if something is to be done, I think it was you, or maybe it was Paul, that the Nordic countries should do this together, if it is to be done. And I mentioned it here in this space a couple of times. There was, when this mobilization was announced from Kremlin, the Swedish Defense Committee in the Parliament actually had an emergency meeting. I assume this took place also in Norway and Finland. And one of the MPs was asked the question afterwards. Well, he answered some questions afterwards, and he said that it's time to send heavier weapons, and we could possibly have some archers to spare. And I don't want to put the attention to the archer, which probably is good if we send as well. But the fact that he said that heavier equipment is required now, and we have things to spare. So I'm pretty sure there's discussions between our government. The problem we have in Sweden is that we have an outgoing government with only days or weeks left. So that's my concern. But I'm pretty sure there's high-level talks amongst our governments to this, because I think we jointly see what needs to be done. I think this is on Nordic level we are quite aligned to what needs to be done.
I'm pretty sure that this topic has already been touched by the defense committees or the authorities in all three countries. The thing with the CV90 though is that all the Nordic countries, we operate different versions of it. So my only plausible solution would be for Norway and Finland to, let's say, spare 10 each or whatever and send them to Sweden so that they can refit them to their use, and then Sweden would then be able to send a rather big batch that were with the same configuration, because I know that the Norwegian one is like totally different than the Swedish one when it comes to some of the components and the specifications, and it would definitely better to send the same version, you know. So I don't think sending 10 Norwegian, 20 Finnish, and 50 Swedish configurations would be a smart move.
Yeah. But do you know if we in Sweden, do we have all the versions, or do we have our own version? Do you know? Or do you understand my question?
Yeah, no, well, there are different versions because there are different generations. I believe Sweden is supposed to operate one version as a storm panzer, one as some kind of tank killer, but I don't know if that actually happened. So they have a version with a big cannon on it, and not an autocannon. But the thing is that all these transformations happened in the same time as Sweden took away the conscription, and I think that they didn't manage, like they never outfitted some of the units with these chassis. So I believe that Sweden actually have some extra in storage without being sure of this, but at least there were some units not outfitted with personnel for a time. So there should be something there.
Okay, thanks.
Tim, shall we look at the other end of the scale, or rather the other end of the equation, the other side of the equation?
Sure. What are you getting at?
So what I'm getting at is who are these Russian newly mobilized forces? I think this is quite an interesting thing to maybe go look at a little bit. What we've seen yesterday was a lot of places all over Russia where there seemed to have been a whole lot more mobilized than would be normally expected from mobilization of 300,000 or even 1 million. Now, one could say, okay, Russians said the 300,000 because that's how many they can handle logistically in the short run, I would say. Whereas there seemed to be a whole lot more being mobilized than that. Now, some sectors apparently said, 100% of male employees, especially sectors that have a whole lot of male employees, such as the energy extraction sector, apparently were saying, everybody go report to the military office. Now, there's two parts here. You could say, okay, they're getting everyone sort of semi-mobilized. They're getting everybody into the system, and then they will demobilize most of them, which is an excellent opportunity for, as our dear Olga from Odessa, Oscar, said, excellent opportunity for all the health committees, medical commissions, to make a whole lot of money in bribes to get people out, right? Because when there's massive oversupply on the one end, it's very easy to say, okay, the 80% of you that get to not go are the ones who pay up, right? The other part is what's going to be the economic disruption of this, and what is going to be the logistical issues associated with it. This is what our friend Kristaps from the Eastern Border kind of touched upon as well. Now, I sincerely hope that they send all of them to Moscow and just cause a massive gridlock in Moscow, and then have millions of people there who somehow have to make their way home after they're quickly demobilized. I think that would be fantastic, because that could really lead to sort of a 1917 type thing. The other part is, it seems like they've really signed the death sentence to a whole lot of the Russian industry that was still functioning. Because how can you simply take so many people out of the economy all at once, chase down altogether, quasi-mobilized? What do you think is going to happen with all of those aspects of this, Tim?
Well, I mean, ultimately nothing fruitful. To kind of take us through it a little now. What's important to understand is that this conscription will affect people who have previously served.
Well, that's what they said, but a whole lot of people that were now caught into this are people who've never previously served, who have no military experience, who have no, right? So there's a disconnect between what is being communicated and what's actually happening.
Sure. I mean, that's entirely to be expected. I mean, they've said that, for example, full-time students are exempt, but we have seen students being dragged out of classrooms in the various colonies to Russia's east, and things like that. So, yeah, because of the corruption inherent in the system, as you say, this is an opportunity for military recruiters to make money on the side by exempting people who pay them, right? And this is not a new phenomenon. This is quite widespread in, well, it was quite widespread in Western systems that used pressed soldiers. Certainly in the British Army, the Royal Navy of the 18th and early 19th century, this was fairly common. If you encountered the press gang and you had the means, you would simply bribe them and they would leave you alone. But I think we're probably going to see this on an institutional scale that would make the Royal Navy's press gangs blush a bit. So yeah, there is going to be a disconnect between what the order says on paper and how the order is actually applied. And the net effect of this is going to be that the quality of man that comes through the other end of the sausage machine is going to be, the poor, the stupid, the mentally ill, the physically sick, the people who cannot afford to bribe the press gang away, or don't have the political wiliness to get out of it, basically, or people who simply don't know what the law says, can't argue, don't have sharp elbows, don't have the right connections to ensure the law is applied to letter. So yeah, I would very much expect to see that disconnect. Yeah.
Alan?
Well, I think there is a little bit a bit too much of enthusiasm about what these morally exhausted the conscripts are going to do after a few months when they've been beaten in Ukraine. A Russian friend of mine who is already before the war escaped after. Yeah, he was opposition journalist, etc. He lives here in Norway now, and he told me that Russians they have this big story about how they can fight for the motherland, and they won against the Nazis because they're so resistant, they're so strong, and Russians can bear all the economic sanctions, no problem, etc. But he said that the reality is that Russians are not good at, they're not strong, they're not fighting for the motherland, they're just good at dying in mass. That's what happened during the Second World War. They just sit over and die. They obey the master and do whatever bidding they have, even if it's a stupid order, and 10,000 people die in the same day, So I think that's just the same thing is going to happen. A lot of these people are going to die or lose their limbs, and then they're going to go back to their regions and die of hunger. Yeah, and that's the sentiment I've heard from also. I think Kaparo said it in one of his Winter is Coming podcasts, and I believe that the collapse of the Russian Empire is going to be just that. They're just going to crawl home and die.
But I guess we also have to consider that we also have to consider that the shall we say, the Soviet apparatus of terror was rather more efficient in those days than it is today, right? I have a feeling that'll make a difference in some way.
But don't you think that Putin is actually a little bit better on, keeping down riots, etc.? Or was it the Gorbachev era that opened up for these kind of things?
I think there's no, interest in riots. That's really the problem. There's not enough of a mass of people willing to actually go and protest. That's really the issue, right? Beyond that, it's. I think that you're right in the longer run. I think what I'm really curious about is the immediate short term. What's going to happen in the next 3 days? What's going to happen in the next 2 weeks? Because again, if they did massively over mobilize, they'll have all the logistical challenges we spoke to before. Those logistical challenges being, how are they going to equip? How are they going to train? Where are they going to put them? How are they going to move them around? All of these guys from the Far East, all of those roads go through Moscow. All of the train lines, more importantly, go through Moscow. So are they going to move, the many hundreds of thousands more than they thought, maybe even a couple of million through Moscow? How's that going to work out? Where are they going to put them? I know they have a lot of empty military bases, but they also have a lot fewer military bases than they did back in the Soviet days, because a lot of them they just shut down and let fall apart in the in the 90s, because there was no longer an ability to sustain as many military bases. What are they going to equip them with? But very importantly, very immediately, if they realize, oh wow, we've moved way too many people around, and this is what I'm really hoping happens. They actually start moving all of these masses of people around, and then realize, oh wow, we have nowhere to put them. Where are we going to put them? And hopefully they all end up in Moscow. And hopefully Moscow will suddenly swell in population by 500,000, maybe more, men from all over Russia who suddenly won't have anything to do. And they'll be told, oh yeah, now you get to make your own way home. I think that will be an amazing recipe for a massive disaster. Not an organized protest kind of disaster, just a dissolution of societal fabric more than anything else, in a very 1917 kind of way. I'm not really hoping for it. I think there's a really small chance it happens, but that's the most interesting scenario in many ways. I mean, Tim, you've studied history a lot. What happened in 1917?
Well, yeah, this was a rather interesting thread that came from was all over Twitter yesterday from Camille Galliot. In 1917, the Russian Empire had recently mobilized a heck of a lot more conscripts, about 400,000. They were losing the war on the Eastern Front. They were not doing terribly well against the German army. An awful lot of men were dying, and these fresh conscripts, everybody knew it. These fresh conscripts were camped in and around St. Petersburg, which was then the capital of Imperial Russia. One man, I can't remember his name, realized that this was actually a bit of a recipe for disaster, and requested that if he was to continue or be appointed Minister of the Interior, then something would have to be done about the disposition and location of these conscripts, because they were a political danger to the Tsar's government. This chap's recommendations were ignored, and of course the Russian Empire quite famously fell apart. Well, the imperial government quite famously fell apart 3 months later under the Russian Revolution. So the comparison to be made here, I guess, if it's a valid one, is that there's going to be that Russia is very heavily centralized. So if you look at a map of Russia, everything converges on Moscow, right? It's the ultimate logistical hub of the entire country.
Yeah, it's like France.
Yeah,
France
exactly.
and Paris. All the train lines go one way.
Exactly. So you can't move stuff around Russia without it going through Moscow. In the case of the troops, it was suggested they will have to, they will probably be in Moscow for a period of time, and if there are sufficient numbers of them, given that Russia sucks at logistics, they're going to be loitering around there for more time than perhaps is politically healthy. And Camille's point was that a number of the ingredients of a revolution are there. Right. I mean, it's ultimately speculative. I mean, there are obvious problems with this theory, and that for them to be a threat to the government, they have to be armed. It's entirely possible that they won't be armed when they're in Moscow. They will only receive weapons when they get to the front. But there's an interesting there are just some interesting parallels to be drawn, and history doesn't repeat itself, but it does often rhyme. That was kind of his point. I mean, it's kind of it's rather speculative, and I can see problems with it, but it's not uninteresting, shall we say?
I mean, that's what makes it interesting, right? Pendolina?
Yes, I'm listening again to the tales about 1905 and 1917 in Russia, and we all hope that we'll see a reenactment quite soon. But we don't even have only to look at Russia to see that such things can unravel, because exactly the same thing that happened in Russia in 1917 actually happened in Germany in 1918 in October and November, with the exact same situation where you had an army still standing, combat ready, after some failed offensives in enemy territory. So the whole German armies were either on the East Front, where they were victorious against Russia, occupying Belarus and Ukraine. And on the Western Front, they were still standing in Flanders and northeast France. And on the Southern Front, they were broken through the Italian defensive lines at the Isonzo. So it looked quite well for them, but in fact, the troops were exhausted and there were no supplies available anymore. And all of a sudden, the whole thing collapsed when they realized that they have no supplies left and tasked the Marines to go and fight the Royal Navy in a one decisive battle, which they know they would lose, but they wanted to inflict as many losses as possible to the Royal Navy, putting them into some sort of a stalemate that they would accept a ceasefire at common terms rather than having getting defeated. And I think this is more likely the current situation for now for Russia than when we are taking the analogism to Russia in 1917. Because Russia in 1917 was already defeated, while 1918 Germany didn't even look defeated. And this is what I wanted to bring forward, because there's a lot of recitations of Kamil Galiv's threats and so, but he misses out all on the other stuff, which is maybe a bit more interesting to this.
I think you're right. I think that it does illustrate yet another possible scenario, except it won't be looking good for Russians very shortly anyway, right? So it's going to be an even worse situation. And again, we get back to the point of Ukraine needing more equipment, more survivable armored vehicles, tanks, IVs, etc., as well as ability to disrupt Russian logistics further back, i.e., either somehow the West helps Ukraine make a whole lot more of those Hrim-2 missiles, right? Or just give them ATACMS. Either way works. Either way works. I mean, I'd be perfectly happy if they figure out how to manufacture a couple of dozen Hrim-2 missiles every day in Poland. That's fine. That works as well. Don't have to technically be ATACMS. John?
Yeah, no, it became a little bit quiet. I just want to put something in. Domen, did you see the response from Lars Widoing?
I didn't. What did he say?
He said he's not available this weekend, and next week is busy, but after that he can join.
Excellent, very good. Yeah, let's schedule that. I think he's he's been tracking things very detailedly, very closely. I think he'll enjoy a chat with us.
Yeah.
Well, we will. I guess we'll have to wait.
Sorry, Dermot, I was just a little distracted there. Shall we have a look at some headlines?
Let's.
Okay. So we look at the headlines today. Now, as we've discussed at some length today, last night, and yesterday, Russia has announced a mobilization of 300,000 men in order to better prosecute their special military operation. Definitely not a war. Volodymyr Zelensky, the president of Ukraine, has called on Russians to resist this partial military mobilization, which has apparently sparked protests and fresh exodus of, shall we say, eligible men from Russia. The Ukrainian president stressed that 55,000 Russian soldiers have died in the 6 months of this war, probably an underestimate. If the Russian people do not want more, then they need to protest, fight back, run away, or, of course, surrender. Now, the Ukrainians have published some really quite detailed instructions on how to surrender to the mercy of the Ukrainian army, haven't they? They've been sending out text messages and leaflets and things like that. Do we know if they're having much of an effect?
Not enough, but there has been now. Ukraine doesn't go and report very detailedly on prisoners they take, but they seemingly have been taking quite a few as late. What they did publish yesterday, and I think this is quite interesting. I think we never got to touch on it. Was some of the details of that prisoner exchange that happened a couple of days ago, and Ukraine actually detailed a little bit more of who they sent back. Right, 205 Ukrainians, 10 non-Ukrainians fighting on behalf of Ukraine went one way. Medvedchuk and 55 POWs went the other way. Have you seen the breakdown of those 55?
No, I've not. Please enlighten me.
I think it's interesting. So, 2 senior officers, 1 lieutenant colonel and 1 major, 6 junior officers, 4 ensigns. I'm pausing briefly for you to comment on the 4 ensigns.
4 ensigns, so relatively junior officers. In fact, very junior officers.
Can you help me out? What is an ensign? Is that a cadet or someone who's graduated from being a cadet?
In the British Army, an ensign is a term used for usually the most junior second lieutenant in a regiment. He's known as the ensign.
Okay, so basically, freshly graduated cadets is who that is.
Yes, basically.
Right, no experience, no nothing. Basically, they were told, okay, you're graduated now. Here you go, off to Ukraine. Okay, there were 40 enlisted, as well as 2 fighters of the so-called People's Militia of the Donetsk People's Republic and 1 fighter of the so-called People's Militia of the Luhansk People's Republic. So that's the 55 that were not Medvedchuk. So 2 senior officers, 6 junior officers, 4 ensigns, 40 enlisted, 1 from the DPR militia, 1 from the LPR militia. I think that's very interesting. Going the other way, 125 Ukrainian officers, 89 privates and sergeants, 2 civilians, and 108 of whom were from Regiment Azov. The rest were from Armed Forces of Ukraine, Ukrainian National Guard, Ground and Naval Forces, State Border Guards, Territorial Defense of the Armed Forces of Ukraine, National Police, SBU, State Customs Service, and State Special Transport Service. All in all, but I think this is very it's an interesting lineup, I would say, and I'm very.
I think what my interpretation of that is that not an enormous number of Russian officers are alive, right? If they're not being demanded in a prisoner exchange, which involves Ukrainian officers being exchanged, then it suggests that Ukraine simply doesn't have very many prisoners of equivalent quality, which suggests that the prisoners they would have were actually killed rather than captured, by which I mean killed on the battlefield, of course.
There's that, I think. I think it goes a little bit beyond that still. I think it means that there's a whole lot of Russian officers that are still in captivity on top of that. And Medvedchuk being the one who was, the capital to be traded. I still think there's a window somewhere with his name on it, on the 7th or 8th floor somewhere. I think that's why they wanted him back. He had failed. He had failed the glorious leader. Anyway, DFA.
It does. Sorry, if I could just continue to speculate a little here. It does perhaps. Do you think it perhaps suggests a kind of weak Russian bargaining position? Right, because it's my understanding that the names, ranks, and numbers of captured enemy troops are released. Right, they're released to the Red Cross so their families can be told that they're not dead, they're captured, etc., etc., etc. I assume Ukraine will be doing that. And if Russia is not in a position to demand that basically equivalent people are exchanged, then it suggests a very weak Russian bargaining position when it comes to prisoner exchanges. Is that a bit of a reach?
No, I think you're possibly possibly onto something there. I think you are. It could be a little bit less than what one would expect. Also, I think it's just because they really wanted Medvedchuk back for whatever reason. I think that's a large chunk of it. But I know we'll see. I just thought it was interesting that there were only 2 senior officers involved in it. There were commanders going the other way, so that's of some interest. Sorry, DFA, please go ahead.
Doman, does ensign denote a naval rank in the Russian military as well?
I think not necessarily, and also the translation might not be fully optimized, I guess. So I think it's translated to ensign, but I think what it means is what Tim said.
Right. Oh, well, that's a shame. That would have suited my narrative quite nicely, because there was some press about a junior naval officer who'd been drafted into some sort of armored column and was injured and captured. So anyway, that's by the by, really. But it would have that would have been reassuring if there was a couple more captured, undertaking land warfare activities. Would be suggesting that that the junior officer corps is highly degraded, but we probably know that anyway, don't we?
I think you're possibly onto something. It could be that they are indeed, the various naval infantries and the like who were told, you know what, now you go there. We know that which was it? There were a couple of the Russian fleets whose naval infantries beyond the Black Sea Fleet were, almost in their entirety or in vast majority sent to Ukraine as well, and it could very well be that they're from there. So I think you're right on that. It's entirely possible. Is the translation in the English version of the New Voice of Ukraine? So you can't be 100% sure that that's what it denotes. A different translation actually says 4 warrant officers as opposed to 4 ensigns. So I'm really not sure which way the translation went, and obviously that's a very different type of rank, right?
Sure. Oh, thanks for that.
It also depends how warrant officers work in the Russian army.
Exactly.
In the British army, a warrant officer is a very senior enlisted man, In the US Armed Forces, a warrant officer tends to be a specialist who is recruited directly into that rank. I'm not, and Germany has the under officer concept, which doesn't exist in the US and British Armed Forces. So it could mean a number of things, and I'm honestly not really sure.
Look, in gardening, in gardening terms, blood and bone fertilizer and seaweed fertilizer is both works quite well.
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you, DFA. Sorry, Tim, I interrupted you when you were trying to get on with the headlines. Well, what else should we have a look at?
Yeah, it's not a problem. These things are here to stimulate discussion, and to stimulate discussion they did. Now, more on the mobilization. There have been reports that the protesters against the mobilization, not to be confused with protesters against the war, of which there are none, reports that protesters against the mobilization in Moscow have been arrested and issued with mobilization papers. So those who've had the gall to protest against this have been first on the list, which is kind of fun, I suppose. Now, there has been a reported exodus of military-aged men out of the Russian Federation. Now, prices for flights out of Moscow to the nearest foreign location rose above $5,000 one way. Nearly all of the tickets are sold out for the coming days. And there were reports of some queues, shall we say, at the borders of Finland and Georgia. Now, I understand the Finnish situation was fake news because the Finnish border guard came out and said, no, this is not correct footage, and the situation is all normal. And a number of Finns have come up and corrected that as well. Not sure what Georgia doing. Have you heard anything about what's happening at the Georgia border, Doman?
I'm not entirely sure. I think there's quite a lot of there are quite a lot of people going to Vladikavkaz, and Vladikavkaz is the capital of North Ossetia, which is just north of Georgia. It's one of the easiest places to get to Georgia from Russia. And my understanding is that there's a lot trying to go there as well. Prices for for flights going from, say, Moscow to Vladikavkaz were about 10 times the usual prices, and that's not because Vladikavkaz is a particularly popular tourist destination in the early autumn. It's not for the foliage. I can attest to that. It's definitely because people are trying to get to Georgia from there. I'm not sure how many do, but I'm sure that quite a number are trying to go through there as well. I mean, it's a clear realization, right, that this is where you might be able to get out through. But what we need to remember is this isn't going to make a difference on the battlefield. The numbers will never be anything like sufficient to make a difference on the battlefield. It might make a difference to the economy. It will not make a difference on the battlefield simply because there's a sufficiently large pool behind them of who else they can harangue into going to kill and die in Ukraine.
Absolutely. Thank you for that, Devin. Continuing with the headlines. Now, reports of issues in the chain of command in the Russian armed forces. CNN is reporting this morning that Putin has taken to giving direct orders to generals in the field, which has apparently been, well, shall we say, it's not the normal behavior of an armed force, right? You know, when a militarily unqualified political leader takes direct command like this, it's all a bit Führerbunker, isn't it? it's all a bit Führerbunker. What do you reckon?
It is a little bit. Hopefully the point comes sooner rather than later, where there is a much broader level of discontent as well. So you can put the two things side by side. How important is it that there's a change at the top? Somewhat, but that in itself won't make that much of a difference, because there's a much more deeply ingrained culture. There's a much more deeply ingrained tendency to want to be an empire, to want to go and commit genocide, want to enhance the size of the Russian Federation. What's possibly a lot more important is a broader, deeper breeding of discontent and wanting of a change. I think that's much more interesting to be looking out for. Now, even if the leadership changes, what matters is how much does the drive change. It's only once horses start pulling in all manner of different directions that there will be a difference. Even if the guy in charge of them goes, but all the horses keep all pulling in the same direction, the result's still going to be the same.
Absolutely. I mean, building on that a little, US intelligence sources have told CNN that there is quite severe disagreement on strategy within the Russian ranks. And a British intelligence source described this direct management of generals in the field as a highly unusual tactic in a modern military, which I think we can call some dignified understatement there. I think it could indicate any number of things. It could be a Führerbunker thing. He could just be bonkers at this point, and he could have delusions about his own military competence. We must remember that I believe Vladimir Putin has never served in the military. He was a KGB man before the wall came down, wasn't he?
Exactly.
Yeah. So less military experience than a certain German politician with the funny moustache. Yeah.
Well, let's hear out some hands maybe on the point of bonkers. Not people who are bonkers, but people who bonk others. Charlie Hotel 18.
Yeah, hello everybody. Been a long time listener since back in Feb. It's the first time I've spoken. Can you hear me all right?
Fine.
Loud and clear.
Yeah, thanks for this space. Thank everybody that goes into running it. It's been a total head saver over the months, I'd have to say. Tim, whilst you're going through the updates, is there any update on the Kherson front and those that were reportedly surrendering, or has it just become a stalling tactic?
Some have, but it was smaller groups. It wasn't one big one. And also, as we know, Ukrainians don't report on surrenders, right? Because I think a part of it is also they don't want to have a bunch of POWs who then don't want to be exchanged back to Russia, because Russia might know that, if this large unit all surrendered together, they actually surrendered, they were, quote unquote, captured, because apparently Russia distinguishes between the two. What they want is as many people to then trade to Russia that Russia actually wants back, because this is how you get Ukrainians out of Russian captivity, right? As we all know, Ukraine treats prisoners in accordance to the Geneva Conventions. Russia tortures and humiliates and dehumanizes the Ukrainian prisoners they capture, and that's why it's important for Ukraine to have as many PWs to trade, rather than just have PWs for the sake of it.
I would add to that the Ukrainian official channels are not just silent about prisoners; they are silent about what's happening in Kherson Oblast in general. I'm not sure of the reasoning behind that, but they don't want to blab about it. So the information coming from the usual official channels in on the Ukrainian side. It's just not being talked about by them. So the information we're going to have is therefore limited, and our ability to speculate on it is therefore limited. That's my thoughts on that.
And if you don't mind, another question. Is there any update on sort of the ship movements in Sevastopol at all? Because I believe that this is going to be sort of the canary in the mine as to how serious they see the threat on that southern front. I imagine they'll start moving boats and ships away from Sevastopol.
Apparently, some have been reassigned to Novorossiysk, and are now based out of Novorossiysk as opposed to Sevastopol. But what the scale of that is not entirely clear as yet. But you're right when they say, oh, we better move our fleet out of Sevastopol and into Novorossiysk permanently and fully. That would suggest that they would think that Sevastopol is under more of a threat and wouldn't want to lose more expensive, hard to replace things.
Okay, I'll watch out on both those topics, and I'll stand down and let someone else speak. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Charlie Hotel 18. Tim?
Yeah, Charlie, I would add to that in the Black Sea fleet, the Russian Black Sea fleet, Novorossiysk and Sevastopol do perform two different functions. So I may be getting this the wrong way around. So any naval types, please come up and upbraid me. But I believe that Sevastopol is more about repair, and Novorossiysk is more about replenishment. I may have got those two the wrong way around, or got a bit hazy on.
No, Sevastopol's plenty about replenishment as well. There's full capacity for everything at Sevastopol. Novorossiysk is just somewhat limited when it comes to repair.
Right. Okay. I thought I was slightly wrong.
Yeah.
So
I think I'd heard earlier on that that Sevastopol was being used to load missiles into some of the submarines.
It was, yes.
Yeah. So they will surely move. Be the first sign when they move those submarines and the loading of those submarines elsewhere.
Yeah. My point here was kind of. There are question marks over the extent to which we can read anything into Russia moving assets between those two naval stations, because it's something they do in normal circumstances anyway. So, yeah, I mean, unless this information has changed drastically in the last week or so, then our information from the Navy experts we have up is that I wouldn't read too much into it. It's what Russian Navy does.
Okay. Thank you very much, guys. Keep up the good work.
Thank you, Charlie.
Thank you very much, Charlie Hotel. Paul.
Hi, mic check.
Carry on.
Right, same as Charlie. I'm a long-time listener, first-time talker. I'm just a little bit bamboozled, and I really can't understand how one day they're protesting on the streets saying they don't want to go to war, and then they're sending them off to war and giving them a gun. I just can't see the common sense in that at all.
We very much agree. Shall we say, there's a heavy degree of skepticism in this space as to whether this purported mobilization is going to make any difference at all to the military situation on the ground. I think part of the problem is, and this is something we've discussed before a couple of times, is that Russia seems to be assuming that there is a capability there that no longer exists. Now, going back to the way the things were organized in the Soviet Union, there was a very large kind of skeleton establishment of the Red Army. So they had whole units with bases, with training facilities, with equipment, with NCOs and officers, but no actual blokes. So they had all the kit, all the chiefs, but none of the Indians. And the idea behind this was that they would be able to conscript a very large army, slot it into these skeleton establishments, and have something in the field in relatively short order. Now, these skeleton establishments no longer exist. The core of competent professional NCOs and officers are largely dead in Ukraine. The institutional memory that enabled this particular strategy of mobilization does not exist in the Russian Federation anymore. So whatever they are doing with these 300 guys, and it's a very, very bold assumption that anything like 300,000 guys will actually materialize. Whatever they're doing with them, they're not going to turn them into an effective army. So yes, it does beg a belief, but we have to, we have to remember that Russia is it's this giant pyramid of lies, right? You cannot trust anything that is said up and down the chain of command. So, this is possibly one of the reasons why Putin is going full Führerbunker and taking personal command of his generals in the field, of his formation commanders in the field, rather than going through his own Ministry of Defense, which is what a normal politician would do. One of the reasons is perhaps he has finally realized that he cannot trust a damn thing anybody underneath him says. And we see this at all levels. Sorry, Poodle's just arrived. We see this at all levels of the Russian armed forces, from the obviously unrealistic picture that the Kremlin seems to have of how this is going, all the way down to the kind of unit level stuff. So there were stories out about a month ago about the battalion tactical group. I think it was a junior officer went into his battalion tactical group HQ. The battalion tactical group being the basic building block of the Russian army. It's a bit like a battle group or a US task force. He went into his battalion tactical group HQ, fully in the knowledge that around 80% of the infantry he had in his battalion tactical group were combat ineffective, i.e. dead. So he knew the battalion tactical group only had 20% of the infantry it was supposed to. And on the wall, he could see orders that were being passed up the chain of command saying, yeah, we're 60% effective, we're 75% effective, and that. Just lies, just not true, not even approaching the truth, not even exaggerations. Just a totally dishonest picture of the state of this BTG. And if it's happening at that level, it's happening at all levels. And the symptom is that the people in charge don't really know what's going on. And so the orders they give are total fantasies. And this is, so I agree. I totally agree with your assessment, Paul. It beggars belief, but it can be explained. And it can be explained by this inverted bullshit pyramid that Russia is. Denjar.
Yeah, I would like to add, I was waiting for you to say it, so I put my hand up in case you didn't. And also, we should remember that the current force is made up by, they have conscripts there, but a lot of volunteers, motivated, somewhat motivated people and they have had this campaign going for a long time that come and sign up and join. So everyone who wanted to do this has had 7 months to join already. So obviously that has not been enough. Okay, so now they started recruiting from prisons and what have you, and finally some kind of mobilization. So they would not. I mean, the majority of them are completely demotivated and probably shit scared. So even if they get to these 300,000, that's not 300,000 soldiers. That's 300,000 gangbanged, forcefully put there. So yeah, it's not looking good. And I would like to add also that this is probably not stabilizing the nation as such. Quite opposite.
Absolutely, that's an important point, and I would add that we talk about 300,000 men. The balance. What is the balance of combat arms versus everybody else, Stoneman? It's like 30% combat troops, 70% everybody else, something like that, isn't it? Hello, mic check.
Yeah, I think it's even a higher ratio if it's mechanized, right? But maybe on average, it's something like that.
yeah, I can't remember what the exact balance is, but there is a formula, and it's about that. So it's going to be a sizable minority of these 300,000 men, if they materialize, will be actual fighting troops, infantrymen, tank crews, that sort of thing. The rest of them will be, gunners. There will be logistics men. There will be engineers, and blah 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 blah. So this is not a 300,000 strong army in the field fighting. It's a very, very much smaller army doing the actual fighting, and the rest of them supporting that army with logistics and artillery and engineering and etc. But it seems vanishingly unlikely that anything like that anything of that size will materialize in anything approaching combat effectiveness. Thank you, Denjon. I like Wendy.
Thank you, Tim, and thank you for this articulate, your articulate military analysis of this. I was thinking that whichever way this particular cake is cut, it's inevitably seems like it is going to lead to the same result. So at the moment, Russia is losing the war it started in Ukraine. This is evidently demonstrably true. Taking people, for example, who were protesting against mobilization, but notably not against war crimes, but taking these particular people and giving them weapons, and people such as this and anyone else who is lacking military training and is being mobilized, surely only two possible things are going to be done with these people. One, they're going to be put into maybe a 6-month training program, as you said, which will further strain resources, the resources of the state. Or two, they're going to be thrown into the front line, and they're going to be put into a situation in an army which has refused to change tactics since the Battle of the Rata Road in the Winter War, or in the Battle of Grozny in '96, or any other battle in recent historical analyses where the Soviet Union or the Muscovite they do the same thing. They put their troops and their armored units into what the French would call a defilade, kind of a marching position straight down a road, in order to, I'm guessing, to reveal where the Ukrainian positions are. This is a tactic which is losing the war for Russia, and would it be safe to assume that that this could only accelerate the losing of this war for Russia? It is currently losing the war. There cannot be a positive outcome, any kind of results which it involves Russia gaining more territory here. It is losing. It is going to be putting extra strain upon the state if it chooses to train these mobilized individuals, or it's going to be putting them into a meat grinder, and they're going to have to find more such people to mobilize. So would it be safe? Would it be a fair question to ask that this is merely accelerating the demise of this tyrannical Moscow regime, and is simply and is fundamentally another element of destabilization of the regime itself?
That's entirely possible. Yeah. I mean, I think it's quite interesting what you say about the Soviet tactics of bringing the enemy out by exposing your own forces. And I think this is something that's going to become an increasing problem for Russia in theater, especially if their army gets on paper larger. Particularly considering the time of year that is approaching. So we're approaching the mud season, where it's going to be very difficult to move. It's going to be very difficult to move vehicles cross country. So it's going to be, there's going to be an increased reliance on roads. And I would imagine that the Ukrainian armed forces have the roads in their country very, very well mapped and very, very well targeted with long-range artillery assets such as HIMARS and such as M270. I think this is going to end fairly badly for those Russian columns that are going to be increasingly reliant on roads, both for moving troops around and for resupplying those troops. Finance, very good morning.
Good afternoon, Tim. Hope you're doing well.
Oh, it's afternoon, isn't it? Yes.
It is afternoon for those of us who actually check clocks. My question for the morning, afternoon, whatever we're calling it, is on Russia, nothing they have done has shown long periods of training for their troops, except sort of the VDV, who, they're mostly dead now, but those guys they trained, but most of their army they didn't. They don't have the training facilities to train huge numbers of guys, and as pointed out, they don't have officers and NCOs for huge numbers of guys. So they're going to keep going with their general plan, which is just send masses of bodies to the front and see what happens. I'm going with these guys aren't going to get trained well, and they're going to die in droves. So, I'm far more expecting huge piles of bodies headed towards the front. And, I think training optional is the way this is headed for the Ruskies, which will result in large numbers of Russians becoming fertilizer, which, would be sad if they weren't such horrific genocidal monsters about everything. I don't see any reason why we should expect an organizational change out of the out of what they do, and they don't have they don't have the supply. Nothing they're doing will change their supply chain, which gets worse all the time, and the issues in their economy that are making their supply chain, not just at the front but on the back end, are continuing to get worse, and mobilizing their economy for war just puts strain, which will continue the degradation thereof. So I'm not on the logistics side of things, which I do understand, color me skeptical that this will have any sort of effect, unless I totally missed something. Like this is just begging for mass problems, right?
Absolutely, couldn't agree more. This is something we can go into enormous detail on, but we've been through it a little this morning, and you've just very neatly summarized it for us, Finance. Absolute goat fuck in the making, I'm sure. Tom, very nice to see you. I feel like I've not seen you for ages.
Hey guys, can you hear me all right?
Loud and clear. Loud and clear.
Yeah, I've probably got a little bit of background traffic noise. I've had a bit of a break from the space just for my own mental health. I've needed to relax. All this war talk is morbidly fascinating, but also really quite distressing. So just to sort of kind of play devil's advocate a little bit, just in terms of, if you're wargaming, you want to think about the worst case scenarios as well as the best case scenarios. I broadly agree with everyone in this space that the Russians are in a complete mess militarily. They haven't updated their tactics. They're incredibly stupid, and most of these people are going to be slaughtered. But I wonder if you guys have seen that in the partial mobilization that Putin announced, there was a secret paragraph that was classified saying, like up to 1 million people. So, just to think about a sort of worst case scenario, and even the worst case scenario I can think of still doesn't look great for the Russians. This is a worst case scenario for Ukraine, I mean. Supposing that this 300,000 people was just yet another Russian lie, and they actually want to try and conscript as many people as they possibly can. Let's say they really, really pushed it and managed to conscript, and I'm making this number up, like 5 million people, of whom 4 million were like logistics supplies, and literally they'd have 1 million men in the field. And I don't think they can do this, by the way. I just don't think it's possible. But supposing it was, do they even have 1 million rifles? Do we have any estimate of how many AK variant rifles they might have, and how many Mosin rifles they might have? because we know they wouldn't have tanks and things for these people. We know that. But like literally, how many rifles have they got? So that if the manpower wasn't a problem and the limiting factor was firearms, do we know how many rifles the Russians have got?
The answer to that is not enough. We have seen, I think it's just militia or LNR and DNR, what passes for armies down there. We have seen them using Mosin Nagant rifles from World War I in the field as their issue weapon. So the answer to that is, how many rifles do they have? Don't know, but it's nowhere near enough. Doman?
Actually, with that one, I'm not sure. I'm not entirely sure they don't have enough AK variants for all of them. The question is more, how are they going to keep them supplied with, all the consumables they need? And I don't think that's really the issue. The real question is, how are they going to move them around? How are they going to move them to where they need to be? How would they know who needs to be where? It's one thing when you take a few hundred or maybe even a few thousand inmates from prison and just say, I declare all of these people cannon fodder, because then it doesn't matter. They're already all in one place. Say, okay, how many do we have? We have, 190 in this prison. Okay, these 190, we need cannon fodder here. We're going to move them all to here. Fine. But when you have, and what seems to be vastly, over the numbers that they said, over 300,000, well, over 1 million, judging by all the images from various parts of Russia of who all has been mobilized. They won't know what to do with them. They don't have a concrete plan on what to do with them, I'm pretty sure. I think this is going to be the end of it. They'll have all manner of people in all manner of places being completely unproductive and idle and without the concrete plan. And I think there is a significant chance, it's not a majority chance, far from it, but it's a 3% chance, 5% chance that they're going to actually just end up with a bunch of people in a bunch of places, and then they'll tell them, well, okay, fine, make your way home from God knows where to God knows where else. Good luck with that. And this is what we were kind of touching upon earlier, Tom, with comparisons to 1917 and the 1918 Germany kind of ideas, right? What are they all going to do? Where are they all going to go? It'll be interesting. I don't know.
Sorry, go on.
I was going to ask you, what do you reckon?
Well, I mean, this is my thinking as well. I mean, it's easy for them to print off 1 million pieces of paper saying you have to go and sign in the serve in the Russian army. But I don't think that the police and various people that are handing out these draft notices, they're not the people who are going to have to put these people on trains and find them uniforms and feed them and give them rifles. I mean, supposing they print off 5 million draft notices and they manage to recruit 80% of those people, and they've got 4 million conscripted soldiers, on paper. I don't think logistically they can do it. They can't supply the people that they've got in the field. If they've only got 75,000 AKs in storage, and they may not have that, if they've only got 200,000 Mosins in storage, they can't arm these people. It's just a complete denial of reality. The only thing that I think they could use them for is, rather than using them as a sort of human wave cannon fodder, is to use them purely defensively, just to try and hold the line, because that's what they completely failed to do in Kharkiv. If they could get 30,000 people just to hold the line, that might actually be achievable, and that could make it harder for the Ukrainians to win their country back. But I don't think it will change the outcome. It's just going to be...
And Tom, you're looking ahead, right? You're looking at a point where they're already gotten them all to Ukraine and put them into some sort of useful position. I'm looking before that. Way before that. Right now, how are they going to move them around from Buryatia to whatever army bases, to whatever minimal training they'll get to, right? It's all of these steps. And especially what seems to have happened is that lots of governors and mayors and the like were vastly overzealous and just tried to get everyone. You could expect lots of cycling of, somebody being mobilized, then sent back home, then caught on the street by some police again, and mobilized again, and sent back home. And there's going to be a lot of bribery. There's going to be a lot of inefficiency. I think this is the most interesting one. Question here from a listener: how many crossbows do they have in museums? I don't know. Interesting question. Not enough, I guess, is the answer. Eric.
Good morning. Very good. So I actually raised my hand to do exactly the same thing, be a little bit devil's advocate. So I'm going to be devil's advocate to the devil's advocate. Because I agree with almost everything we said, but it still is a little worry nagging in the back of my head. And that is, Russia doesn't give a damn. Which means that, exactly as the last speaker pointed out, defensively they can still be used. Just imagine you pop down 20,000 people with old rifles in a border town, newly referendum, an area that's newly been in referendum and thus been annexed. They say, well, you fend for yourself here. Here you got 10,000 rifles and some ammunition. Feed whatever you can from the city and defend to the last man. And they will, because we got no other choice. These troops will probably be totally combat inefficient in an offensive, but running around in an urban environment and shooting at everything that moves, well, they might actually be somewhat useful for that. And Russia doesn't care if they come home, and they don't care if 20% of them or 10% of them die in attrition on the way because of being bombed and shelled. But if they manage to get, I don't know, 3 million men under arms, or maybe 1.5 of them under arms, and then the other 1.5 million will pick up the rifles on the one who's fallen in front of them, they will still have a huge impact on the defense. And that is what really worries me. That's the first point. My second point is, I completely agree that this shows how panicky Moscow is, because they're actually doing something that might threaten their own existence and their own lives. Could lead to civil disobedience. It could lead to armed clashes. Could maybe not lead to civil war, but something close to it. But they're still willing to do it because they're so committed to this genocide and this invasion, and that makes me really worried. Okay, what is the next step then? If they're willing to risk their own stability for this, what will they actually be willing to do as a next step? And this is the really dark negative side of me talking. I still think on average this, of course, is a somewhat positive development because it shows the panic of Moscow. But panic also breeds instability, and instability breeds really, really decisive thinking, and that's what I'm afraid of. I don't want to say the N word, but I mean, we might just see usage of weaponry or tactics that are completely alien normally on a modern battlefield, but that's being put into play here because they're panicked. So that's my devil's advocate to the devil's advocate. Please talk me down, because I hope I'm wrong.
I think a proportion will end up the way you described, but I think it will only be a proportion of those. Maybe 20% will end up in the situation you described. Many more will end up in just complete and utter chaos. I'm not going to talk you down. I'm just going to say yes, but only a degree. Pendolino, what are Russian officers doing?
Yeah, Michael Khodorkovsky retweeted a newly reactivated young lieutenant colonel at the age of 63 who was called up for service despite his various limitations like insulin dependency and stuff like this. And he doesn't seem really happy. And considering the fact that the Russian army requires a metric shit ton of officers who were given now some sort of power, This is quite a good recipe for a disaster. But what is more astonishing is we discussed how long it would take at the best until you could bring these troops forward to be somehow effective at the front lines, and even to only for defensive, right? Nobody expects the Russians to go on an offensive operation with these guys. But we also said, well, it would take at least 2 to 3 months until you should send them anywhere. However, we now have many reports, and also these lieutenant colonels said that they get only like 2 weeks of training in their base before their buyers, or meaning, I think the active battalions take them up and integrate them in their existing organization, maybe to fill up the ranks. And that makes me thinking if the whole thing about mobilization is really that the military realized that the Russian forces are very close to collapse entirely. Because, I mean, if you need such a shitload of soldiers in 2 to 3 weeks times, while you are in a war, it means that you have lost already everything, right? And I think that's something that is some sort of new information. We know they were not good, a bit desperate, but that they are so desperate, that's kind of new to me. And that's what I wanted to mention.
I think you're right. I think that's what happened. Well, what does this mean? This means that the response has to be appropriate. What's an appropriate response? An appropriate response is to significantly upgrade Ukrainians' defensive capability immediately. Also significantly upgrade Ukrainian offensive capability immediately. Now, what, pray tell, does the collective West have in store and in stock that Ukrainians can use right away on like a 2 days notice that would make a whole lot of a difference? I have an idea of one such thing. It's called an ATACMS. Why? Because it's just a different munition for systems that Ukrainians have quite a few of now, and that they're already well trained on. Right? You put that pod with a single ATACMS in exactly the same way as you put in the pod with 6 skimblers. Go ahead, do that. Please do that, because that will actually make a big difference. That, and also please lots of those pods with gimblers that have the tons of little tungsten fragments in there, because if you're trying to take out thousands of newly arrived Russian troops before they reach the front lines, that would be really effective. Those things Ukraine can use right away. As they come into Ukraine, they can be used, within 12 hours of crossing the border. They can be raining down on Russians' heads. And this could really make a difference immediately. No extra training required. No extra real planning required. This is something that they can integrate into their workflow immediately. Right? Both ATACMS, both the M30A2 or whatever the designation is, warheads on the gimblers. They can do that immediately. No extra training needed. No extra anything needed. It would really, really make a difference. And that's why I think that should be a really top priority right now. Pendolino, thoughts?
Yeah, I see it the same way. I think the offensive in the Kharkiv region caused all this because the Russian military then realized that they are more or less defeated, and it also allowed them to convince the political leaders that they are defeated, and that's why they started this whole I mean, it's obvious that the whole call-up procedure and everything hasn't been really prepared and is really chaotic. And this is some sort of a last-minute decision. And as you said, I mean, the easiest thing right now is by interdicting reinforcements, and the attackants are the solution to this. Maybe also the attackants will be relabeled to Ukrainian newly built rockets, because I mean, nobody ever hit the Russian position with an attackams. So who are there to find out, right?
Exactly. One more thing here. One thing I disagree with you here actually is where you said that this is it was the military leadership that managed to persuade the political leadership. There I disagree. I don't think it was them. I think it was the previously permitted opposition that suddenly became a lot stronger in their arguing for a lot more to be done in terms of a full mobilization. I really think it was them that managed to persuade the actual government to do this, because they were arguing so strongly for it, and the actual regime kind of got shaken by, a little bit by what they were arguing for and how strongly they were arguing for it. I really think this is what made a whole lot of a difference here. But anyway, it doesn't necessarily make a difference one way or another, but I really think that might have had something to do with it as well. Thank you, Pendelino. Nina, afternoon.
Afternoon. I think I like Wendy was before me. If you want to go before me.
Go ahead, Nina.
Okay, thank you. Okay, about what you were talking, and Pendolino also said it well. I just want to comment that because I see everything visually, I see like a very inhumane, like very barbaric circus going on in Russia. And then also I have to say, quote unquote, United Nations, because I don't, it has somehow lost the credibility in my eyes, even though they had like the meeting yesterday and there were many talkers, and actually I didn't listen to the whole thing, but the only I happened to go in when there was a woman talking from Ghana. I don't know who is the head of from Ghana, but she had a very like fantastic speech, and if you didn't hear anything else, I would suggest that you would listen to this, because it was put very well about the war, and also about the so-called referendums that they have started. And now the traffic from the eastern border have gone up. It was 6,000 yesterday, which is more than last week's 1,200, I think. So yeah, so this was like a small update. I will continue my coffee here and listen and chime in a bit later when I have had this coffee, so that I can get going again on the roll.
Good idea. Thank you, Nina. Yeah, there's a nice man from the Finnish border guard who's now tweeting in English because of how widespread the interest in this is. I mean, there you go. That's how widespread the interest is. The Finnish border guard realized it, and they're like, okay, we're just going to tell people in the language that they don't need to translate exactly what's going on. Give them all the stats, all the understanding. Thank you, Nina. I like Wendy.
Thanks, Dermot. Just on the subjects that we were talking about earlier with regards to whether it was going to be a 6-month or a 2-week training regime for these mobilized conscripts. I've just seen our favorite Dimitri from War Translated. He's just put up a post which is rather interesting. It's taken from a mobilization office or a place of departure for newly mobilized men, and it says quite explicitly that they are told quite explicitly that their training period will be 2 weeks in length, and after that they're going to be sent to the front. Yeah, this question of the destabilization of the regime, and what will happen to these people is this is quite germane to the current events. Yeah, I thought that would be interesting. Just before I catch a train here, I've got to hop off, but thought that would be interesting to note. Thanks.
Thank you, Wendy. I agree. That is interesting to note. I think at this point, they'll simply run into the trouble of how do they actually get enough people there within 2 weeks. There's also a lot of complaints among the Russian mill bloggers of how messed up this mobilization is, how they're mobilizing a whole lot of the wrong ones and not mobilizing the right ones, the actual reservists, and it's all messed up and it's really poorly executed thus far. I think it will keep being troublesome like this, but we'll see. I think it will be of some interest to be tracking. What I really think the most important thing is to follow the correct prescription. The correct prescription right now is to send appropriate weaponry to Ukraine. Give them ATACMS, give them these M30A2 or whatever it is, the alternate warheads for the Gimlers. Send them the lot. It will really make a difference. It will really, really make a difference. Furthermore, a little note on the referenda. The Semyon Pigov, who's a Russian propagandist from Russia, he's voted in the DPR. There's 3 ways to vote. Either you have a DPR passport, a Russian passport, or a military ID. Any of those is fine, right? Because this is how the referendum works. They're invalidating the referendum themselves by publicizing this. They don't even need help with it. It's clear to everyone that it's a ridiculous sham of a referendum. Even the most dyed-in-the-wool, Chinese official is going to is going to look at this and say, yeah, you know what, this doesn't look so good. I mean, this is going to mess us up as much as everyone else. This is just not worth it. Wendy? No, I think Wendy was hot mic. Okay. I mean, it is how it is. But what, again, prescription, the correct prescription here is Ukraine needs appropriate armaments. They need appropriate weapons. They need stuff they already know how to operate. They already know how to employ. That they don't need any extra training for, but that will make a very big difference in combating this new influx of Russians into Ukraine. Easy as that. Wendy? Wendy?
Oh, yeah, sorry, Domin. Yeah, this Shamarandum, as we were talking about. So did I hear you correctly that in the Shamarandum, only soldiers of the country currently known as the Russian Federation can vote, given that they are the ones who basically hold the passports and therefore the entrances, the tickets, shall we call it, the tickets to the show, the tickets to the Shamarandum show.
Not only, there's others as well, but it depends on which bit, right? In the Zaporizhia and Kherson Oblast, they haven't managed to passportize people nearly as much. So I think it's going to be more open. In the long time occupied Donetsk and Luhansk oblasts, a bit different. We'll see. Either way, all of them are a complete sham. All of them are completely nonsense and invalid. But it is how it is. They're very happy. I'm just impressed with how happy they are to show their own them not abiding by their own rules so publicly. I think that's important. That's great as it is. We'll see.
And not to forget, Doman, that of course the returning officer has already been replaced, because the previous one, like you said, and all Blackadder fans know, the previous returning officer has already accidentally, brutally stabbed himself in the stomach in a tragic shaving accident.
Exactly. I mean, they really should have been more careful.
They should be. All right. Okay. Love you guys. Got to hop off. My train's here.
Thank you, Wendy. Nina.
Yeah, thank you. I just want to ask, how is this referendum being done, like practically?
It's not.
Aha.
It's a complete mess.
So it's not like if we have a referendum in Finland, we have a place where we go and put out. No,
Nina, that's because Finland is an organized actual democracy. It's different. Just forget any assumptions you have about this. You literally have people going on the streets with ballot boxes made out of like plexiglass, and stopping people on the street and telling them to vote. Or there are some polling stations like you described, and there's if you look at my timeline, about 3 tweets down, you will see a lovely old lady asking which way she should be voting, on camera in a nice open booth. You can check it out. Dmitry is posting a lot more of this stuff. Special Herson Cat posted some. If you want to see images from the supposed referenda, you can have a look, and it'll be a lot more explanatory than me audially. It's designed as a sham. Of course, it doesn't look like anything sensible.
yeah, I understand, but let's say they do it in whatever way they do it, and then they announce that yes, the answer is that these people in this area or city, they want to be a part of Russia. Is that right?
Yes, but that's not the point. The point is that it doesn't matter. The point is that the result has already been determined ahead of time. What they're doing now is they're doing some pantomime in moving people around and having them fill in some forms, and it's not about the voting. It's about, this is really difficult to explain because it doesn't make any sense. But just forget about it making sense. Just think about this as a theatrical performance on the way to the announcement of the actual result. That's all it is. And the actual result is whatever result they have decided last week it's going to be. So it doesn't matter. It's done in very different ways in various different places. But it doesn't matter. It's there as theater only. I know it's a bad explanation, but that's because there's not a good.
Oh, yeah. As we have learned that whatever the Russians do, and we have to turn it around and everything. So I'm not even trying to make it rational for myself. So I got your point. But does it mean for Russia Russian people in Russia that okay, now they will say that now this is a part of us and now we have the reason to keep it?
Now that's a very different reason. That's right. That's a very different question, and I think we will get to that a little bit later because it's not exactly clear. But yes, that's possibly their intent, but that's very complicated. That deserves a much more wide-ranging and broader discussion. In principle, possibly yes. Depends on how their propaganda apparatus and their authorities decide to spin it. It's not there to be useful in itself. It's there to then be used whatever way they decide to use it. If that makes sense. Okay, thank you.
It makes sense.
Yeah, it makes sense that it doesn't make sense. That's the point. Shaggy.
Hello. Yeah, there's really no point trying to rationalize it in a Western mind. The Russians have decided the results already, as you say. So all they're doing is working the way backwards to make it look like putting lipstick on a pig, to make it look like it's a actual referendum. So to do that, they need polls. They need citizens to look like they're voting freely. They need probably...
And it's for their internal propaganda. It's for their internal propaganda and tankies abroad. It's not for to actually persuade anyone. It's to give material to people already persuaded, right, Shaggy?
Yeah, it's for both. It's for both internal Russians, so they can show their internal audience that, look, the people of these regions have chosen Russia. And it's for external audience, the Western audience. Look, we're using democracy. Yeah, democracy has chosen. The people have chosen. So it's all show. It's lipstick on a pig. It's not the end result, this result. It's probably part of a bigger game. As you say, as has been said, once they choose, quote unquote, to become part of Russia, then a whole other set of lipsticks will be put on the pig, i.e. we have to protect Russia. We have to protect Mother Russia. Conscripts are allowed in to these areas now because it's part of Russia. Yeah? We don't have to pay them as much. Yeah? We have to protect Russia as with all our might because it is Russia now. So it's all part of just a big show, as you said. So until Russians themselves have a civil war, which we were kind of talking about last night before it was closed down, until the partisans take the gloves off, until the Russians decide to protest with guns and bombs and Molotov cocktails rather than placards and mobile phones, then nothing will change. If they do that, then that could disrupt and probably would disrupt the sending of more people, more men to Ukraine to kill Ukrainians. So the fomentation of a civil war within Russia, between Russians, is kind of an imperative. It's kind of more than a nice to have. So until we start seeing that, then people will be sent, bodies, meat will be sent to Ukraine. They won't do an awful lot because, as you say, they're not trained, they're not equipped, but they will still be sent. So the focus needs to be turned from Russians being sent to Ukraine to kill Ukrainians to Russians killing 200ing Russians. The Russians who want the Russian partisans, I call them, rather than the pathetic Russians or the Russians in authority within Russia. So the Russian partisans need to start 200ing the Russian apparatus, the Russian state, the state of Russia at the moment, the terrorist state of Russia. If they don't want a terrorist state, if they want the Western trappings they started getting used to, then they have to change. And change can only come from within Russia. Outside, in Russia, change can only come from within Russia. Outside Russia, the Ukrainian army will 200 them. Yeah? And other partisans should 200 Russian sympathizers and Russian supporters. And eventually, with kind of attrition, hopefully, there'll be less of these terrorists in Russia and terror will be subdued in Russia. But that's a long way off, and I don't see any real signs that that's happening. Yeah, you see a few recruitment officers being Molotovs, but that's still them being kind of selfish. Until you actually see Russians in authority en masse being 200'd, then yeah, Russia will be Russia, and Russia won't change. So yeah, that's just my view on that.
Thank you, Shaggy. I think you're right. Russia won't just change because there isn't seemingly a will within it to go and change. Ben, then John, and then Ander. Ben.
Good afternoon. I wanted to submit to you an apology. I was being very naive. a while ago, I read about what the Soviets did once they invaded Poland in eastern Poland in 1939. And one of the first things they did within barely a month of the actual invasion was a plebiscite, what they called a plebiscite at the time, which we call today a referendum. They asked the people of the region if they wanted to join the glorious Soviet Union, fully expecting that everyone would say yes. But just to be safe, they gave the right to vote to the members of the Red Army. So the occupation army was allowed a vote in the plebiscite that was designed to make that region part of the Soviet Union. So it was a big shot, and I initially I thought, yeah, that is one mistake Russia is not going to make. They're big boys. They can change. They can manipulate the results sufficiently well that they don't have to resort to the local occupation military voting. And what you're telling me is that it's not the case. And once more, Russia is surprising me by how low they're willing to sink. That's barely believable. I wasn't expecting that level of incompetence and sheer stupidity. Yeah, it's often difficult to understand whether they're more stupid or more vile. And every day you've got they take a new step. So yeah, apologies again. Thanks, Domin, and hello, Anda. It was very nice to hear you this morning.
Thank you, Ben. Yeah, thank you for coming around to that, because they're doing exactly that. Yeah. Anyway, Dindran, go ahead. Ben, I've sent something that you'd want to be reading. You know where. Dindran?
Yeah. I agree to what Shaggy was saying, and I would take it even further. I think this is almost 100% for the external optics to be used in the UN and so on. I don't think they need it for the domestic public, to be honest, because I mean they already consider Ukraine to be part of Russia. So I think it's for us basically. Yeah, I just want to say that. And actually, what we could do, I hope there's not too many Americans here now, but we could send what they call now, the cyber ninjas, to do a voting audit if they are free now.
So somebody asked me earlier today, wouldn't it be great if some appropriate hackers just changed the result of the referendum to places wanting to stay in Ukraine? And I don't think that was going to happen, because then the returning officer just wouldn't read it out, right? They're sane enough to know roughly what the result should be. The result was already decided. The returning officer already knows the result. If a different number, a vastly different number, will be published on the website, they'll just say, yeah, no, it was hacked anyway, whatever.
Domin, I can stop you. It was a joke. The cyber ninjas was they made election fraud audit in Arizona, so it was a joke. I know what it is.
Oh, I see. So no, but there's another point which I thought was quite interesting. On Tuesday, when we had General Pekka Talveri, right, there was a caller from Stockholm who asked, "What if the referendums are designed in a way to have everyone to have majorities say everywhere that they want to stay in Ukraine?" I think that would be a very interesting outcome. Now, I think there's no chance in hell that happens. But were that to happen, that would just provide Putin an excellent way out, and an excellent way to just say, we'll just keep Crimea. Then we'll move everyone out within the week. And it is how it is. People have chosen. But play nicer, we'll be back. Something like that. I think that could be quite interesting. Let's see. Okay, first we lost Ander, then we lost Nina. What is this? I hope it's not a glitch, because I didn't do anything. Okay, it's fine. Nina's galloping back. It's okay. Nina. Nina?
Yes, it wasn't you. I was trying to put a comment in MriyaReport this space and just pushed a little bit too many buttons. So it wasn't you. It wasn't your fault that I fell out.
Well, good. I'm glad to hear that. Go ahead with the whatever you had your hand up for previously.
I will continue. And
there you
if I can just have a quick comment, there are 500 plus people in this space right now. Couldn't we all just tag President Biden, Lloyd Austin, and Antony Blinken, because we know that it's pointless to put Olaf Scholz to do anything. Just because I know that the US has the ATACMS and also the tanks, which I don't remember the name. Was it Abrams?
Abrams. A-B-R-A-M.
Yeah. So if there are 5 plus 500 people here, it's always, we can all tag those. It's not difficult. Thank you.
I concur, absolutely, Nina. I think it's a great idea. Let's, if it's not about just that, it's about getting it trending or whatever it's called. No, maybe that can make a difference as well. Hi, Victoria.
Hello, Damon. Nice to be back. Yes, the comments that I wanted to make is, first of all, let's not just write off Shorts, because this is, I think, what he wants us to do. He really wants us to forgive about his existence and keep on providing some sort of assistance and help for Ukraine, which he is proud of and what he can deliver. So just to enjoy focusing on internal affairs and politics, and that's it. But we should not follow his wishes. I think we need some sort of a Twitter storm to actually make him and the government release and start providing so needed heavy weaponry, including Leopard tanks, because it's now not just about theoretical idea of Ukraine winning the war. It's just at what costs, and the costs are not again proclaimed or indicated in terms of the amount of money, but it's now we're talking about human lives that could be saved. Ukrainians, of Ukrainian soldiers, of Ukrainian people, citizens as well, to win this war as fast as possible. So let's not, Nina, with all due respect, but let's not forget about Shorts and let's push him. That's the first comment I wanted to make. And the second one is that I think it was today or yesterday a release from the senator, or who is he? Is he Senator McCall? And he was saying that Ukraine needs ATACMS and it has to get the required heavy weaponry as soon as possible. So he made a very strong statement. And I think we can rely on that statement and refer to it. And yes, Nina is right that, well, it's 500 of us on this space. If we add more people from the part that starts when the US wakes up and Canada wakes up, I think we can get done thousands and thousands of people, and it can turn into a big move with a request to provide Ukraine with the weapons that we need now, all weapons that we need now, without any delays. Because as Domin keeps on mentioning every time, I like this notion that developed countries, they have what we need. It's just a matter of will and readiness of politicians to actually do the right thing and help Ukraine win the war as fast as possible at the minimum cost, and costs are human lives. So helping Ukrainians save human lives, I think that's what the whole developed world should aim at, to save as many Ukrainian lives as possible. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Victoria. And that's exactly it. Combination of modern armored weaponry, IVs, tanks, etc., from the West. Right, that's part of the difference making. The other part is exactly that. It's standoff weapons, missiles. Right, it's ATACMS at the end of the day. That's literally it. That's what's necessary. Anda.
Yes, hi. I think Nina has a response for Victoria. And
No, go ahead, Anda.
Okay. I dropped earlier. You were talking about the stage referendum, and I wanted to say that not only history, as Ben pointed out, shows us how it's done. We also seen this some 8 years ago when they tried this prior, and we also see this unfortunately in for example the People's Republic of North Korea, which technically it's a democracy, but they also elect the person who needs to be elected. And I think the repercussions at international level aimed are one, to show outside, not only inside, that look, they want in. Two, because Russian people, or as a state apparatus, loves papers. They will have written papers on which it will be mentioned how this and that city decided that Russia is a better option. And also it will be I don't know if relevant for the Russian population per se, but for their morale more, like we are not fighting in vain. I don't think it's gonna help much with the new mobilization, but I think this is the reason they are pushing these two narratives together. So that's what I wanted to say, and thank you.
Thank you, Anda. I think you've identified the right thing, right? This is aimed at the Russian domestic propaganda audience. That's the point of it. It's not about what's actually real. It's not about what's actually true. It's about material for the domestic propaganda apparatus, both to legitimize the mobilization, to legitimize the disruption that will bring in, as well as, quite simply, to legitimize why they're still there. Why not just are people being sent there, not just why the economic disruption is going on, but to make it clear to everyone that this will be seen out domestically. It's about that. It's about providing domestic legitimacy. That and some tankies in the West for sure. But then say, no, but look, they voted in clear boxes on the street, picked out one by one with people knocking on their door, stopped in the middle of the street, asked to legitimize themselves, asked to show their passport and fill in the ballot paper on the street in front of the people administering it, possibly carrying guns. Yeah, that's how it works. Except every tanky is going to eat it whole, right? I mean, it is how it is, but it is fundamentally only aimed at Russian domestic propaganda. It's all theater. It is all entirely theater, aimed at legitimizing the war and the genocide that they're doing. That's it. It's nothing but. Nina.
Yes, I did it again when I tweeted and I pushed the buttons wrong. Thank you, Roman. To Victoria, yes, you are right. I will not forget about Olaf Scholz. I actually have had a period here when I feel that it's pointless to do anything. But I will continue then tagging him and all the people who are here now. What do you want me to do? Do you want me to sing, dance, stand on my head, do some really faces, or to retweet when I tag those people? You can ask me to do many things, and I can even put them in the nest. Thank you.
Thank you, Nina. Let's go to Shaggy and then to Tom. Shaggy.
Yeah, Tom was next, I think. I'll go after Tom.
All right, fair enough. Tom, go ahead.
Thanks, Shaggy. Yeah, I was thinking about what Victoria was saying about motivating people and how really what this matters about is Ukrainian lives, and I think everyone in this space will agree with her 100%. And she's right, that is really what matters. But unfortunately, I don't want to say that Scholz doesn't care at all about Ukrainian lives. He probably does. But in some weird way in his head, he's weighing up the deaths of people in Ukraine against something else, which I can only assume is some sort of short-term to medium or long-term economic cost, which is a horrible thing to do. But I think unless the Russians have literally got compromat on him that we don't know about, that's probably the reason why. So the problem is, if someone hasn't been convinced in the last 6 months of horrors, including Irpin and Bucha and now Izium and elsewhere, I'm not sure that we're going to be able to persuade them to start valuing the lives of Ukrainians as they should. So I wonder if the way to try and persuade them would be to actually take a different tactic and to try and look, okay, what is it that they actually do value, and to try to convince them that it's worth helping Ukraine on that basis. So, earlier this morning I was saying, although we're not, as in terms of the West, the EU and NATO, are not in a shooting war with Russia, we are effectively in an economic war with Russia. And I think a lot of people just haven't really accepted that yet. And I think really the two outcomes, the two extremes you could imagine in an economic warfare with Russia is either one, to just give up and drop all the sanctions, essentially surrender to Russia economically. We need your gas, we need your oil, please sell it to us for cheap. We'll drop all the sanctions. But if you do that, why the hell did you put the sanctions on them in the first place? You've started an economic war and then you've just surrendered. It's completely stupid. So the other extreme, which is the one that we want, is to win that economic war and to win it as quickly and cheaply as possible. And to win it as quickly and cheaply as possible may actually appeal to people like Scholz, where asking them to think about Ukrainian lives doesn't. And of course, how do you win the economic war as quickly, as cheaply as possible? Well, the military war needs to be won as quickly and cheaply as possible. And that means send weapons to Ukraine. But the argument is send weapons to Ukraine because 5 billion, 10 billion that you spend now could save tens of billions over the next 12 to 18 months because they'll win the war and we can get back to some state of normality sooner rather than later. That's not to say I think we should lift all of the sanctions on Russia once this is over, but you could make the argument that that will happen more quickly if Ukraine wins more quickly. And that argument might work with people that aren't valuing Ukrainian lives as highly as they should. Does that all make sense? Does anyone think I'm mistaken there? Don't mind if they
No,
think
I think that's exactly it. Like the one thing that's been
There is a trap, though. Oh, sorry.
go
Tony,
ahead,
go
Victoria.
ahead.
No, Victoria, you go ahead first.
Yeah. So the trap is, and this is what I've heard in Berlin as well, is that Scholz and his government is now not to push away, but still trying to convince Ukraine that we need to start thinking about ceasefire, not about peace talks, not about winning the war, not about regaining our territory, but ceasefire and then peace talks. So one would tell Scholz that think about economic consequences, and the sooner we win the war, the better it is for you. Well, it works a little bit in a different way because then they start saying that we should think about how and when we should this war should stop, and for how long we can last, etc., etc. These are off the records meetings and these are off the records discussions. But then once again, even when you bring the economic arguments and put it on the table, there is a way how German government plays it against us. So remember about that as well.
Yeah, I think you're right, Victoria, and I think actually it's been quite open that that's been their strategy. That there's been a push to try and get them to negotiate and get them to make peace with Russia because it will cost the rest of Europe a lot less money. But I think what they've got to accept is no matter what they want, Ukraine is not going to stop fighting until all the Russians are gone. They're just not going to, and they need to accept that. And the sooner they accept that, Ukraine would have, if we hadn't sent them any weapons, Ukrainians would be fighting with the Molotovs in the streets of Kyiv. That they would carry on fighting, and some Europeans just still don't seem to get this, that the Ukrainians are not going to give up. And so given that they're not going to give up, they need to accept that, and they need to send them weapons to get this over faster, because there isn't going to be a negotiated peace with giving the Russians some of their land. It's just not going to happen. And it's frustrating that they still seem to think that. So I guess what I'm saying is we would need to get Scholz and others to accept that the Ukrainians are not going to come to any negotiated peace until all the Russians are out. That means there is no peace until then, and so they need weapons. Sorry, I'm mixing my words up a bit.
It don't make sense till the very last point that one will say we will fight till the very end, and the comment is, well, then it's up to you for how long you want to fight and with what you want to fight.
I think a lot of this comes down to Scholz not being a very decisive sort of person, and not understanding how someone can be so decisive and decided as to actually want to pursue their own liberty and sovereignty to the point of actually liberating all of the occupied territories. I think there's something deep inside him that just doesn't compute, and Tom's more suited to talk to this. But there's that. The other part that hasn't been made clear to some, certainly not sufficiently, is just how very just how very important it is that Ukraine manages to reach the one morally just, morally correct outcome of this war, which is liberation of all Ukrainian territories, restoring Ukrainian territorial integrity, right? It seems almost as though there's a reluctance to accept that. There's a reluctance to realize that. There's a reluctance to realize that because it doesn't fit within the technocratic, there's always a compromise framework, which is the underlying assumption of so much in which so many operate, especially so many within, certain power structures. They don't realize that there is only one morally acceptable outcome, and that it will have to come to that one way or another. The only question is, how many lives is it going to cost? And they're willing to say, well, let's see, let's wait, let's delay, because it seems not to either affect them, and at the same time they seem in utter disbelief that it will have to come to that one outcome. Now, on top of what Victoria was saying, I think there's a component of this to it as well. Shaggy.
Yeah. Well, Schultzing aids Russia. So whether he does it on purpose because he's in Russia's pocket or not, it doesn't matter. It's the result of his actions that matter. So not allowing Marders and the German tanks to be sent to Ukraine aids Russia. So, I mean, Russia's got a history, as the Soviet Union did, of using Western institutions and norms against Western institutions and norms. So, for instance, with the referendums, the sham referendums they're doing now. So, how to get Schultz to stop Schultzing is where the focus should be, in my view. With regards to sending the equipment that he alone is blocking, apparently there's 19 or 20 countries that have German equipment that, if Schultz gave his permission, they would send in a heartbeat to Ukraine. And that would save Ukrainian lives and more than likely end the war quicker. So, I mean, Occam's razor simple solution to this is have a coalition of the willing to send German arms to Ukraine without Schultz's okay. And he's a useful idiot for Putin at the moment. And he needs to be persuaded not to be, or just outvoted. There are many within Germany who really want to send and sell German equipment that Schultz is saying no to. He just needs to be bypassed. There needs to be a coalition of the willing need to say, this is the right thing to do. We're going to do it. What are you going to do about it, Schultz? I mean, is Schultz going to then turn around and say, well, Germany's not going to ever sell any German equipment to the 20 coalition of the willing members ever again because they went behind his back? Well, no, he's not going to be there forever. So the coalition of the willing, the coalition of those who have, those 20 states that have German equipment, just need to decide together, we're sending it. And Schultz can Schultz off. That's my solution for it.
Thank you, Shaggy. Thank you, Shaggy. No, there's only so far we'll get on any of this. I don't think that's likely to happen. I think it's about as likely to happen as moral clarity. But moral clarity is what it needs to come to, because it really does. This is the one thing that it needs to come to. It's not that complicated. It's only for people who keep, decisively avoiding it that it is complicated. Nina?
Thank you, and I got a phone call. So I didn't hear what Victoria said, the last bit about that it's not only Olaf Scholz. So yeah, I didn't hear that, but I want to comment on Tom's what he suggested, and would it be helpful that he would make like maybe perhaps with Victoria a couple of lines, and then we just start mass retweeting them? What do you think, Domen? And also I just read about the border situation in Finland, that Finland is maybe finding now a way how to restrict the Russians to come to Finland, because the tourism will harm the Finnish like international relations. This is like a bit comical, but yeah, anyway, however they do it, just do it. Thank you.
Thank you, Nina. There's administrative measures to be taken that might be helpful indeed. But yeah, at the end of the day, it will have to be done systematically on a big scale. Jens.
Yeah, I don't really want to add to those topics, because I think they're kind of
exhausted. I agree.
Yeah, and to some extent, we are waiting further development. But the last couple of days, I've kind of missed out on the military updates. So I'm wondering, are we still kind of suffering from an information blackout, or is there some kind of development?
So around Kherson, we're definitely suffering from an information blackout. I think Yehuda might have done an update during the European night in the sort of mid-American evening. Would have been about 3 a.m. or something in Europe at the time, depending on where you were. So I think most people awake missed it. If he actually did it, I think he did it. I'm not sure. But there are definitely developments around Liman. Ukraine has made considerable progress to the north of Liman, and they seem to be aiming at an encirclement, or getting at least close to an encirclement of Liman. And that would, of course, make it very difficult for the Russian forces left in Liman to, maintain their positions. The ones that they have there, apparently there's some Kuban Cossacks and someone else, and they're probably not in the best way right now. So the situation is definitely improving for Ukraine around Liman. The other part is towards Svatove. So that's directly to the, let's say, almost directly to the east of Kupiansk, east by southeast, I guess. And apparently there's actually a Russian major general that got wounded in Svatove, as well as Ukrainians seemingly pushing ever closer towards Svatove. So that's as much. Is that as much as I know? Yeah, that's as much as I know. I think those are the major developments in that area.
Good. So they are doing good work, and they're not really announcing it. But I just think, whenever I think about the mobilization and the referendums and the Scholzing, it's only a source of frustration for me right now. So, but I also think we're suffering because Ukrainians are doing that good work in private. So yeah, I just wanted to know if there was any updates. Thank you for that.
Thank you, Jens. Yeah, I gave you what I had. So to the north of Liman, Ukrainians have now reached Ritkodub. The one thing that messes me up are where to put the stresses. So that's pretty significant. That's the same longitude as Liman. It's dead north of Liman. whereas in the south they're further southeast already, so further east in the south of Liman. So they're it's getting towards an encirclement. Importantly, their one way out is thoroughly under Ukrainian fire control, so to speak. So that's important as well. They're not in a very good position, whomever is still left in Liman.
I think, that I have this idea that I think to some extent Scholz is counting on some kind of attrition. So the better work Ukrainians do, the I guess the more relevant Scholz is, and I think Macron mentioned Leclerc's, and I'm hoping that Macron will be a little more flexible than Scholz, and maybe that would shame him into contributing. But I definitely think Scholz needs to be led rather than we should count on him being the leader of Europe.
Yeah, and that's the really frustrating bit. German ministers go and say, we are the largest economy in Europe, therefore we are leader by default, and then refuse to, and therefore we shall follow. Well, come on, get it together. Leclerc's would be wonderful. The tanks, not the supermarkets. They would do a massive difference, absolutely, especially because they would also eliminate this, argument. Oh, but no modern Western something has been sent, and that would make a big difference. Because then, once that argument is done, a precedent is set. It makes it a whole lot easier for other modern stuff to go. And again, why does this matter? It's not just about the firepower and the accuracy. It's about survivability. At this point, it's quite clear that Russia is, pushing forward and going not necessarily all in, but into a very large degree. That means that one of the priorities should be, and it should always have been, but certainly now, is to make sure that as many Ukrainian soldiers as possible survive this ordeal, right? As few as possible die in the service of their country. Better equipment serves exactly that. These Western IVs and tanks are just far more survivable than the Soviet designs are. That makes a difference. So please, let's get those in, because it will help Ukrainian soldiers survive. It won't even help them, on a case-by-case basis, kill more Russians, which is something that Scholz is desperately afraid of. It's not even that, no, but it will make more of them survive, and that's what makes their excuses so much more perverse, right? Because they say, "Oh, but we can't allow German weapons to be seen, because they'll kill Russians, and that's bad because we have some historical problems with ourselves." It's not even about that. It's about greater survivability, and maybe Tim, maybe you can back me up on this a little bit. But basically, the gun on a Russian tank or a Soviet design tank is very comparable to the gun on a Western tank, right? That doesn't really make that much of a difference. What makes a difference is how the tank is designed otherwise, what the chances of the crew surviving, right, Tim? This is me checking if Tim is around. Very well. No, but I'll leave it at that. I'll go on to Shaggy and ATV and Nina. Shaggy. Shaggy.
Sorry, my fingerprint wasn't working on my phone. I couldn't open it. I think I've got a sweaty thumb. Yeah. I mean, the US could put pressure. I wonder if they already are putting pressure on Germany by saying, listen, if you don't send the equipment we think and everyone else thinks you should send, then we're going to send equipment that you don't want us to send, i.e. these ATACMS or well, I was going to say planes, but I think planes is the last thing they're going to send because they don't want to send stuff which has a range that could hit inside Russia. And obviously, fighter jets probably have, apart from maybe missiles, the longest range of all things. Therefore, I think they're going to be the last things to be sent. But yeah, at least try and persuade and strong arm or blackmail, in effect, or coerce, maybe a slightly better word than blackmail, Schultz into saying, right, you send the tanks, or we send them loads of ATACMS.
Sure, I hope so. I mean, the jets are also, not at the top of the list simply because they will take a whole lot more training, right? It takes a while longer to get them sorted out and people trained on them, and it's not just about the pilots; it's also about all of the maintenance and support staff, right? A fighter jet might have one pilot, but it will have many more people working on it around it, whereas a tank crew will largely takes care of much of the maintenance of the tank on its own, and then yes, there's some major stuff that's done by a maintenance crew, a dedicated maintenance crew, but a lot, the proportions are very different to that on a fighter jet. Whereas something like ATACMS takes no additional training because they already know how to use a HIMARS truck, and that's all you need to do. They already know how to load pods into the thing, which are, on the outside they look the same, whether it's a 6-gunner pod or one ATACMS pod. And the software is apparently, fundamentally the same. So as far as the operator is concerned, you just type in coordinates slightly further away. I'm sure there's some added complexity to this, but they're fully trained on them. You just type in coordinates slightly further away and press the button and off it goes. That's why ATACMS are the easy solution. It's the easy way to make Ukraine better capable of reacting against the ever greater Russian threat. What you do is you give them those and they can use them straight away, straight out of the pod.
Yeah, I agree. My comparison with planes and ATACMS was purely based on the range argument that's being used. So, not sending Ukraine equipment which could range too far or into Russia, per se.
Oh, I know. I'm just explaining the other nitty gritty to do with the rest of it. Excellent. Thank you very much, Hagi. ATV.
Dobar dan. Just in response to Jens, I was actually on last night, and Yehuda came on and said he would do a military update later, and that it would be posted onto Spotify. I have been diligently checking this morning; it hasn't come up yet. But if you had a way of DMing one of the gang to ask if that's coming and when that might be coming, that I'm sure there's a lot of people interested in that. So that's just more of an FYI than anything.
Thanks, ATV. I'll have a check. But what is on Spotify, anew, is our interview a few days ago with Victoria Wojcicka, who was she just dropped off the speakers. But if you want to listen to that, that is now up and uploaded right at the top of the playlist. There you go.
I did see that and a lot of other really interesting interviews. I had to commute, so I missed a lot of the interview with I'm going to get his name wrong. Jake Petore, the Finnish.
Pekka Toveri.
Pekka Toveri. Sorry, apologies. So that's on my to-do list still. But good shout out to that. Thank you.
Thank you, ATV. Victoria?
Yes, and thank you so much, Badoman, and everyone for putting the interview on the Spotify. You have so many really very interesting speakers and discussions. I think they all deserve to be there. Not just them, but the whole 24/7 round of discussions that we're having. It's really amazing what you've done, what you've created, this amazing platform. So thank you so much. And I think next week I'm going to Vienna to protest in front of the International Atomic Agency to request Russia to be taken out of that agency, at least its core management positions. So maybe we will have one more subject to discuss sometime next week in more details, and we can have another 1.5 hours dedicated to that particular subject if you want.
I think that's an excellent idea. And there might be one or two listeners now that you said this, who might be joining you outside of the IAEA, because I know we have a couple of Viennese residents and citizens around. Give some supporting shouts at the very least.
That's great. I'll post the details on my Twitter quite soon. So it will be on Monday, 26th of September. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you very much, Victoria. Anybody who's in Vienna on Monday and wants to hang out in front of the IAEA, you know what's going on. Nina.
Domen, I know we have discussed this a lot, but I just want to, because Pekka Toveri was mentioned and I saw his tweet. He tweeted about this Russia's Ministry of Energy orders 100% of employees in national energy, metal and mineral companies to show up at military recruitment offices. And Pekka Toveri commented.
When was this, Nina?
Hang on.
Can you post a link to that on the group, because it's really very interesting?
Yes,
I'll do it.
Yes, it was yesterday. This what was said, and Pekka Toveri commented it that now Russia is shooting itself in the foot like thoroughly.
Throwing it back to 18th century.
Victoria, I will send you. Victoria, I will send you the link. DM to the link.
Nina, it's already up in the nest.
Oh, Domen, you are too fast.
Well, it is how it is. So, Victoria, you're exactly right. They're pushing themselves back into whatever it is.
Pick it up.
Century,
18th
right?
century, 17th century. It doesn't matter. Just 200 years back, 300 years back, and it seems like they don't mind.
So, and the reason why we're saying this, right, and I agree with you here completely, is that this is their one moneymaker, right? The energy production and energy export is the one thing that actually makes their economy go. Now, the thing is, what I suspect is going on is a little bit different. I don't think they're actually going to send everyone off. What I think is happening is a whole lot of high political officials, in ministries, the very governors, the various republics, oblasts, krais, they're trying to kind of overperform, and this is something we touched upon previously, right? They're trying to overperform their task, their goal of mobilization, and so they're going to send everyone, and then they're going to get most people returned back, but they're going to get political brownie points because they send so many people in the first place. And I suspect something like this is actually happening. They're not saying, oh, we're actually going to send all these people. No, they're going to send. They're going to express willingness to send so many people, and thus demonstrate this great dedication to the motherland and whatever. But at the same time, there won't really be. They won't really send all the oil guys and all the gas production folk, because they can't, and they don't have enough guns. They don't have enough space for all of them anyway, and because they need them where they are. But the mere willingness of this is probably illustrating that it's very what should we say, that it's a very it's a very odd time, and such expressions of excess dedication that often goes hand in hand with kind of very tough times when things aren't going very well for the regime anymore. I think this is the other thing that kind of needs to be kept in consideration, because as Pekka already said, it's like emptying a whole clip on an AK-47 in your foot, right? It's not just shooting yourself in the foot once. It's just everything, dumping everything you have on it.
Oh, I lost my thought right now. So
I can add something to that, if you don't mind,
please,
Nina.
please, yes.
Yeah, one of the ideas as well. Domin was discussing, you were really nicely describing the whole like motivation notion behind it, why it is happening. Because now each and every top manager of a state company or an institution has to show its dedication to the regime by declaring whatever number of people being prepared to go and fight the holy war against Ukrainian Nazis. Sorry for using these propaganda words, Kremlin's propaganda words, but that is probably what they will try to communicate. What I would expect them to actually do is to target employees of foreign companies, especially those companies that are coming from countries who are helping Ukraine to fight this war. This is what I would expect, that this trend should be on the way. And I haven't seen it yet, at least I haven't seen it in the news that they are targeting employees of foreign companies. Have you?
No, there was this one article in the Barents Observer saying that the Russia's Ministry of Energy ordered 100% of employees in national energy, metal, and mineral companies to show up at military recruitment offices. So this is why I think this is what's going on is what I said previously, right? They're kind of saying, "Oh, we everybody's willing. Look at how dedicated to the cause we are." But I really don't think it's going to actually happen in the sense that everybody will actually be sent. Right? There's the disconnect there. Nina, have you found your thoughts?
Yes, actually, it's a practical question. There is a friend of mine in the space, Free Sound, and he's from Iraq. And I asked him to come up to the panel, and he said he can't make it work to find the way. Is it like restricted in any way, this space?
Nope.
Okay, so I will have to
I suspect, Nina, that he is not on a mobile phone, and instead he is on a computer or a tablet.
Aha.
I
Okay.
would suspect.
Okay, so in that case, it's not working. So I will have a talk with him later, and
Okay.
at some point, yes. Thank you for
Thank
that
you, Nina.
explanation.
Okay, let's go to Jens and Donna and Shaggy. Jens.
Yeah, when I look at this attempt at mobilization, I begin to suspect that the plan is that there is no plan. That is, it's a giant mess. And maybe when I contrast that to our side, I think maybe we are thinking longer ahead, and I also think maybe that our plans are maybe not, revealed to us, and maybe that's what's causing a bit of frustration on our side. I mean, I'm still clinging on to a hope that whenever there will be an announcement about bringing in Western tanks, they also announce, oh, by the way, we have already been training them. So I think that we are, to some extent, maybe being left in the dark in the long term, planning, but that still causes some stress and nervousness, because we know that every day there is a cost to Ukrainians. So that's I think I see a contrast in the controlled way the West are behaving, where in Russia it's the chaos is just transparent.
I hope you're right. I fear that you might not be entirely right. I'll explain what I mean. I think you might be right with respect to some countries' deliveries. I think in other countries it would be politically so untenable to maintain the current posture publicly, that somebody would have leaked and said, no, but we're already training them on leopards, for example, right? Whereas I think the US might well be already training, 1,000 Ukrainians to crew Abrams tanks and just didn't tell anyone. That's perfectly believable. So I think that's kind of the I agree with you in part. For some countries there is that possibility, but for others there isn't. But all
Hello, everyone. Just sort of going back to that. Hello, everyone. Just sort of going back to that thread that we were talking about before. And maybe someone has a different opinion here, that Putin can survive if he is losing a large number of people who have their roots and their families in that region. I don't know what others think.
So, somewhat. It looks almost as though the over mobilization will be such that they will be able to just, preferentially send back those that might cause more issue. Send people back to Moscow, but keep extra ones from outlying regions that are less problematic. That's kind of what I suspect they're going to be doing. That they've managed to recruit way more people that they can handle, and they'll just send most of them back. But then that will also kind of pacify the population in a lot of places. That is just a guess, really. But I think they realize they can't handle an excess number of people, and they'll decide, okay, do you know what? You're from such and such industry, you're from such and such background. We'll just let you go back home. I suspect something like that is going to happen. Just a thought. Victoria, what do you reckon? You have as good an insight as anyone into this.
I can only guess, and my guess is based on the fact that some time ago, back in 2008, I used to work. I had business trips every week. I worked in Moscow, so for a year, and back even in 2008. So you understand, people were saying, by the way, that Krim nash, which is Crimea is ours, and telling me all this. I'm not going to use swear words, but all that about Ukraine actually getting Crimea as a gift from Khrushchev, all that crap. But coming back to your question, I would assume, first of all, that as a result of this mobilization, there will there will be lots of people who work in those centers, mobilization centers, that will become extremely rich, extremely fast. That is what's going to happen. Corruption is the modus operandi of this country. So that's what's going to happen first. Second, those people who will try to protest, they will, we already see it's happening, they will be called upon, and they will be actually sent to frontline. Whether they will fight, I have really big question mark. And whether Russia will have enough of Chechens who will fire at those who will try to escape, I also have a big question mark. Whether that will happen. The question that was asked, whether it will have impact if lots of people from Moscow and from St. Petersburg will be called for duty, I don't think so. I really don't think so. They will, I mean, they will choose to get themselves drunk, or uh, uh, how do you call it, when someone causes himself or herself some health damage. What's the word?
They'll injure themselves,
Yeah,
like
they will
shoot in the
injure
foot or
themselves.
something. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, they will come up with some all sorts of excuses, but they will not protest. Because if they really didn't believe in this war, if they really were against it, we would have hundreds of thousands, if not millions, on the street of Moscow protesting against this war back in February and March. And we don't see it. We don't see it happening. So I don't think that it will have any impact on the will of Russians to um, go and go against the regime. Let's put this way. Yeah.
Thanks, Victoria. Just as a follow-on to that, one of the questions that was sort of in that was, how much has there been planning? Like, to me, just looking at the events of the last couple days, there doesn't seem to be anyone who has a sense in Russia of really the entire concept of what's happening. I mean, who in their right mind, who was running a totalitarian state, would order the general mobilization and then in the same breath return to the country that they're trying to fight, the heroes that are being celebrated, very rightly so, in Ukraine. Like, who's like, is there anyone, like, is Putin like in his right mind? Does he, like, of course he's not, but like, you would expect to see a little bit more organization, a little bit more thought going into the way they're organizing things.
If that was a question to me, I frankly don't know the answer. Really, I have no idea.
It's a question out to the ether.
Exactly.
Well, I guess we'll just have to wait and see. So, Victoria, what do you think of this? So, my thinking is this: they picked up maybe 5 million people, or 2 million men, or 3 million men, whatever, way more than they can handle over the last 48 hours. And my thinking is that by Monday they'll send most of them back. Do you think that's likely, or are they just going to say, "Oh, now we have way more people than we thought. We will figure out what to do with them"? Which way do you think it's going to go?
Well, they're definitely not going to say that they have more people than enough, because then they will see a tremendous flow of people, or attempts of people to hide, to leave the country as soon as possible, try to find ways how to escape the mobilization. So I don't think they will do that. But I think for them it's much easier to bring and keep those people, even like 3, 4, 5 million people in barracks, and just use them as a meat, and like keep replacing the meat that will be uh, um, destroyed, right? Got rid of during the fight, and they will have another way, and another. They have another way, unless, as you Domin rightly mentioned, the logistics is broken. We need to bring it down, the logistics of Russians, of bringing them, be able to bring more and more troops to Ukraine. I don't know whether you've seen it, but there are lots of videos already circulating where all those new recruits, they were told that they will get 3 weeks training instead of 3 months. And it says a lot. It means like the regime is feeling the pressure from the fact that they've lost so much during the last months, and that they need to either keep what they have right now or even try to restore what they've captured during the first phase of the war. But it reminds me very much of the World War II times when Soviet Union didn't really care whether soldiers had any weapons in their hands. They didn't care whether they would incur major losses trying to take a city. I remember a number 400,000 people died during uh, the not the just attack. It was really recapturing control over Kiev. So the German Nazis were throwing away, but almost 500,000 people died there. And from what I've read, uh, every second soldier didn't have any um, armor or anything in their hands. They were bare hands, and they didn't even have any special clothing for the fight. So I'm afraid that Putin's Russia can do the same right now and apply the same strategy. Maybe I'm wrong, but it seems like they're as crazy enough as those communists during Stalin regime during World War II. Those are my thoughts.
Thank you, Victoria. I think you identified the right thing. Right, the logistics need to be hampered as much as possible. The logistics need to go and be destroyed.
Doman, you've identified it, not me. Don't give me credit for that. That was your idea and your thoughts.
But you know you highlighted it too. It's good. It's good when people agree about these things. Anyway, but that's really the crux of it. I think that their logistics by default are going to be troubled at best already without any help. But and then there's a lot that can be done with appropriate munitions for weapons Ukraine already possesses and knows how to operate very well. To additionally hamper them, and to just make it untenable, impossible for this to go forward. I think that's really the one way to tackle this, right? This can't be tackled only once all of these people get to fill the trenches as cannon fodder. There's not enough shells around. I mean, there is enough shells around, but there's no point in waiting for that. Just start taking out, trains full of them, just as they cross the border at Milerova or wherever else, and that might just be the only way. Gruz 200 before they cross the border. Anyway, just some thoughts. Nina.
Domen, I have a friend here, Free Sound, and he's from Iraq, and we have been friends since 2015, and he was in Finland for some time, not for some time, quite long, and he's back in Iraq. And at the beginning of the war, the TV and the YouTube was full of Russian propaganda at least in Iraq. I don't know if in other Eastern countries.
Undoubtedly.
Yeah. Okay. So I want to ask you, Free Sound, how much have you seen on TV about the war in Ukraine right now in Iraq? And welcome here to the space. And to unmute yourself, click on the mic, please. Free Sound. click on the mic.
Nina, I'm sure that if you're curious, he can tell you that not in the space, right?
I don't know what you said now. Yes. Okay. Did you say, Domen, that not speak about it here in the space or what?
No, I just said, if you're the one curious about it, then
Yes, I am, because I rarely have my friend here. So now you can speak, Freesound. I can see that you have unmuted yourself.
Okay, thank you, Nina. Hi, everybody. I am Faiz from Iraq. I am sorry because my English is not fluent, but I can manage and understand more than talking. And thank you to give me some space to talk in this group. I heard the question from Nina. Actually, the war between Ukraine and Russia starting over half a year, but the media and all the news in Iraq somehow they hide this war and not give the right numbers. I don't know why, but in Iraq we have corruption, and the politics in Iraq they are encouraging Russia. Sorry to say that, because they have many deals to buy guns and tanks and everything from Russia to make the Iraqi army stronger. This started from 2003. And sorry to say that, of course, not all Iraqi people, but I can say half of them, and exactly the ignorance people for politics. They think Russia, they have right to go to Ukraine because they said if you have neighbor, if you are living, for example, in some area and your neighbor bring some people which you don't like them, or maybe you are against them, and you don't you will not let your neighbor let them go in. This is what they think about Putin. He is not liking America and NATO. And when Zelensky, the president of Ukraine, and, wanted to belong with the NATO, Putin become angry because he doesn't like America.
Freesound? I think your friend's having a bad connection.
Yes, it's possible, and they have really bad internet and also electricity.
But I think we got the main point. I think we got the main point. The influence of Russian disinformation, misinformation campaigns now around the world, right? In places like Iraq and elsewhere. There you go, Nina.
Yes, and I am glad to hear you, Faiz, here because we need to hear what is going on in the world, and also in which countries Putin has put his money and so on. So I also want to encourage you to come to the space and get the right information and spread as much as you can around yourself there. So to keep yourself educated. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you, Nina. Tim, we said we were going to do maybe a little MODDI update. Shall we go for that, or maybe we know someone else who might have an interesting update to give?
I think we can do UK MOD update. What do you reckon? Who were you getting at when you said somebody else?
Me. He's talking about me. I do have an update.
Oh.
I didn't get to do the update yesterday because the baby had a vote. Not that the baby's the enemy, but sometimes I have to do what the baby says. So I will, once I'm sorted, I can get into that. There are some new updates as well, including some important information to share. We can do that after. I'll just wait. If you want to do the MOD, the UK MOD one, that's cool too. They know a thing or two about wars.
They have been involved in a fair few wars, this is true. However, as today's MOD update is mostly concerned with troop movements in Kharkov and Donetsk, I think we should park that one and wait for the proper scoop from Yehuda. What do you think, Tim?
Oh, we can wait? Yeah, sure. We can do that. And not a problem. Some interesting updates to be heard nonetheless with Russia and their million-man army. Hopefully they have enough vodka to get them through the first contact with the Ukrainians.
Can you run a diesel engine on vodka? Is that something you can do? Sounds like you could.
I've heard you can mix it for sure. It's not going to do good things to your engine, but
Why like a martini or what?
Why waste mediocre vodka on a tank?
You can run a diesel on chip pan oil, can't you?
Who really knows? I'm not a doctor.
There's only one way to find out. Who's got a diesel?
I don't. All right, Polly.
Paul?
Hi. I don't know if you just heard the breaking news. The German Parliament has just hang on, just let me read it out to you. The German Parliament votes in favour of the decision to transfer tanks to Ukraine. That's to just let you know.
Look, after Putin's ridiculous referenda, the writing's on the wall. Everyone knows this isn't about NATO. Everyone knows this is about a land grab. This is about returning Russia to its delusional imperial self. A country with, it's funny, some countries tend to want to be imperial for the express purpose of making themselves wealthier or enriching their countries. Russia's never done that with its empire. Russia has just conquered people and murdered them and ethnically cleansed them and let industry fall by the wayside. It's just a homicidal, maniacal dream to look at a map. They love globes, apparently. They must sit in the Kremlin and just drool over maps. They have a bib to catch the drool. And so since they intend to try to do that with Ukraine, and since Ukraine has fought so valiantly, I think the West or Europe, Germany, France, hopefully France. I heard Macron on CNN, and it was painful to listen to. I wish he'd said it in French. Maybe I could have. I'm giving him some leeway. He talked about Russian resentment to the West, and then when called on it, said, "Well, it's not that it's a reason to do it, but maybe that's what they think in their mind, and we should understand their frame of mind." It's like saying to a rapist, "Well, we've got to understand. He was pretty sure that she wanted him. You know, she was dressed very provocatively. So we have to understand the jealousy and the impressions that the rapist had. No, we don't actually. And no, that's not I think Macron misspoke, and he did say it twice. But anyway, Germany's in the same position where trying to hold out some forlorn hope, forlornische in German perhaps, hope that Russia will stop. But now they're doing these referenda. If this is true, what you're saying, it's obviously big news. We all expected it. Leopard 2 is just a common sense solution for the armor deficit in Ukraine. The Americans had 500 Abrams apparently ready to cut away, according to General Wesley Clark. the Russians, if true, Ukraine gets some of the best tanks in the world to add to their arsenal, and Russia gets hundreds of thousands of mostly drunk, angry, pissed off people who don't want to fight. People ask, well, what will it mean? Well, you should do the math. German Leopard 2, crewed and manned by really smart tankers. Attackums, Gerhardts, Gepards, whatever they're called, who really cares? Things that go boom from Germany and France and the UK and all over the world. And the Russians have, are forcing the first 300,000, usually pissed off, apparently alcoholic, very, very into the sauce, soldiers who are now being kitted out with bolt action rifles. You figure out what that means. I'll let you guess. It isn't good for Russia. But hey, the Russians think that this is medieval times. They're going to conduct medieval warfare sieges on Ukrainian cities. Maybe they'll give them, cutlasses and spears and trebuchets. Who knows? Trebuchets are relatively easy to construct. I'm not sure, Tim. I'm not saying it's not good that they're bringing more men to the battle, because those are still formations that have to be defended against. Even a bolt action rifle can kill a person, obviously. But just to give you an idea of how bad and how poor the Russian manning situation is, their force generation, their force development is. Recently, a battalion commander was killed on the Russian side. His funeral, Second Lieutenant Boris Borisovich. Second lieutenant. I made up the last name and the first, but he's the second lieutenant. No business being a battalion commander. Doesn't make sense. So who are they going to have? Oleg the butcher from Krasnoyarsk is battalion commander, half drunk, blind in one eye, diabetic. Is he going to be the new battalion commander for that unit? Who knows? More to follow, right? On that note, it doesn't get crazier. It does not get crazier. Danny.
Yeah, I don't have a comment about what you just were saying, Yehuda. I was just wanting to answer the can diesel engines run on vegetable oil question. And they can, especially older diesels. Any type of vegetable oil actually can work. Sesame, seed oil, olive oil. You just need to account for its viscosity. So the best thing to do is mix it with diesel so it's thinner. Otherwise, it doesn't atomize completely, and you can get deposits of carbon that will eventually lead to failure of the engine. But older diesels, such as those in tanks, don't really care about the environment that much. So there's less filtration, less emphasis on burning the fuel completely. So in a pinch, you can definitely drive your diesel tanks on vegetable oil. Thanks.
All right. That's all made me quite hungry. Vegetable oil. Yeah, who knows? I can't even believe we're having this conversation, right? This is supposed to be number one army in the world, at least number two. I think maybe it's from the other end, in the bottom of the list. Anyway. All right, yeah. So as we're saying, Russians want to add more bad things to a really bad situation. I have seen photos. Not sure if they're legit or if it's a Russian recreation or what do you call those, reenactments of historical battles. But I've seen plenty of pictures of soldiers kitted out with World War II helmets and rifles. I don't even know what they're called, the K-22 or the Stalin Special Number 4 long rifle. I don't know. This is stuff that we have in military museums or in officers' messes that are on the wall and they're on a plaque. Apparently, that's the armory now for Russia. Good stuff, Russia.
Would you like to hear the story of Alexander Yermolayev?
Sure, why not?
Alexander is a young 63-year-old, suffers from diabetes and cerebral ischemia, hasn't undergone any medical checks, but was passed fit to serve by military doctor because he's a lieutenant colonel from the Soviet war in Afghanistan from 35 years ago. So they are able to alleviate the problem of battalions being commanded by lieutenants. they're now getting lieutenant colonels in who probably can't see straight most of the time.
Yeah, that's about right. And I dropped my phone. That's how silly what you said was. My apologies. Yeah, no, hey, a sprightly 62 perhaps. Who knows? All right. So yeah, a lot of news is coming out. The world seems to be changing again because I think the rest of the world, some of the world, is catching on to what we've been talking here about for months. That is, Russia is nuts. Russia, you know, is behaving more and more bizarrely. You know, makes you wonder the mental fitness, obviously, of its leadership, because this is not a good idea for them. It's not, you know, we've talked about Russia being a rational state actor in the sense that, you know, people don't like hearing that, but in the sense that they're doing things for a goal and they are trying to preserve their power and their state. But it becomes increasingly apparent that perhaps that's not exactly there. Even their nuclear threats, the reason why they're rational, in my estimation, is because they're threats. They're saying they're going to do it because they don't want to do it. They don't intend on doing it. They want to maximize the value of the threat. Maybe a person who isn't rational, or a state system that's not rational or functions in a rational manner, would just do it and not tell you, right? They would just sabotage a nuclear power plant without all the, you know, faking the missiles being struck at it. But when it comes to the manpower commitment, that's a very irrational move, because those troops are not going to do very much on the front lines except die, right? They're not going to train them in 2 months. They need them yesterday. Let's say they put them even through their amazing training for 2-3 weeks. They're not going to help at all in the counteroffensive that Ukraine is doing right now. And 6 months, could you train them? Sure. In a professional army, a proper army, you could train an infantier in 6 months. I'd say not the best, but if you did it 20, you know, if you condense the training, and then you've got a buck private, good for you. Well, you need officers to lead them, and you need NCOs to help them, and you need equipment to be in. And those are things the Russians don't have. So as I said, if they're going to have a rank and file army, you know, 1400 style army, soldiers lined up in the thousands with a spear, a pick, a pike, then I'm not sure what good they are. Fill in the gaps, I guess, but still, super bad idea, super bad everything. Hope that makes sense.
Perfect sense. And they did say now 2 weeks, maybe 3 weeks worth of training, and then they're going to be shipped off.
That's actually, if they've said that, that's absolutely bad poop crazy. 2 weeks of training. They're not teaching them any drill. I suspect that only thing they would be teaching them is how to fire their weapon. That's it. How to fire their weapon effectively, and to maybe, you know, and how to handle your weapon in an immediate action, a stoppage of any sort. That's about all you can really do with someone who has no idea, has never fired a gun, never held a weapon in their hand. It's nuts. Like, I mean, they would be more of a liability in the battlefield than an asset at 2 weeks. Literally, it'll be a bloody massacre of all those conscripts.
And on top of that, when they said, "Oh yeah, they're going to take ones with previous military experience who served as conscripts initially," and when they said that, yeah, that's not happening either. There's
That's
tons
a lie?
of. Who would have thought? I mean, it's really out of character, isn't it?
Russians lying? Oh my goodness. Yeah, I mean, wow. If they thought they got an arse kicking earlier, will they? I mean, when those numbers come up, that could be 200,000 dead in 6 months, easily, depending on how hard they push with those troops. We're talking about huge losses. Huge losses. It'll be wave and wave of. I mean, I can't even imagine they do it. I can't imagine the soldiers would sit there after they watch a first wave of infantry attack. Like, this is Soviet. This is so Soviet. A battalion, a BTG. Let's say they got 1,500. We will take this terrain. They don't have the artillery to support them. So remember, they're just flying in the waves. And the one thing you don't want to be The one thing you really never want to be is a dismounted infantry in a kill zone that is a kilometer wide, that has been, predetermined by a NATO force, like say Ukraine now, in terms of its efficacy, because that's exactly where you go to die. It's called a kill zone for a reason. It's not a reception zone; it's a kill zone. You're talking about interlocking arcs of fire, meaning you have positions where Ukrainian, um, you know, Ukrainian forces are firing into this one area from say like 90-degree angles, and you've got machine gun fire, you've got coax from fighting infantry fighting vehicles, you've got artillery, and then in the middle you kind of have like a soup of dead Russians. And if they think they're going to win by just marching tens of thousands of troops into these type of kill zones, it's literally what they were made for. You don't want to be in a kill zone. In fact, when you are, you leave. You don't go forward. But I suspect the Russians are going to do exactly just that and call it out here first. If that's their intent, and if they're going to throw infantry into the fight, they're going to have to advance every single position you can imagine right now. Every single position on the Ukrainian front there with Russia has been cited, meaning officers and NCOs have said this is the best place to put this gun. This is the best place to put that gun. I'm going to put this over here. I'm going to put this weapon system here. This is a platoon asset. It's going to go here. I'm going to have all of these so that when and if the Russians were ever stupid enough to actually try to advance at this point, they will all die. We will be able to shoot we will be able to reload our weapons. We will be able to rearm or whatever we've got there faster than they can die. And if that's the case, then there's nothing coming through. And if that's what the Russians do, I think after the first battle group gets wiped out, meaning to a man, the next one going up may go, and the third one is like, whoa, maybe we'll take our chances shooting our commanders, because I'm not just saw 3,000 people die in an afternoon. Right? Like, it's absolute madness. I cannot see anything stupider. And if you were to try to use them in more complicated types of combined arms maneuvers, they'll fall apart. You don't just get people and give them loaded rifles and say, okay, you're going to stop at this point. What point? I don't know. This point on the map. Okay, I think this berm, I think he wants us to stop here. And then apparently another bunch of us are going to go to this position here, and they're going to assault through here. And we're supposed, like, they're not going to know what to do. There's so many complexities to doing this. And it's almost like if I was a Ukrainian general, I'd be giddy. I mean, not giddy because of the whole situation, but I mean, you couldn't ask for a less qualified opponent than what the Russians are literally creating on their own. They're literally creating this problem. They're not being invaded. This isn't Nazi Germany. This isn't, going to, Russian soldiers saying this is your home. They're trying to take it, and they're motivated, and they'll fight to the last man and a valiant, the last redoubt. That's not it at all. They're asking them to conduct warfare on another person's country, on another people's land, and they're going to get slaughtered. I'm not trying to make people feel better. I get text messages here saying, "Oh, you're being overly optimistic." I'm not. There's zero quality. I mean, if their goal is to make Ukraine lose every bullet, every round, and then eventually run them over, okay, then that's a plan. Say it. Say you plan on losing 1 million troops because you don't think the Ukrainians could literally reload in time. But in any modern warfare scenario, this is a big old lose all day, every day for Russia. I'm going to stop. I'm getting excited. It's too early to get this excited. I think it was Finance and Danny.
Hey, Yehuda, thank you. Appreciate that. As you're a career military man, I had a couple questions around this. So the first guys they're calling up are supposedly veterans with some Russian level prior training. If a guy who say hasn't served in 10 to 30 years, because we're looking at guys who are between their probably mid 20s to 50, maybe even 60, depending on how crazy the Russians are getting with this. But he has served for a year or two before and gets a week of training as a refresher course, so he at least knows what a gun is and where to point it and how to point it. And we give him an AK-47. Is that a competent soldier in your estimation? That's probably better than nothing, but is that something you want to field? Like what can that guy do? And how does that stack up versus what the Ukrainians are looking like right now? Just to bring the point home.
Yeah, so obviously you know the answer to the question. Obviously, it's better than nothing. But there are other things that play into it. What did he do in the military? Remember, 85%, but in a normal army, between 80 and 85% of that army is not a combat armed soldier. Does that make sense?
Yes, sir. Is that true for the Russians right now?
Well, even if it's not, let's just say it's 50, which is impossible, but let's just say it's 50. That still means that one out of every two of them don't have any combat experience. They were a cook, or they were a maintainer, they were a logistician, they were a person that piled mines in the back of a truck, they're a person that was a pay clerk at a unit. You know, when you have 1,500 people, you have to have a human resources department. We call it the orderly room, and it's run by the adjutant, and the adjutant has a bunch of staff. He could have 30 of them, right? So that's just one thing. Then you've got the guys and girls. Well, there it's guys. You have guys in the quartermaster who control all the supplies. That's another 30 people. You've got people in the arsenal who control the guns and the bullets. That's another 20, 30 people. So this is just the inner workings of a unit. It's not like you're in the army and therefore you are superstar Rambo dude, right?
I've
Sorry.
heard Steven Seagal is a cook. But he's 70. Would they take him?
Yeah, Under Siege. Yeah, so you got to remember that even though that cook and that logistician and the person in the CQ, the quartermaster, company quartermaster there, battalion quartermaster, they did do once upon a time some, basic training where they learned how to be a soldier. And then they spent the rest of their career not being a quote unquote soldier or a rifleman. They were doing their job, which is required and needed. So they're still wearing the cap badge of the unit. They're still a member of the unit. They still go on parade with the unit, but they have a job. So even in Western armies, the person who is a musician in the army, or who is a cook or a maintainer, mechanic, any of those people, they at some point obviously have the training, but when there are live fire exercises, maybe they're not on those exercises, and they're not working with the person who is the recce in the recce platoon, or the person who is in the fighting company, in the rifle company that's the fighting company, and maybe they're in the Bravo or the training company where they do training new additions to the unit. There are so many people in a regiment or in a battle group or in a BTG, and it has to, technically it's something that's self-sufficient. So in a company, or in, let's say, in a platoon, you're not going to have your own HR staff. You're not going to have your own CQ. You're going to use the battalions or the regiments, right? So in that case, if you say you're a recce platoon, if someone says they're in a recce platoon person, whether they're the commander or the OC, the leader, or one of the people in the platoon, that all of those people are trained to do the recce function, because that's why they're there, right? But when you're talking about BTGs of 1,500 people, you have to have an entire support network. So what I'm saying is, let's say it's 50. It's not. It's got to be at least 70%. So if you're taking, like, let's just say it's 7 out of every 10, get it? Because that's 70%. So if they take 10 Russian soldiers who had served before for 2 years, 7 of them are not going. There might be a real keener who was like always wanted to be in the infantry, and they got stuck as a cook, or he wanted to be a cook because he wanted to go to cook school after the army, and but that's going to be rare. Most of them are not going to have that level of sophistication and training. So yes, it's better they're acclimatized. For the Russians, it's better that those troops have been acclimatized. They know what a BTG is. They know what a platoon is. They know what a section is that they're in, or a company that they're in. But if they've not done the soldiering part of it beforehand, it's not really going to help them. They're not going to know, hey, when this happens, we move here. Right? When we move up to this position, we do this. Right? There's actually actions. Like, when you have a platoon, a dismounted infantry platoon is usually a really well-oiled machine. Okay? That machine, that machine works in the sense like a platoon commander. If I'm giving orders as a platoon commander, I'm telling every single my plan includes telling every single person in my platoon where they are marked, like what order of march they are, when they will be here, when they will be there, where I want my section commanders, where I want my platoon weapons, where I want my signaler. There's certain places where everyone goes. So that's like the synchronization inside a platoon. If you've never been in a fighting platoon and you're now being brought to the battle, and you were a mechanic before, and they need you to shoot a rifle this time, you're not in a good place. So they're not going to have, I suspect, I hate using the word cannon fodder because it really just irritates me, because it's kind of also dehumanizing. I've never liked when people talk about it, but the more and more the Russians do what they do, that's all you can say, because there's no concern about survivability. They are definitely not looking at people coming home alive from this. They're looking at throwing enough manpower at the problem, and they assume that that'll break the camel's back, right? Going back to Tsar's time, when they would take young boys and young men from villages, they would actually, force the village to have a funeral for those people because they knew they weren't coming back. That's what the Russians are doing all over again. It is true. These are truly strange and heady days. Very strange.
I hate to. There's a tongue-in-cheek way to ask this, but there's also a totally serious way to ask this. The tongue-in-cheek question is, if a cook doesn't have any food, can you just hand him a gun and that's workable? The serious question is, of course, do the Russians have the capability of getting these soldiers to a useful place to fight the Ukrainians with a gun in hand and supplies? Like, is that feasibly possible for the Russians to do at this point in time?
No, so they can bring people up to the front, sure. They control their own environment. It's permissive for them all the way up to Ukraine. But, I mean, if they don't have... If I was to tell everyone in this room, let's just say all of us here, this is exactly what's going on in Russia. Every single person listening in this room, what is it, 600 people, okay? We're all together now. We're in a big field, okay? I know none of you, and I'm going to give every single one of you a rifle. And then I'm going to say, okay, some of you guys go over here, some of you guys and girls go over here, and see, there's actually like, the equivalent of the A team on the other side of the hill, and we're going to go attack it. That's literally the type of situation they'll face. They literally will be brought to assembly areas. They'll be carved up. You 30 go to that, and then you're going to go this 100. You're going to go here, and I don't think there's an expectation that they'll fit in, but it's going to be there, right? They're going to be there, and they're going to be made to fight. It's absolutely crazy. They're not going to join. They can't make their own BTGs with recruits, so they have to fill them in somewhere. And when they do, they're not going to know anything about fighting. They'll have, maybe, if they're not engaged, I suspect they're going to get these troops to the front, and they're just going to start fighting. I don't think that there's a lot of thought here. I think they're just going to put pressure on Ukraine, and they think that this is going to do it, and it's not. You gave them a year's training. If you gave 1 million of those troops a year's of actual training, a year, and then started putting them in, I would be very concerned. Very concerned. If you're giving them 2 weeks training, it's not even, I cannot stress enough to the audience, this is absolute insanity. It will be of no good, no use.
Yehuda, I hate to ask you a pressing question here. This is my last question, and you can please go on to the next people. To me, this is the pressing question because there's still going to be a cost in Ukrainian lives here. What do you think is the, for lack of a better term, the death rate of Ukrainians for every 100 of these highly untrained troops that will actually have deadly ammunition in their hands, and possibly an officer who has a vague clue of what the military is about leading them, or a Wagner mercenary or something like. What is is that 5 to 1? Is that 100 to 1? Is that
finance?
What does that look like?
This has happened before with the Israelis and Egypt and Syria in the Arab-Israeli war. Wave after wave of Arabs sent over, or Egyptians and Syrians sent over by their Soviet-trained dummy commanders, in some cases holding their weapons above their heads, screaming slogans. You don't understand. It could be 0 to 100. They're not in a there's no trench line where they just need to push in and eventually overwhelm them like a video game. They're not going to be that close. They're not going to know to, it's not intuitive to how low to go on the ground when you hear artillery, or how to dig a trench that's survivable. Those are all things that soldiers learn. It's not just dig a hole. You dig it a certain way, and you put certain characteristics. They have none of that. So they have none of the normal skills that a soldier would have to increase survivability, and they have all of the risks associated. So I don't even think they'll see a Ukrainian soldier, to be honest with you. They could have ammunition and guns, but how close are they getting before they're getting cut down in a kill zone? The kill zone isn't 5 meters away. The kill zone can be a kilometer squared, right? You have indirect fire, direct fire, you have artillery. That's what I'm talking about. You got mortars, you've got, big old machine guns that shoot a kilometer, or 600, 700 meters. You've got effectively, accurately. You've got all sorts of very dangerous situations. You've got minefields, right? You've got Ukrainians will it is much easier to shape an enemy when they're untrained than it is to shape an enemy that is trained. So shaping means you put up you put up a big sign. These are landmines. Oh, we're not going there. We're going to go over here. What might be even a fake minefield? You don't know, right? And but there are drills that you do to conduct to see if is it a fake minefield. Bottom line is, yes, they will be a problem insofar as Ukrainians would have to account for, say, an extra 5 BTGs somewhere, and account for putting aside forces to defend an area, defend some terrain that might be at risk from those battle groups or those BTGs. But it doesn't mean they're going to fight better, right? It means they're just a thing that's there that has to be accounted for, right? It could be a troop of Boy Scouts with guns, and you'd still have to watch out for it. So I don't know is the only answer I can reasonably give, but I don't suspect that just because they have more, it happens. This is Soviet insane doctrine. People used to make fun of the Arab world about I think books are going to be rewritten. They made fun of Syria and Egypt that conducted in many cases very poorly, especially in Syria, because the Soviet doctrine was you just throw 10,000 men over there, you will win. Doesn't matter how good the Israelis are, you're going to win. And that's not true. That's just not true. This is not medieval times. You're not fighting with swords or spears. And if you use your force multipliers, you overcome that numerical disadvantage in soldiers. And on that note,
thank you. Yeah, please. I really appreciate the explanation, Yehuda. For those of us, including myself, who really have no military background, especially that last point, it's really enlightening and lets us understand what in the world we're looking at with this mobilization.
Yep.
So appreciate it.
No worries. Let's go to Martina.
Hi, Yehuda. I have one question, and I apologize upfront because I'm an accountant, so I have no military expertise, so it might not be a smart question from your perspective. But I was wondering all the time, so what do you think, how safe are the areas they have already liberated? So would it be possible that the additional 300,000 or how many it are, so try to get over the border, like in Kharkiv area again, and so those people might be in danger again? Or do you think it will really be concentrated on Donbass and Luhansk area?
So I do think that the Ukrainians have consolidated for the last 2.5 weeks their position at Kharkiv, very much so, just with the same expectation of a Russian counteroffensive and a Russian reinforcement. I do believe that. So the area east of where they've already taken is still technically Kharkiv Oblast, obviously very rural. And the reason why the Russians would reinforce there is because that would be a natural access point to the rest of the Donbass from the north, which would mean another direction, which they don't want to have, and they want to limit Ukraine. So I would see them beef up everything in the center and in Kharkiv, and everywhere they'll reinforce. But again, what they'll be able to bring to bear is a wholly separate story, right? You're an accountant, you said, right?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay, let's just say I'm the government of Germany. You're German, I assume, and I'm going to give you 1,000 new accounts. Okay, and I need you to do an audit on these 1,000 new accounts you got. You're very excited, so you can't get any accountants though. So you go to the big gymnasium there for accountants, and they say, we got 5. I need thousands. I need like at least 1,000. Well, we have little Thomas. He's in grade 10 and he can count and multiply up to X amount, and his algebra is pretty good. We can give you 500 of people like him, and you bring him to the firm. You give him a big file, and you say, okay, let's audit. And they're looking at you like, what are you talking about? I can count. I'm a functioning teenager. That's what the Russians are doing by bringing these quote unquote soldiers. It's literally that bad. I'd rather them do an audit. At least they're not going to die.
Yeah, that's true. That's a good explanation. So how do I have to anticipate like a border between Ukraine and Russia? So is it like a fence or trenches or mountains? I mean, like kind of.
Well, are you going to fight, or what do you need to anticipate? I'm just curious. Maybe it's the wrong word.
No, I'm just curious, so how easy it is to get across. No, I'm not planning on going to fight.
Well, so the terrain is varied all across Ukraine. So will the battle space. The terrain will be varied. This isn't a World War I movie where you have the Germans on one side and the French and British on trenches 100 meters away. It doesn't look like that. In some places there are trenches that are close, like for example, in almost a static line in the Donbass. But it's a very fluid and dynamic battle space. So you can have a Ukrainian, battle group interspersed in 5 kilometers frontage, mixed between revetments and run-ups, meaning ramps that run up on top of towards the top of a berm or a crest of a hill, looking down. Others bivved out or located inside forest tree lines, ready to move at any notice, at any moment, and attack. And the Russians have very strange defensive positions. They have them in the middle of open fields sometimes. It's not very serious. I mean, it's very bizarre. But at any rate, they will have contact with one another. But there is a good, in many places, anywhere from 1 kilometer and usually between 5 and 10 and 15 kilometers space between the two forces. So that's why, what are they going to do one day? Ukrainian ISTAR, Ukrainian Sensory, will pick up they'll pick up some drone footage or intelligence of 1500 BTG of the brand new Ural Mountain Rangers, and they've got maybe 100 veterans and 1400 conscripts, and they're finding that they're just making a mad dash, and it looks like they're coming towards their position. Well, they'll stand to. They'll be prepared, and they've got a kill zone sighted on their front, and they know that's where the Russians are going to come through, and they'll let them walk right into their defensive position. That's kind of how battles work, right? So if that's what the Russians intend to do, that's what they intend to do, right? There's nothing fancy or magical about it.
Yeah, okay. Thank you, Yehuda. That's really, so I always enjoy listening to you, even though, it's not my area of expertise, but it's always interesting. So thank you very much for your patient and good explanations.
No worries. Tim, Doan, who's next?
I think we have Victoria, and then Daniel, and then William. Victoria.
Thank you, Domin, and thank you, Yehuda. Question. So we all understand, and thank you so much, Yehuda, for explaining all in details in such a professional manner to all of us, especially people like me who are not experts at all in war. I don't know whether you can call it. In the war related issues, right? And the question is, so what's the overall, from your perspective, what's the overall strategy that Moscow is pursuing? What are they trying to achieve by mobilizing 300, 500, 1 million people, you name it? We really don't know. The 300,000, it's a joke as far as we can see from what is happening over Russia right now. So the question is, from your perspective, and Domin, maybe you can also add to that. What do you think Russia is pursuing? What's their strategy? The goal is obvious, but the strategy is because from what I can tell, they're just trying to buy some time for Ukraine to go into winter, make as much as possible damage, cause as much as possible damage to Ukrainian cities, make cities uninhabitable, and in parallel count on certain unrest in European capitals, countries, due to absolutely astronomical energy prices, recessions, etc. So to make them force Ukraine into some sort of a peace agreement, give up the territory as part of Ukraine to claim a victory at least in some part of Ukraine. What's your view of that on that? What is Putin trying and his regime achieve with this mobilization and basically bringing real meat to the field, the battlefield? Obviously, most of those people will be killed. So, what's the idea behind it?
What's the end goal? All right, so I'm not a political expert or anything. I'd like cynical answer. Yeah, sorry, I cut off. I got a phone call. I'm not a geopolitical expert. I'm not. It's not unknown to me though. So I'll say this: when I heard this, since I know there's no actual military benefit, I mean, I think there's more of a liability than an asset, right? Now, if Putin had started this conversation with, we will mobilize 300,000 troops, which will deploy in March or June of 2023, then that means they're being serious about the military side, right? That means they're going to at least try to bring like a strong group of competent soldiers to the battlefield. But when we see the way we see it now, I don't see any military value. In fact, I see a liability. So I actually had the first reaction, like it's just an instinctual reaction, is that Putin just wants more casualties. He wants more people dead so he can mobilize, 5 million, 2 million troops. Like, I mean, maybe he's trying to get, or justify even crazier behavior, because he's going to say, look, the Americans, and you got to understand, every death in Ukraine in Russian eyes is not the valor and strength of the Ukrainians. Every death in Ukraine is really NATO, right? In their minds, it's NATO has done everything. NATO has killed all of these Russian troops. So he's painting a new enemy because he's too embarrassed and he can't admit that the enemy is actually the Ukrainians who destroyed his army. So that's a scary specter. But do I think in his mind, for sure, in his mind, he thinks he needs something. For sure. And he's not even thinking Crimea. Crimea was already his in his mind. In his mind, it's, I better get Donbass for sure, all of it under my control, probably Zaporizhia, probably Kherson, as they've said they're having referenda. They didn't say anything about Kharkiv, if you notice. So it looks like there's some thought placed into it. But, again, when I say that, I want to caveat employ here. This is in his mind. There's no bearing in reality. So he can clearly say what he wants and tell his people. I just think that if there was ever anyone who tried thinking, well, if only the Ukrainians give him Donbass, will be safe and there'll be no war. No, he's all the way in the underbelly of Ukraine. He thinks he's taking Kherson, thinks he's going to have control of the Dnipro River. All of these things. So the answer is I don't know. The military side of it doesn't make sense. Does he want to butcher 300, 500,000 troops to make a point? Do I think he thinks that that's an option? I absolutely do think that in his mind he is so nuts that having 500,000 dead Russians gives almost he's almost like guilting his country to commit even further to this war. But the problem is there's not much more to commit, right? I mean, he's going to start taking millions of Russians.
No. There is a lot to commit.
No, I mean I'm talking about military. I'm talking about like
Military, yes, but in terms of causing really big damage, there are lots of things
yeah.
that he can
I'm
do.
talking about if he's going to follow through. Like for example, if he had 1 million amazing trained troops sitting around Moscow and he didn't want to use them because he felt that he didn't have the political clout to use them. 300,000 dead conscripts might do that, but there is no reserve, divisions and army corps ready to fight. So for him to do it, you have to ask, how will you exploit this political capital gain? There's nothing. He was going to get every grandmother in Russia to go out and nag the rest of the Ukrainians to death, right? So what the end game is, I don't know, because militarily he's spent. He is spent. He cannot reproduce the ammunition he makes. The ammunition he makes is far more faultier than prior because they don't have the supplies and the precision equipment they need. So he's absolutely losing. He cannot sustain this. So why throw in 500,000 poorly trained soldiers who will die? It's a good question. I don't know if Doman wants to jump in or Tim.
No, I think Victoria and I have discussed this already enough today. It seems like it's a way to outflank the one opposition that exists in Russia, and that is the opposition wants to do more war, more genocide, more killing, more destruction, because that's what they've been calling for: a mobilization, more people to be sent to Ukraine, because somehow they think that's a solution, because they don't have smart people like Yehuda to tell them that it's not. Or at least they don't believe them, if they do have them. Daniel.
Hi, Yehuda. Do you remember 3 weeks ago, some Vatnik come online, you were online, and he said about Putin being some head of Jewish conspiracy and he want to destroy Russia?
How can I forget?
Okay, so take this. So he frees Azov for Medvedchuk, making every far-right guys to be exploding. After that, he says, we'll make referendums, which is postponed 5 times. And after that said, okay, let's piss off every Russian in Russia. And he said, general mobilization. I never saw somebody so autodestructive like Hitler. Is possibly, we talk a lot about psychological marks on his soul because COVID, because conspiracy, because he's old and probably very angry and very unsettled. But I see something which reminds me of distraction after him. He just wants to get another day, because Victoria asked what he can get. He can get anything, just postpone his demise and his regime and his place in history, which is loved so much. I don't get any logical conclusion, but I think we apply wrong tool. There's no logic there. There's no military pragmatism. There's nothing political, strategical. It's just
No. That
Please,
is what
Victoria.
I don't agree. This is what I don't agree. Russians, they have really, maybe they are stupid in terms of the way they plan their next steps, but they're planning them. They are thinking about, they're playing like a chess game. And at a certain point of time, I'm not talking about now, but again, I would ask myself, why would you send 500,000 people to death without any training, without any armor, without anything, so that they will probably die, or not probably, but the probability is quite high. what are you trying to achieve by doing that? You're not trying
Victoria,
to
Victoria,
postpone some time of your.
yeah.
Okay, go
I
ahead.
think
Yeah.
I think I know where you're going. Are you trying to say that you think that maybe he thinks that with 500,000 dead Russians, he could then say, well, that's why we need to use nuclear weapons? Is that where you're going?
Exactly, or not
Okay.
not yet nuclear, maybe chemical, and maybe
Chemical.
destroying.
Right.
Yeah, and then destroying one or two nuclear
Got it.
stations in
No, I got it.
Ukraine.
Let's just elephant in the room. We'll say it. I didn't know if that's where you're going, but like, so listen. So last night we had an interesting conversation. We had Major Giroux, and the nuclear thing came up, and we talked about it as being, he would be remiss if he didn't suggest to a commander that this is an enemy, COA, enemy course of action, most dead, most dangerous, vice most likely, and. I know, and I was very much of the opinion, and I still am of the opinion, that the nuclear threat is very much a cudgel in which to scare Europe. Okay, and I made a comment that General Ben Hodges, who was the past commanding general of U.S. forces in Europe and Africa, that this person said very plainly, if Putin was to introduce nuclear weapons in Ukraine, the United States of America would destroy the Black Sea Fleet. He said it carte blanche, the period, full stop. Now, generals usually don't talk out of their bums. Generals that say things that are that specific tells me one thing. There's a contingency plan in the United States, a con plan, that says, if Russia does A, we will do B. And believe you me, unlike other countries, when the Americans say they will do something militarily, they will do it. So I asked the room, what's your take on this? How do you feel about the comment? Why did the general, why did he say that, right? Like, he had to have a reason. He had to have been, when he was commanding general, he must have had, obviously he had access to all the plans that said this, that, and the other, right? And that I wanted to help dissect that comment, right? Because that's interesting to me. So, it kind of devolved into, well, it didn't devolve, but the conversation went down the path of, Major Drew was talking about Hitler and being irrational, and he feels, especially because of this mobilization, that it's an irrational thing to do. So I didn't get a chance to speak. I had a baby, and I actually got cut off, and then, well, I didn't have a baby. My wife had one, and then I was taking care of it last night. So what happened was, I fell off, and I couldn't address it. And hold on. But what I would have said is this. So let's just say we in the political world, in the foreign affairs world, Russia is still considered a rational state actor. It's still concerned about its self-preservation. We see that in its actions that it does today. NATO, the United States specifically, has made it clear to Russia, if you do this, we will do that to you. If you do that, yes, you can, but your ability to project your military power will be destroyed. It could be that there was a plan that if the Russians used anything nuclear in southeastern Europe, then the Black Sea Fleet would go. If they use it in northwestern Europe, then the Baltic Fleet would be destroyed. There is enough NATO asset under the water there to give a really bad day to Russia. So in that regard, they're rational actors. Now, he mentioned about Hitler in World War II, and then I wanted to mention, yes, but when Hitler was, obviously he was mentally ill, but when he was completely irrational towards the end in terms of his own forces and the orders he was giving, he gave the order to destroy Paris. Everyone remembers that. He gave the order to destroy Paris. Was Paris destroyed? No. Why? Because that commander, that German general, said, I'm not blowing up Paris. Just forget about it. The war's this is ridiculous. So we can say all we want about Hitler being Putin. Jesus, the same. Putin being irrational. He's got COVID, parking. I don't care. There's still thousands of other people who are in charge of things that go boom that aren't necessarily going to follow his orders. So I don't suspect that nuclear weapons will be used, and I don't even suspect that nuclear fallout from a reactor will be made to happen. I think the reason why he's talking about it is this exact reason, so we can talk about it. not us personally, but in general. A nuclear fallout from Ukraine that affects Poland, Bulgaria, Romania, and Turkey. Guess what that is? That's an Article 5, Victoria, right? So he knows. He said, you play around. You're gonna. They probably told you will lose in Ukraine. We will give conventional weapons. You do something stupid. You do chemical. You do nuclear for sure. Maybe chemical as well. Then that means we will directly intervene, right? So if that's the case, then I think we need to call the threat out for what it is. Is he irrational? Possibly. But do we assume 1,000 people who also know that if they press a button on behalf of their president and do something, that it means really the end of their lives as they know it? And I think we have to remember that. That's all I wanted to add to that, Victoria. Hope that makes sense. And let's get some hands, because it just seems like me and you. Let's go to Axel, no?
Thank you. And I think you need to be on all Ukrainian TV channels saying all the things that you've just said to calm down people here as well.
Thank you.
Well, let's arrange for that, Victoria, because on the 24-hour marathon, we should definitely have these voices coming through. I agree
It's
with
all
that.
tape.
Because
you can send the tape over.
We will. The key aspect, Victoria, being that, of course, the fear-mongering has always been, and I think you know this best, has always been part of their agitation and propaganda. And when Putin says, this is not a bluff, we know exactly what it is. It is the bluff. It is trying to harness Western media and Western fallible, gullible society by the ring on its nose and drag it out in the corral and play with it. It's nothing else. It's unfortunate, but it is exactly that. It's a reflex. It's the Western Pavlov dog going, oh God, the Russian Empire bombs us, nukes us. It is so overwhelming. They have such insidious planning. They are so well equipped. No. Take another story. This is the Wizard of Oz. This is the Emperor without clothing.
Yeah. Sorry. Started getting.
I mean, we could go through tabletop
Already here.
exercises
Yeah,
and
so let's
play.
let's.
No, but we don't have to. It's simple logic.
No, listen, Victoria has a good point. Victoria has a good point. Listen, the Ukrainian general in charge of Ukrainian intelligence said that it's an option for Putin. Sure. But what? He has to know the repercussions of it.
That is the point. And I didn't say Victoria wouldn't have a point at all. On the contrary, what I'm trying to highlight is we should all be aware that just because you have the possibility to shoot, you may not want to. Just because you have availability and potential on your side does not mean you should exploit it. On the contrary, in this instance, it is the most irrational choice. They know it, and they have been warned.
I want you to go to other people, but when we have more time, I would really want to come back to this issue of nuclear, because with what happened on Pivdенно-Ukrainsk nuclear power station just recently,
Long
it's a
silence
sign that
doing something there, so just fill in. All right, we
yeah.
got CJ too. Who's next, gents and ladies?
William.
Well, I'm sorry to derail the nuclear conversation. I wanted to talk about infantry privates, Yehuda. I got on the call. I was hearing you talk about the effects of the mobilization. And I just wanted to just add a couple of things for your thoughts to see if you could, if they could add some value to the conversation. I'm a believer that if people have the right encouragement, the right beliefs, the right cause, people can pick up arms and defend themselves and cause great damage in small scales, whether it's partisan, things like that. Long are the days gone by of sending 1,000 people over a hill to take an objective. And that was really evident with my time in the military. And what we've got to talk about is training. And from that basic level, right? You're in charge of putting the training plans together, putting a regiment or a battalion or a company together. But what you got to do is fill it. So these young men who I've been watching over the last few days get thrown onto buses and planes they've got to prepare themselves to fight in a war or be prepared. And I just don't see that happening. And here's why. I joined the Army when I was 18 years old. I was in Iraq 6 months later. Was I prepared? I don't think so. I went through the best basic training and infantry school for soldiers you could ever imagine at Fort Benning, Georgia. You go through, it's 14 weeks. And I thought I was pretty hot shit when I got out of that basic training. They taught me how to do everything. But basic training isn't just learning how to shoot guns and maneuver. The first 5 weeks is just breaking you down, teaching you to be part of the team. Then you start to learn your proficiencies, and you get through that basic training where you're in shape, you're fit, you're ready to go. You've got kind of that civilian mentality out of you. Then you learn your more advanced maneuver training. But again, it's very basic. I thought by the time I got to my unit, I was ready to go. And the first thing I was told when I got put with that, medium range, what we call E4 specialists in the military, is that I didn't know anything. And I need to really prepare. So every minute of every day for 6 months was preparing for Iraq. And what we had the benefit of is we were in Germany preparing. We had some of the greatest NCOs and leaders. Not many of them had real combat experience, but they had amazing training and leadership. And we had a battalion that gave all the resources to those infantry squads to learn to do their jobs. Then you got to Kuwait, and we did another month of intense on-the-ground training to be prepared for Iraq. And still, when we got to Iraq, 6 months after I joined the Army, I still was not prepared. And if you really want to know when I was really prepared is when I went to deployment my second time, when I was at E4, E5 training young soldiers. So it takes so much to this. These soldiers are going to be filling into units that are completely decimated. Like the leadership have been being bombed for months on end. How
William,
can that NCO go
just so
through
you
a
know,
check to see? Yeah.
Just so you know, we've gone through that. Not only that, we've clarified that it's 2 weeks of training. I've said to the audience, 2 weeks of training, from an infantry school perspective, is not training. It's barely maybe doing dry drills on your rifle and stoppages. It's not training. So we know that modern armies obviously are trained professionally. I'm glad that you went to the best infantry school in Fort Benning, because I went to the best infantry school in the world. So it's nice to say hello. I'm just teasing you. Anyway,
So the only point that I say to add to it is take out the training parts of it. Is that when those soldiers hit the ground, whether it's a few miles behind the front lines, and they know in 3 weeks they're going to get be sent to be cannon fodder. What's that frontline NCO? Is it a brand new NCO?
There's no one. They're going to backfill destroyed BTGs with second lieutenants as battalion commanders. We literally we're reading obituaries for a BTG commander who was a second lieutenant.
Yeah,
it's insanity. So I don't care if they have 500,000. I don't. As I said to everyone, you came in a little late. And this isn't medieval times. It's not. You're not lining up 10,000 troops with pikes and spears and telling them to march forward. They're going to be destroyed in a kill zone. If that BTG rolls up onto a well-sighted Ukrainian position, they think they're just going to, allons-y, boys, over the top you go. This isn't World War I trench warfare. Speaking of that, let's go to CJ. Let's get some military takes on this. CJ, how crazy is the idea of 500,000, people off the street who know nothing? Some of them still appear drunk. Hopefully they sober up before they get killed. But what's the benefit? I mean, are they training artillery men and women while they're at it? Or do you think that 2 weeks of training is probably enough to show them what a rifle is, how to clear a stoppage, and reload? I don't know. Am I missing something?
Well, I was actually giving you and William some credit yesterday. The reality is, with artillery training or some other types of specialized things, it could be done in 3 weeks to a month. But, things like infantry training, whether it's dismounted or mounted, is just going to take quite a bit longer than loading an artillery piece. Well, all this means for Ukraine is that they're going to need significantly more ammo to deal with these conscripts. And I think, when we talk about massive conscript armies in the past, like, during the Soviet Union in World War II, or, slightly more recently, China during the Korean War, that was a situation where almost 2 million Chinese soldiers that were also very badly trained showed up but they had the benefit of 700 Soviet aircraft covering their advances, right? It wasn't just people on the ground running. It was still combined arms. It still was very much a joint fight that they had a significant edge on. And that's not the situation here. Ukraine is dominating Russia in pretty much every single warfighting function, even manpower right now. I mean, that's why this mobilization is happening. Ukraine has more troops fighting in this war than Russia does. And you just simply can't overcome that by training them. And I'd like to point out there's, they said 300,000 the first day, then, this unclassified or this classified document said 1 million. I don't see them getting more than 50 to 100,000 over the course of 6 months. We know how much they pencil whip or fake their numbers, with the initial invasion saying they had 200,000 and the reality was actually they had much less than that. I think this is going to be another scenario where they, over months and months and months, they get 50,000. And as everyone sort of said, it's going to do absolutely nothing. In fact, it's probably going to hurt their cause more than it helps it.
I said it was a liability, CJ. Before you got on, I said 10,000. If I was in a unit that had 80% of them the day before were pushing pencils or baking cakes in a bakery, I'd be more afraid of them having a weapon sitting beside me. Not a crazy thing to say, is it?
Well, I think the only, I'll play devil's advocate with Craig, who I know holds this sort of point of view, is trying to war game, right? How could Russia use these people in a way that might be dangerous for Ukraine? Because I think that's important because we all obviously support Ukraine here. I mean, in terms of using conscripts for logistical moves, right? Truck drivers and also, defending ammo dumps, things like this. This is where they could, these units typically right now are Rosguardia, Chechens, and other people that presumably could fight if they were not tasked with doing these sort of much more simple missions. And so in that regard, it might help them slightly. But even then, I mean, it doesn't matter if it's a 2-week trained conscript or, Spetsnaz guarding an ammo dump. It all blows up the same from HIMARS. So at the end of the day, it won't really matter too much, I think.
And it wouldn't matter as well that the troops that they have doing those jobs that would be relieved by the person driving the truck they're not combat arms either, right? They're already taking logisticians. They're already taking for people who don't know, there was one recent young Buryat who was captured, who was driving a tank, and what was he doing before? He was handing out rifles in the armory, in the arsenal. So they don't have this. They don't have this huge. They don't have these infantry, these fighting divisions. They don't have that combat arms experience or even training. So they're just replacing one truck driver with another truck driver. It would appear. You see what I'm getting at? They've used up what they had. They've already, double-hatted people that really never thought they'd be fighting or firing a weapon, and now they're fighting a weapon. And then they've got these crap units in the rear, and the Chechens, who God knows what the Chechens are doing. I bet you Kadyrov cut a deal with Putin, right? He wants to keep his soldiers, so they're not doing any real fighting because they're garbage. So yeah, more bad of the same. That's how it feels. 2 weeks is not training. And by the way, you said 3 weeks to train in artillery after basic. That's after basic, right? Everyone goes through basic. I'm assuming in the States you don't start with artillery. So you're talking.
I'm being really optimistic here for the Russians, just to give them the benefit of the doubt so people can understand. I mean, picking up an artillery round and putting it in the gun is a very simple task, much simpler than a lot of infantry basic tasks. But at the end of the day, if you don't have the military discipline to in place, displace, defend your position, I mean, yeah, it is very worthless, especially if the Ukrainians are just going to keep advancing like they have. I mean, with a breakthrough north of Lyman, I mean, and that's the thing, they don't have the ability to do what we call one-up drills, right? Where in for NATO armies, everyone trains 2 levels up. So you know your boss's job relatively well, and you do your best to know your boss's job. That way, in combat, if someone gets hurt or passes, then you can take their job and continue the fight. I mean, they don't even know their own jobs in the Russian army, so there's absolutely no way they're able to be combat effective when the one person that does know goes down, right?
100%. No, yeah, it's a crap sandwich all around. I guess we'll bash on. We'll go to George, anti-Latin, Polly, doesn't want to crack a hopefully. I got none, and then William again.
Hey, Yehuda. So I was just going to really quick on the nuclear thing. I think that's just out there is because they're just terrified of the fact that, if the U.S. gives them even longer range missiles like ATACMS, they're pretty much fucked. And I think the 300 to 500,000, whatever, is just that they can hold on to the areas they have. Obviously, like we've all said, they're just going to be cannon fodder because they don't understand modern warfare. I don't think there's anybody left in the Russian command who don't understand it. I think they've been windowed out of position a long time ago. So it's they're just going to be windowed out. They've already been windowed out. So it comes down to the fact that he's trying to hold on to dear life, and this is the last gamble. And he has no concept. It's like Hitler in World War II. I've always said one of the best books to read to understand the whole mindset of that whole last 2 years of the war is a book by Albert Speer, Inside the Third Reich. It's just crazy, like the thinking, and that's what we're seeing here. We're seeing people that are not in touch with reality. We have no idea what kind of information he's getting. There's reports that he's moving, individual sized units on the battlefield and telling them where to attack. I mean, he has no military experience. It's a complete shit show. And all he's going to do is going to wind up sending 400,000 body bags back to Russia. Or even better yet, maybe they'll just be small enough to be put in mason jars.
Yeah, it's a very strange situation. Let's go anti-Latin Polly.
Yes, hello. So I wanted to quickly, before I have two other comments to make, is that Finland's conscription military system, which I'm not going to brag it that it's the best in the world, but it's got to be in the top 5. And even with us, for the basic infantryman, it's 6 months. So and given what's my own experience from the Finnish military is that 2 weeks is it's been repeated ad nauseum. That's not training. Though even in the Finnish military there is some training involved even in 2 weeks, but I'm not going to get into that. So
and let's ask. We don't have CJ for long, so let's ask a question for CJ. I can be here for a little longer, but I do. I know people love to get that arty bling from him. So let him reply to that about Finland, and then if you have anything specifically to CJ, do that. And if not, we'll circle back and off you go, CJ. CJ's got to train the next generation of Rangers. That's what they're called.
Something like that. I'd be interested in terms of this conversation. I'm pretty familiar with the IDF. I did a couple staff rides there to Israel to learn about how their sort of conscription and reserve system works, and a couple other countries, But what I really just don't understand, and maybe someone can explain, actually what happened with Russia, where they have 2 million people on paper, but they don't really have what we call as an active reserve, like the United States does, for example, right? The United States has between 500,000 and 1 million people in reserves that go through, 6 months of basic training and additional schooling, and then they're basically on call and they do training at least once or twice a year, and they deploy. So I just kind of assumed when, quite wrongly, that when Russia says they have 2 million people in this reserve capacity, that, well, one, they mean it, and two, that they're similar to how NATO does the reserves. But I think that is very wrong. And, in terms of how many people Russia can roll out, it really might only be 5,000 people for the first month, which is, these are people that haven't seen combat and do have military training, but 5,000 people is a drop in the bucket when you're facing off against 700,000 Ukrainians with NATO arms and NATO training, right? It's not going to make a difference. And even if they do find more people, they're not going to be trained at that point. So, I think it's time everyone looks at their sort of reserve system after this war.
Yeah, it was never sufficient to look at the Russian system and the numbers they said and think that means what we think it means, right? When we look, for example, when I was in Israel, every male who's a citizen, I was a volunteer and I'm a citizen, spends almost 3 years. Every female, almost just over 2 at the time. They've lowered timelines in, but everyone starts at the same. No one says that no one says, hey, I want to be a special forces. Okay, we'll get you one. No one says that I'm going to be a commando or I'm going to be a this or that. Their training is pretty unique in that everyone goes in the grinder, so to speak, and they all start the same. And at a certain point after your basic is when you're told what you're going to do, right? So it's a different system altogether. So what that means is that, sorry. Sorry about that. Yeah. So what it means is that that they kind of screen for who they think can do what, and in that regard, what ends up happening is you get a much different, a higher quality person for the job, and then when they do leave the army, they come back for a month each year and conduct training, and they deploy. So that's a reserve, a good reserve. Sorry, CJ, I'm having a donut catastrophe here. But that keeps your currency up. So the reason why they do deploy for a month and they do actually a thing, they don't just sit around. They actually do their job that they were doing the year before and when they're in the army. The Russians don't have that. They leave the army. There's no connection at all after they leave. They just were previous serving members, and that's not the same as a reserve. CJ?
Nope, agree. I have a completely different point. But if anyone else has any other comments on this, I can help out for a second, Yehuda, if you need.
Yeah, maybe if you could help me with a donut. Apparently, he's never had a donut, so I'm not sure why that's an issue all of a sudden. All right, go ahead, CJ, please.
Well, I do have to go here shortly, but since we have William, Finance, and Ante, who are and foreign aid to Ukraine, because it is so important for winning this war. It's just been brought to my attention that out of nowhere, a completely new rockets munition system has appeared in country as of about 30 minutes ago. And, we all come to the Maria Report to get a little bit of breaking news. So here we are. It looks as if either Germany, UK, or Norway have given scatterable mines for MLRS. And what that means is these are, everyone kind of, I think, is familiar at this point with the HIMARS and MLRS launchers, and they're kind of familiar with what a GMLRS is, right? A precision guided missile can shoot, over 80 kilometers, pinpoint accuracy, big explosion, taking out ammo dumps and bridges. We've sort of seen it. This is very interesting. These mines started showing up in Kherson as of this morning. And basically, imagine the HIMARS, but it shoots out a missile that drops these anti-tank mines all across roads. And it makes the roads and the resupply to the front almost impossible for the Russians. I mean, this is pretty big news because it means that, not only do Russians have a huge problem getting their supplies across the Dnipro and all the different rivers in Kherson Oblast, but now the few roads that they have will be impassable due to these mines that are now appearing, being shot from HIMARS and MLRS. So I'll do some more digging and find out some more information. This is something that, the U.S. and other NATO countries have, but really have not used much, with maybe some brief exceptions in 2003, William. I'll have to look into how much these scatterable mines were used. Notably, the U.S. had just given RAMS mines, which are remote anti-armor mines that are basically launched from howitzers. It's like a 155 shell that splits out into 9 mines, but this is much bigger, and they can lay many more because it's from a much bigger system. And it could really impact how Russia moves around their troops on the roads or railroads too. And so we know Russia has a slight advantage in terms of their ability to move trains and repair trains, and they still have a lot of old crappy trucks. But if these roads are mined, then it's going to be a lot more difficult for them to get all this ammo and supplies to the front. So I thought I would just let you all know that, and I'll be back eventually with some more information.
CJ, I've never seen those before, but what I can tell you is like how important, how much impact that can have is that, if you're able to monitor convoys of Russian movements and be able to accurately, put a bunch of mines in front of them, whether they're trying to react to an offensive or get to a place, it takes a long time to get through to clear a minefield or to clear IEDs off of a road. And it really jams up the operation. So being able to reach out and put mines into specific areas at any given time, that's an amazing force multiplier.
And no, I agree. And it's sometimes these things are a little bit sketchy isn't the right word. Basically, the United States and Russia haven't signed the provision banning landmines, but what we have not to get around it, but to try and keep these things as safe as possible, is that these systems are remote detonating after a certain period of time for people's awareness. So what does that mean? It means if you know that there's tanks or enemy vehicles coming down the road, you can launch these mines on that road, but they will detonate after 4, 16, 48 hours, any sort of set period of time up to 1 or 2 days. That way you can be very reasonably sure that, if Russian tanks are going down a road, there's probably not going to be civilian cars mixed in because they don't want to be anywhere near that. I don't know about these systems in particular. I'll have to do more digging. I know, according to this post, at least the Germany and UK give them and make them and use them. However, we know Germany is a little bit more skittish when it comes to mines and cluster munitions. So I'll try and get more info. But again, this is going to be huge to get around, all of these different road systems and, the Russian advantage right now, which is in vehicle power, right? This is important that they have less people than Ukraine. They have worse artillery systems, but they still have more tanks and more armored vehicles in country. And that's, that sort of parity is being reached every day as Russia brings out older and older vehicles that are also less armored and less protected from things like this and are easier to defeat. So definitely something to watch. I posted it in the nest. You can kind of see. Pretty scary looking, to be honest. I mean, these things are going to mess up a tank. And so if you have a smaller armored vehicle, you're pretty much done for.
Thank you, CJ.
Just sorry, guys, to interrupt. Just a very quick PSA. We're having some technical problems bringing people up to speak. I would ask the people who are speakers but are not speaking and don't have their hands up, please to drop down to make space on the panel. But otherwise, I'm working on bringing people up, so please be patient. I do see you all, and I'll try and bring you up when I can. But the panel is full at the moment, so please drop down if you're not speaking or if you don't have your hand up. Thank you, CJ.
Hey, CJ, I'm going to drop down. I've got to do some work, but I think this is a great testament of just, whether there was technology that we didn't know about. There's a lot of stuff that goes on that, we don't always know. But, we've had 6 months of the arsenal of democracy, the entire NATO working to support Ukraine, to do whatever we can to put as big of a hurt on this, unjust invasion of Ukraine. I think that, again, this goes back to the idea of making sure that all of our governments are giving as much support as they can to Ukraine, whether it's mines that can be fired and remotely detonated, which I would love to see if they can be remotely detonated, which would make it even more amazing of a toy. But this just shows how much the world's behind Ukraine, how much more we need of these kind of equipment.
Hello, mic check.
5 by 5.
Fantastic. Okay. I believe Pauli was next. Pauli.
Thank you, Tim. Yeah, so really interesting topic and discussion. Thing I'm wondering is that we hear about a lot of news about the partial mobilization and these fresh recruits coming up. And I'm pondering that usually when you have green soldiers, like fresh meat and fresh recruits, you usually want to make it transfer in a way that you don't deplete the fighting forces in the front line. In ideal situation, you usually want to bring the fresh recruits to the front line in a smaller scale. And I'm just thinking about that if Russia is currently in lack of forces and they don't have also the time nor the equipment for the new guys, and then they're gonna have try to replace the current fighting forces with the new recruits in greater numbers. I think that's gonna be a shit show. I don't know, what do you think about this? This is more like a resource management type of question.
I don't know who wants to answer that. I am back. I've calmed down certain people. But I didn't hear all your question. What kind of resource management? What did you say there?
Yeah, so basically in a nutshell, so there's now partial mobilization, new recruits. Those soldiers are totally green. They don't basically usually have any combat experience, and usually you want to replace the new guys if you bring them to the front if you have to.
Yeah. Well, we've beat this one to death, Paulie. There are no experienced people, and even the ones they had that have been in the military before, chances are they're not the right trade. They didn't do the right thing. But if they're going to use them to drive trucks around and fill in logistics gaps, sure, that makes sense. But again, training them, we're seeing video evidence and photographic evidence of soldiers being kitted out with bolt action rifles from World War II. I have no idea what they plan to do. I'm not even sure they even have all the ammunition they need for those antiques. But it's just, as we've said, it's a very strange. It seems like a lost hope, forlorn hope, that the Russians think that these new conscripts are going to do something. I don't know. I mean, they have millions of AK-47s, I'm sure. They have a lot of them. They made them. But I just don't see it really impacting in a good way the Russian war effort, especially when you're openly now declaring they'll get 2 weeks of training. I'm not sure what they're going to train them to do. Anyways, so let's bash on. Go. I don't know who's next, Antti or Latin. We'll go alphabetical. Antti.
Yeah, I think Latin was before me.
All right, go ahead, Latin.
Okay, thanks, Antti. Yeah, Yehuda, glad you're back. I know exactly what you were going through there, brother. I've been there before. So thanks for coming back. Two quick questions about the first one is about this talk of these masses of inexperienced people being thrown into the battlefield, and I want to comment on something I heard the other day in a really interesting conversation between Michael Kaufman and Rob Lee, which I'm sure many of you are familiar with. And in that discussion where they were talking about these conscripts being brought up, they did actually try to make an effort to figure out something tangible militarily that they could gain out of this. And the interviewer brought up the idea, which Michael Kaufman thought, okay, yeah, it's possible, of this scenario where you take these people who essentially might have learned how to, or relearned how to fire a weapon, and put them in a trench and just say, shoot at anything that comes in that direction, from that direction. And in other words, to try to hold the line of territory they control while they try, again, keyword try, to consolidate more capable units that could do a little more maneuver warfare, that could try to retake take new territory. What do you think of that? That was something that
sounds a little complicated, though, Latin, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, sounds complicated. They haven't mastered the basics. You think that they're going to be able to integrate the newbies there without, and then have some master plan to do something more complex? I just don't see it happening. I'm not trying to sound overly optimistic. It's just more of a bad situation. It just seems over and over again, right? And then also, let's just say they throw them in all these defensive positions that their engineers dug. Fine, let's say they did that. Well, that they're not. First of all, I'd argue about their maneuverability and their combined arms and all that jazz. And I would say this: even if they were to do that, you think the Ukrainians aren't rolling up on them and doing like a trench warfare here? They're going to set up a fire base. They're going to call in Arty. They're going to soften up that position. They're going to sustain, have suppressing fire from their fire base and firing for effect. And then they're going to have an assault force clean them out after they've been battered, for 10 minutes with fire and artillery. And those conscripts who are crapping their pants, who've never seen battle, had 2 weeks of training, they're going to fall apart. I don't see them really doing much, to be honest with you. It's literally like the ideal enemy to have for the Ukrainians. That's my take on it.
Okay. The other question I had for you was, I think you kind of mentioned it. You might have been referring to the image that I saw this morning. I posted it on the comments for the space this morning, and look, my military experience is very limited. I did QL2, weekend QL2 30 years ago, which for those of you that don't, I'm sure Yehuda knows what I'm talking about, but that's the most basic of basic training in the Canadian military. And I didn't learn much about maneuver warfare. I learned a little bit about how to maintain my personal kit and how to operate a C7. That's about it. But I'm looking at this picture and thinking, I'm looking at the way this kid is kitted out. Appears to be a civilian rucksack. The uniform looks to be standard issue Russian. He's got the Mosin, what's that called? The World War II Soviet bolt action rifle, I think that you were referring to, and a Soviet World War II helmet. And I'm looking at this and think, what the hell am I looking at? Are we now looking at a war or some madman's World War II reenactment that's costing lives? I was shocked at that image.
No, we all are, and that's exactly what I was referring to. Yeah, in QL2, I mean, they've changed the designations, but as you know, even after your BMQ, you would have done your QL2s. 1 second. Yeah, and so yeah, so as you can imagine, you've done your individual training. So yeah, as you said, they're going to get minimal training, and on top of it, they're being kitted out with reenactment gear, right? So
Actually, we had to have a quick look. I took a second take because I know the Russians. There's a big World War II reenactment culture in Russia, and I've seen pictures where they have the old uniforms and everything. So I had to have a second look at it and go, is that what somebody took a picture of here, or no? And then I thought, well, I think he's actually wearing a current uniform, but the morality of sending a young man into battle, and doubling back to yesterday's conversation that we had about how that young man is going to be entering the battlefield with winter coming on, and let's see what kind of kit he's issued for that situation. It's just shocking.
They've also done it before with the LNR and the DPR people too. It's not new. It's really not new.
Okay, thanks.
No worries. Thank you.
Thank you. So, yeah, you stole my thunder for the first big bit, because I was just going to say that exactly what you said, that the LNR troops had World War II issue weaponry as well, and the rifle you were referring to is Mosin Nagant. That was the other name of the rifle. But first things first. When the surrender of Paris was mentioned here, it wasn't just the German commander of the garrison of Paris who was responsible for the surrender. There were actually extensive negotiations between him and the Swedish consul in Paris called Raoul Nordling. So there was a Swedish diplomat who was actually a hero at that point in time. I just wanted to bring that little historic tidbit. The second thing is that the Finnish border situation, there's been more developments in the sense that the Ministry of the Interior put out a statement basically saying that they are moving forward with some sort of implementation of narrowing down the number of Russians that have a permission to enter, but there's nothing as of yet concrete about what kind of limitations they will be. At least I haven't seen any. But the thing is that apparently they're using the reasons for doing these actions. The one is the damage of Russian tourism to Finnish international relations, and the other thing is the Russian mobilization. And there is a bit of irony in the fact of Russian tourism creating a problem for Finnish international relations. But yeah, I mean, there is progress in that score. Let's hope it happens very swiftly. And finally, has the UN investigation into war crimes by Russians in Ukraine there's been some preliminary information about that coming out. Has this been discussed on the space before, or do you want to stay on topic with the Russian soon to be cannon fodder? Mic check.
I hear you. Sorry, I'm back now.
Yeah. So did you hear my my question about the UN investigators?
Did not know.
No. So there's been some early reporting from what the UN investigators of Russian war crimes have turned up in Ukraine, and I was wondering if that's been discussed on this page before or not.
Only the preliminary findings. So if it's preliminary, then it wouldn't have come up yet. You want to talk about it?
Well, first of all, yes, this is very, very early, but the main point is that they found evidence of executions, torture, and sexual violence in 4 areas formerly under Russian occupation, and some of the victims included children. So this is something we've already noted many times on this space, but I don't know. I mean, the stuff that this is what I'm reading is a Deutsche Welle report. This is even though this is only journal stuff, it's still some quite heavy reading, and I'd like to thank Lie Sniper for bringing this to my attention, but I'm not sure how I should handle this, because there's even in this.
So let's narrow it down here. You want to post the link? I mean, look, it's
Yeah, I'll
genocide.
send it to you. Yeah, it's
genocide. We know. I mean,
yeah, we know.
Farming,
Yeah,
the water's wet is not news to
it
me.
is. I know. Yeah, but this is just kind of a. I don't know what to call this. It's just confirmation from. I think UN has not been that vocal about this before. So yeah.
Yeah. All right. So listen. Let's not sugarcoat it. We all know that the Russians have committed mass murders, genocide, mass sexual violence, rape. Everyone's been saying it. We don't need the UN to tell us that, but the UN needs to have its own commissions to figure it out. And the preliminary investigation results appear to be in. I don't. You can send it to Tim. I actually don't want to read it. I know all I need to know just from what Russians are doing, and if he wants to post it in the nest, I just would recommend for people to read it. To be cautious if you need to read it. We can summarize it. Russia's committing genocide, and the most foul, disgusting things human beings can do to one another is what the Russians are doing. So
yeah, that was much better put than I ever could, because even bringing this up, I get.
Right. Well,
yeah,
I'm sure your finish is far better than mine. So no worries. So at any rate, it is a serious matter. It is genocide. It is documented. We'll find more and more and more of it, sadly. And the Russians, as I was going to say, and I wanted to finish the point, is that Mr. Putin and his cronies and his criminal cabal of thugs and murderers, they probably never thought this would happen. They thought they'd roll over, commit all this genocide for the express purpose of terrorizing the Ukrainian population, showing them who the real bosses are, who the tough guys are. And it's going to come back to haunt them, because the world will hunt down every last single one of these murderers and those who made these orders. And they'll have the documentaries. It won't be wow and see. It'll be wherever this plan was hatched, and they'll have movies about it, and they'll not live it down anytime soon. And we should all support criminal prosecutions of these mass murderers to the day they die. No, maybe they'll run away to North Korea and live on a farm or something, and drown in a river one day from old age or a stroke. Hopefully not. Hopefully they're brought to The Hague and criminally charged. That's the reality. There is no debate. The Russians, we have the UN confirming certain things. Fine, we all knew, and the Ukrainians know. And the only way to stop is to really pressure your governments, to talk to your representative, to say, remind them. You don't have to pressure them. Everyone's on board. Remind them. We support a free, democratic, and just Ukraine. We do not. They're not asking for troops. They're asking for things to help fight and liberate their own land and stop the genocide. So that's where we are. Thank you for that, Auntie. If there's a follow-up, or Tim, I can't see anything. I'm not a co-host, so over to you.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to follow up with. So that Tim sent me a DM noting that he has technical issues, so he's for the moment unable to speak, or at least become audible.
No problem.
But
and in the meantime, can someone CH me then to get me the co-host there? Whoever's listening in the background, we'll go to Rusty.
Hi guys. So I've been following Russian newspapers since the Kharkiv offensive. I got interested because I want to see what Russians wrote about their defeat in Kharkiv area. Later they announced that they regrouped, as we all know. But I actually discovered some things I found quite interesting. There's this newspaper called Kommersant in Russia, and I'm translating it with the Google Translate, and I actually found that they show pictures from the war, and among those pictures that they are showing, they actually show mass graves in Izium, mass graves in Bucha, and they don't actually say anything about it. So you actually have to they actually say that it's Ukrainian digging up bodies, but they don't actually say anything about I'm amazed that they didn't say that Ukrainians are faking something. They actually just show it, so you can actually make up your own mind. They actually show pictures of destroyed apartment buildings, destroyed train station lines, and markets, and even a kid store. And they show a lot of captured Russian equipment from Kharkiv area. And I'm quite amazed. This is just pure PR for Ukraine, That's the Kommersant actually show pictures that would make people go against the war. So I'm quite amazed at that.
Well, the Russian ministry has also said that Bucha and all of these are Ukrainian murders, so that could be the reason, right? Their official narrative already says that Ukraine did this, so I'm not sure it means too much. Maybe it was a casual omission, maybe it was something more deliberate. I don't know. It doesn't really, it doesn't, make me think that Russian media is getting inside and good. It just means that they omitted to say what they were. But Russian media is festooned, and Russian TV is festooned with claims of, that in fact that the Ukrainians have done all of this. Obviously, these are all lies. They pointed out to one of the dates on the cross of one of the dead, of one of the graves. It was predating when they took Izium, but they failed to remind their audience that they were bombing and shelling for weeks beforehand, and that's when those people were ostensibly killed by artillery fire. So they think they're very clever. Not so very clever in the end would be my estimation. And but thank you for pointing it out. Maybe they're just
yeah.
being
So
lazy.
there's another thing as well.
Rusty, maybe they're just being lazy in their genocide. That's the other possibility, no?
Yes, I just found it funny. If you didn't go through the normal way to find news, you could actually find pictures, a lot of pictures from the conflict. It's almost like someone has just hidden a secret area where you can find critical or pictures that don't actually portray the war in a positive headline. But the funniest propaganda piece of the day is actually that I found is Pravda. Pravda is showing a picture with Duda, head of Poland, embracing Zelensky, and the title they're going with is Kiev, and then it's Zelensky announces the readiness for referenda in Western Ukraine. And the big propaganda piece says that in response to the steps from the Kiev regime to desire the southeastern regions of Ukraine to join Russia, they believe. Also, I'm sorry, I'm going to repeat it. They are saying that in response to the referendums that Russia is holding in South Ukraine, Kiev is giving regions to Poland. That's the most stupid, ludicrous thing I've ever heard as a propaganda piece from them yet.
That's one thing they've not disappointed us in, the level of sheer stupidity. So that's progress of a kind, perhaps. They're just amazing us more and more, perhaps, with even more ridiculous statements. This is from a country whose top diplomat said that Zelensky is a neo-Nazi and Jews make the best neo-Nazis, apparently. So you don't get dumber in this country at this time. Axel, if you want to co-host me for a bit, you can. If not, take over. I know Tim's got issues. We've got Shaggy. We've got...
yeah, I just escalated them up. Shaggy, Brian, and Mitek. So let's go with Shaggy first.
Thank you.
Hello. Yeah, to go with CJ's talk about those landmines that were those remote landmines, I found an article dated the 8th of September from the Kiev Post. I put it on my timeline, basically saying that it was part of the 670 million aid package from the Pentagon. And it does say on there was 1,000 units of 155 millimeter rounds of remote anti-tank mines. So that was on the air. That was posted on the air or published on the 8th of September. So I put that on my timeline if you want to go and read that. Also on my timeline as well is I had a little Google about these mines or these 155 anti-tank mine rounds. And apparently they contain nine anti-tank mines, 9 remote anti-tank mines, each round. So, and they're called RAMs, Remote Anti-Armor Mine System. Now, this is just me guessing that these are the RAMs, but these RAMs are 155 millimeter howitzer shells containing 9 anti-tank mines. So I think it might be those. They have a range of between 4 and 17.6 kilometers and can be shot from either an M109 series or an M198 or an M777 series howitzer. So that would probably link into some of the equipment that Ukraine has. So just an FYI on that. Maybe have a little look. Was my mic on then? Or did I just talk to myself?
No,
your mic was fine.
Okay, cool.
I think Yehuda's mic is a bit weak.
Okay.
Yeah, got it. Tracking. It's a bit of we were talking about a half an hour ago, so I think we will take it into consideration. Go check out Shaggy's profile for the mine information.
I think CJ, when they were first announced, CJ thought they were pretty clever things.
Absolutely. I just don't know anything about mines or artillery, so we can't say anything about it.
I think the main difference is that these are not the same kind of, so to say, wide scattered, just wildly thrown anti-tank mines the Russians have been distributing. On the contrary, these are relatively precision guided with a close AP. That's the whole point.
Yeah. Again, I'm not familiar, so I hope you weren't asking me for a feedback or share.
No, I wasn't asking. I was just regurgitating what CJ has been teaching us.
I'll regurgitate some more and say that CJ said that they time out, so they don't just lay around forever. they time out after a maximum of, I think, 48 hours and blow up. So it's not strewing mines there forever and ever, which is pretty nice as well.
Yeah, one additional tidbit: there was 1,000 rounds, 1,000 of these 155mm anti-tank mine, remote anti-tank mines sent, as per the Kiev Independent report. So that's my last bit of tidbit.
All
Thank you
right,
very much.
let's go to MeTech.
Yeah, hi guys. I'm getting this in today because Rosh Hashanah is coming and we have to make the brisket, and I won't be able to talk to you guys over the weekend. I'm going to run through 4 points. I don't expect you to touch on all of them, but my 2 most important ones I'll mention right off the top. First of all, Liman. We see that there's an encirclement going on. Regardless of which media we listen to, which news source, there's clearly an encirclement. There's possibly 2 encirclements, and then there's Lysychansk and Donetsk that's coming up next. Why? Just why are they holding on so stubbornly? What's the actual game plan? The next bit is the Dead Generals game. We used to play this game a long time ago when the war started, and now it's not so much a thing anymore because we don't actually know how many senior officers are actually left that are of retirement age. And by retirement age, I mean like someone like my grandfather, who's now long since dead, who was a colonel, you know, and he was 80. I don't think that if he was alive now and he was Russian, that they'd be asking him to go to the front. You know what I mean? Surely the officer corps, regardless of whether it's air, sea, or land in Russia, must be so degraded. It's laughable. The third thing is Crimea, and I'm going to say it right off the top. I'm a huge supporter of Ukraine, of freedom, of Europe. But Crimea is neither Russian or Ukrainian. It's a territory that's been there for a long time. It's been passed around like a football. Right now, it's more Ukrainian than it's Russian, in as much as that if I was a Crimean, if I wasn't in the pay of the Russians, I'd be going, yes, please, can I be Ukrainian? I can't be anything else. I'd rather be that than Russian. Hold on. Last one, then you can jump in.
There are too many points. You made 4.
All right.
We're not going to remember them all. So I was going to stop you before 3. So number 3, we'll work backwards. Ukraine is Crimea is Ukraine. It's not Ukrainian or it's not Russian. It's Ukraine.
Yeah.
It's part of Ukraine. Period. Stop. It's right. I don't know if you're an international body. No. Everyone under international law, Ukraine is part of Crimea is part of Ukraine. Full stop.
Totally agree. Yeah.
Okay. So when you previous comments.
In the comments, what I was really referring to is that you have 2 types of countries. You have ethnic countries and you have countries with boundaries that have people from many different nationalities. And that's what I mean to say.
It's part. It's a red herring. It's part of Ukraine. Full stop. I mean, we could talk about Canada. We could talk about the United States. We could talk about Israel. Countries where Israel is historically a country larger than it is today. Israel's not saying because the West Bank's been tossed around like a football, this, that, or the other. So we can't talk about adopt the Russian imperialist narrative that says that we're going to carve off parts of here and there and give it to that and this and that to split.
Fair enough.
It's
enough.
Ridiculous. So I want to address that issue first. Number 2 issue. Number 1 issue. You said, why are they fighting for Liman? The Russians are very clear, and we're not one step backwards. It's a Stalinist, it's a Tsarist perspective. They don't understand, or they understand, but they don't care about tactics. They don't care about, sometimes you have to lose a little to gain a lot. They don't care that they might have to withdraw from Liman and preserve their forces to fight another day. They don't care. So you're asking to explain crazy people. I can't. Why should they be in Liman? No, they're going to get destroyed. The Kuban regiment and the 208th Cossack motorized rifle weirdos, they're going to get smoked. They're going to be dead or surrendered. But do the Russians care? No. That was your first point. Your second point, I'm sorry, I forget your second point because you gave too many. So go to your second point again, please.
All right. Well, it's the dead generals game. Essentially, we're at a point where how many are left?
I remember. Okay, so it doesn't really matter at this point because it's not. You have second lieutenants commanding battalions. Do they have general? Doesn't mean anything to me. It's your captains, majors, and colonels who are doing the fighting. They're the ones who ostensibly have the combat experience or the training experience to execute missions, and they just don't have them. So general, it doesn't really matter to me. Their philosophy and their doctrine is the same. They do not consider the lives of their soldiers on the general level. They don't care. These are just, to them, they're someone else's children. So whether they have 50 or 100 doesn't really matter. Their officer corps, that's the bigger question, is degraded, weak. They've got 25% casualties. They do not have, I highly doubt there is a qualified officer alive left today in Russia. Really, I mean, maybe logistics officers, but in the beginning of the war, you saw, they've got more colonels dead than I've ever seen. Than some countries have colonels in their army, right? So they've lost that command and control, right? You can have a general who hasn't been in touch or doesn't understand what's going on, thrown into the position of being in charge, but what does that mean, right? It doesn't mean anything. So in this regard, the Russians will struggle to control the troops they have. They won't be able to train the troops they have properly. All in all, it's a dog's breakfast. There's literally not much to talk about. And it's not like we're being optimistic or overly optimistic. It's just the reality. These troops, as every soldier that's come onto this space from CJ, who's a Ranger, from William, U.S. Army veteran, from Iraq, everyone has said the same thing. You just don't recover from this. You just don't train 500,000 troops in 2 weeks. None of this makes any sense. It's all nonsense. The Russians are doing it to scare people. I'm sure the numbers scared people. Their little silly psychological trick of omitting the 7th paragraph of a 10-paragraph decree that says the number can go up to 1 million. Do they think that people are afraid of these guys? Like, do they really think, oh no, 300? Oh, it's not 300. It's 1 million. Okay, you want another dead million Russians? Okay, because they're not getting any better. Remember, as this goes on, they get worse. Ukraine gets better. That's all. That's really all you need to know, right? There is no turning point here where they're going to magically become super soldiers and learn how to fight.
Okay, then basically with the next real legitimate follow-on from Y Liman is when that triple or quadruple city front with the reinforced groupings collapses. Is that the beginning of a second Kharkiv offensive where it just dissolves, or is there going to be a sort of a string of fortified positions? I personally think that they're putting all their money and troops into that area, and if their resolve is as strong as it was in Kharkiv, then I don't know. I don't see it going really well, and by Christmas we could be looking at a lot more land freed. And frankly, that would be the time when Ukraine either goes for broke and takes as much as they can, or the Russians start seriously suing for peace, and the rest of the world piles in.
Yeah, so the answer is there already is a counteroffensive. So it's not they're going to start a counteroffensive. They have a counteroffensive going on. What does it mean? How